we can participate in the political process without fear of retribution, and that our votes will be counted, at least most of the time.
Quick question for you. Do you know how much you actually weigh?
All right, we'll end it there. The freaking ad popped up. So that was Obama's speech at the 2004 DNC convention. He delivered a keynote address in Boston, Massachusetts. Yes, this was a throwback in 4 years till he would run for president. But Obama was definitely a name, sort of become a household name around 2004. At least if you're in Illinois. All right, folks. Hello, welcome. It is July 9th, 2023. That's right, folks. We're in 2008. We're almost at the finish line. 2008 for me is like, I think I said it before, was when I started kind of paying attention to politics. I still didn't watch any debates until Obama versus Romney, so we'll get to that. But around this time, I was in, I think, 7th grade, maybe 8th grade. I just remember that, like, when he was inaugurated, like, everyone watched it at school, for the obvious reason of him being the first African-American president. That was, like, a big deal. And there was a slight buzz, I felt like, at least for, besides, like, maybe a couple people in class about, like, hey, this is pretty cool to be part of this historic thing. And also helped that we were going to Washington, D.C., I think the next year. Or it was the upcoming, or the year it's after he was inaugurated, I believe. Or he was just elected. I'm trying to remember when we went. I know it was spring. I think it was spring. So maybe it was after he was inaugurated, I guess, technically. Because that would make sense, because he's, inaugurated in January. Sorry, my nose is, like, running a little bit today. But yeah, that's when we went to DC, and it was pretty hype. Like, people were pretty excited about it. I remember watching the news and people talking about, like, there was a slight buzz because of everything he talked about in his speeches, in the debates. He won a tough primary against Hillary Clinton, if I remember. If anything, I'm going to pull that up now. Pull that up now right here. Put it on screen. Yeah, so he was the U.S. Senator from Illinois. He announced his candidacy for the President of the United States in Springfield, Illinois, 2007. Obama was the main challenger along with John Edwards and to frontrunner Hillary Clinton for much of 2007. Hillary recently emerged as a national figure in Democratic politics, having delivered the DNC keynote address, which we listened to start the stream, or part of it, and that won his Senate election shortly thereafter. Obama's initial victory in the Iowa caucus in January 2008 helped him bring him to national prominence from a crowded field of Democratic challengers. Obama benefited from the early support from prominent Democrats, including Tom Daschle, Ted Kennedy, and he began to trade a series of hard-fought state wins with Clinton through Super Tuesday, in which Obama had great success in large rural states, and Clinton was nearly as dominant in high-population coastal areas. Just like how Clinton was seen in 2016, how she lost in all the rural states. I wonder if there's something there. Obama continued to have success in small donor fundraising and continued winning a greater number of contests than Clinton through April. In early May, after Obama won the North Carolina primary and narrowly lost the Indiana primary, superdelegates began to endorse Obama in greater numbers. Obama's been in Oregon and gave him an absolute majority of the pledged delegates. And after Russia's support for Obama was from superdelegates on June 3rd, the day of the final primary contests of Montana and South Dakota, Obama was estimated to surpass the 2,118 delegates required for the Democratic nomination. On June 7th, Clinton formally ended her candidacy and endorsed Obama, making him the party's presumptive nominee. August 27th, 2008, Democratic National Convention, they nominated him. Obama would go on to win the presidential election against Republican nominee John McCain, obviously. I wanted to see if there was any polling, maybe. Wait, in March 2007, the Obama campaign posted a question on Yahoo Answers entitled, can we engage more people in the democratic process? They posted on Yahoo Answers. Man, it's so peak 2007. Hillary 1984, a mashup of Apple's 1984 launch commercial for the Macintosh with the footage of Hillary Clinton using the place of Big Brother went viral in the early stages of the race for the 2008 Democratic presidential nomination. Wasn't made without the knowledge of either Obama's campaign. That's fantastic, though. Large volume of hate mail directed at Obama. Secretary of Homeland Security Michael Chertoff announced the United States Secret Service would provide protection for the campaign. Yeah, makes sense. I like this brown suit. August 1, when making his foreign policy speech, Obama created controversy by declaring that the United States must be willing to strike al-Qaeda targets inside Pakistan, with or without the consent of the Pakistani government. That is crazy. Obama would ultimately follow through on the statement of policy 4 years later when, as president, he ordered the operation to enter Pakistan and kill Osama bin Laden. He did try to backtrack it, though, saying that was misreported. Never called for invasion of Pakistan or Afghanistan. Yeah. Oprah Winfrey campaigned for him in early primary states. I did not know that. Anything else here? Fired up, ready to go, became a rallying cry, ubiquitous to Obama's campaign, according to the New York Times. The chant originated during a rainy early morning campaign stop during the summer in Greenwood, South Carolina. Obama was feeling fatigued among a small group of supporters when out of the blue, as Obama recounts. Okay. Cool. Whatever. Yeah. So he won the primary. I know it was tough, like it said, like him and Hillary going back and forth. And actually, I have another Obama story. Like I said, I was starting to pay attention around now. I remember I went to our local grocery store near my grandparents' house. I was with my grandma, and in a crane machine, they had plush dolls of Hillary and Obama. And I told her, I'm like, oh, I want to win one. So she gave me like $1 or whatever it was, and because there was an Obama doll like hanging right on the edge, like of the where the hole is, where the crane drops down, hopefully prize, right? He was already leaning on there. So I was like, oh, maybe if I can, grab it and have it fall, I can do that. And I did that. And I remember there was a kid behind me who was like so impressed that I strategically did it. But yeah, I have an Obama doll somewhere. I don't know if I still have it, but yeah, he was the first, like, I guess, in a way, also a politician that I generally like found interest in, just like I said, because it was like he brought energy at the time, especially for when I was 13 or whatever, how old I was. He really did have that embodiment of yeah, hey, an African American can win president. Like, what else can we not do in this, in this country? It had that energy. One of his big campaign thing was, hope and whatnot. So, like, I knew a lot of people just didn't like Bush. We saw that with how Bush went from a 90% approval rating to like 30 by the end of his term. It did really feel like Obama was really felt like he was going to come and bring change, right? And I'm sure we're going to get that kind of energy. Obama's a great public speaker, at least during this time. And yeah, when we get into the debates here, I'm sure he's going to bring that energy, and it's going to be weird watching it, and with hindsight and knowing what his terms look like, where really felt like it was a bunch of half measures. I mean, the biggest thing we can give Obama credit for, at least, is legalization of gay marriage, which is a big thing. But he also had a lot of negative things, such as drone strikes, and he promised a healthcare system that really wasn't very good. He very much catered to the right with it, and it became really watered down. He had a supermajority. They did not codify Roe v. Wade when they could have. There's really no push for that. We'll see if that comes up and any of this. But yeah, Obama, and I think he was such a hopeful figure, hopeful politician. That's why the Democrats had a supermajority. Like, everyone bought into it. So yeah. Sorry, I had the wrong browser, so let me switch to... There we go. All right, let's jump into it. It's going to be another long one, folks. 3 hour-and-a-half ones. So, after this, we'd be in single digits in terms of how many debates we have left. I think 9. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Wait, why isn't it showing? Is it not showing now? What the hell? Oh, I didn't press the button. Whoops. Okay. Now, without further ado, so this is Obama, and oh yeah, McCain. We should look at McCain actually, real quick. McCain, I'm pretty sure I think he won the primaries pretty quickly, if I remember correctly. From January 3rd to June 3rd, Senator John McCain of Arizona was selected as nominee through a series of primary elections. Eyeing the nomination was Rudy Giuliani. Okay. Mike Huckabee. Yep. And then, okay, so Mike Huckabee won the Iowa caucus. But then it was John McCain who won the New Hampshire and Florida primaries. And after failing to win Florida, Giuliani ended his campaign. McCain ultimately won the nomination after winning most of the primaries on Super Tuesday. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's Mike Huckabee and even Mitt Romney ran. I didn't remember that. I guess Mitt Romney ran. Our boy Mitt would come back. Ron Paul. Yep. Okay. Shit, Rudy Giuliani didn't do shit, dude. Yeah. So McCain kind of just did a normal campaign. I mean, like, it looked like Mike Huckabee and even Mitt Romney had a little bit. So yeah, Mitt Romney was back then too. As you could see, Hillary didn't win the primaries here, but she'd wait until after Obama to try at it again, and Mitt did the same thing. So, yeah, McCain we've heard of for a while because McCain was a senator. He's been mentioned many times with that one bill that they're trying to like change how campaigns are funded. So we've heard McCain plenty of times in other debates. So McCain's already been a popular figure. He's been in the Senate for a long time. Let's see if we can see here. I wanted to see, yeah, from 83 to 87, he was U.S. House of Representatives of Arizona's 1st District. He was a senator of Arizona from 87 all the way to 2018. So he's held a bunch of Armed Services Committee. Yep. I think him and actually Bernie Sanders were co-leading that in some capacity, or at least Bernie was in it. Commerce Committee, Senate Indian Affairs Committee. So yeah, he's done a lot of committees. He's always been kind of seen as a Senate leader for a while, even until he died. So but yeah, let's jump into it. Let's do it. We're in Hempstead, New York. I think that's...
Good evening and welcome to the third and last presidential
Oh,
debate.
this is the last one? Whoops. Sorry. We're in Oxford, was that Missouri? Or Mississippi? I think MS is Missouri.
Good evening from the Ford Center for the Performing Arts.
Our guy is still
at
here.
the University of Mississippi in Oxford. I'm Jim Lara of the NewsHour on PBS. And
Jim
I
is
welcome
still
you to
here.
the first of the 2008 presidential debates between the Republican nominee, Senator John McCain of Arizona, and the Democratic nominee, Senator Barack Obama
Two
of
senators.
Illinois. The Commission on Presidential Debates is the sponsor of this event and the 3 other presidential and vice presidential debates coming in October. Tonight,
And obviously, Biden is Obama's VP. And then Sarah Palin was McCain's VP. And I think Sarah Palin was the first woman for vice president for the Republican Party. And she would kind of lead, I believe. So I might be misremembering, but if I remember correctly, she kind of led that kind of... it was called the Tea Party or whatever. Like, it was a group of like more radical conservatives. A lot of people connect them to early stages of, you know, Trumpism and MAGA energy.
tonight's will primarily be about foreign policy and
If we ever do
national
vice president
security,
debates, we
which
would
by
see Biden
definition
versus Palin.
includes the global
It's probably the
financial
most
crisis.
crazy debate,
It will be
or the most boring
divided
debate.
roughly into 9-minute segments.
I feel like it would be nowhere in
Direct
between.
exchanges between the candidates and moderator follow-ups are permitted after each candidate has 2 minutes to answer the lead question in an order determined by a coin toss. The specific subjects and questions were chosen by me. They have not been shared or cleared with anyone. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, no applause, no noise of any kind, except right now as we
They do
welcome
this joke every time.
Senators Obama and
They're like, it's been
McCain.
4 years. No one's going to remember. McCain's a lot taller than I thought he was.
Let me begin with something General Eisenhower said in his 1952 presidential campaign. Quote, "We must achieve both security and solvency. In fact, the foundation of military strength is economic strength," end quote. With that in mind, the first lead question. Gentlemen, at this very moment tonight, where do you stand on the financial recovery plan? First response to you, Senator Obama, you have 2 minutes.
So I think that, yeah, this was the start of the recession, too. I mean, it really would start hitting in... well, when did the U.S... Was it 2007 or was it 2009? I'm trying to remember. Or was it 2000? Or was it right now? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, it's 2008. Yeah, first signs came in 2006 with housing prices began falling. August 2007, the Federal Reserve responded to the subprime. Yeah, okay, so it's 2007 we had the housing crisis there. By October of 2008, Congress approved a $700 billion bank bailout, now known as the Troubled Asset Relief. And I believe this is also during the time of Occupy Wall Street. Let me double check that. Or was that later? It was 2011, man. like I said, around this time I was kind of starting to pay attention, and it's all kind of a blur. I do wish I was older during this time, because I would have loved to have, I think, been part of Occupy Wall Street or have known more about it. At the time, I really didn't understand it. So I believe what they're talking about here is a way to bail out the banks, at least for the Troubled Asset Relief Program. What exactly did they call it here?
At this very moment tonight, where do you stand on the financial recovery plan? First response to you, Senator Obama. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Jim, and thanks to the Commission and the University of Mississippi Ole Miss for hosting us tonight. I can't think of a more important time for us to talk about the future of the country. We are at a defining moment in our history.
Okay, it was a way to try to avert a recession.
And we are going through the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression. And although we've heard a lot about Wall Street, those of you on Main Street, I think, have been struggling for a while, and you recognize that this could have an impact on all sectors of the economy. And you're wondering, how's it going to affect me? How's it going to affect my job? How's it going to affect my house? How's it going to affect my retirement savings or my ability to send my children to college? So we have to move swiftly, and we have to move wisely. And I've put forward a series of proposals that make sure that we protect taxpayers as we engage in this important rescue effort. Number one, we've got to make sure that we've got oversight over this whole process. $700 billion potentially is a lot of money. Number two, we've got to make sure that taxpayers, when they are putting their money at risk, have the possibility of getting that money back and gains if the market and when the market returns. Number three, we've got to make sure that none of that money is going to pad CEO bank accounts or to promote golden parachutes. And number four, we've got to make sure that we're helping homeowners, because the root problem here has to do with the foreclosures that are taking place all across the country. Now, we also have to recognize that this is a final verdict on 8 years of failed economic policies promoted by George Bush, supported by Senator McCain. A theory that basically says that
Immediately
we
on
can
the
shred
attack.
regulations and consumer protections.
I mean, I would too.
Give more and more to the most, and somehow prosperity will trickle down.
Because people, like I said, people were fed up with Bush at this point. Remember, the approval rating was dog shit. So if any way you could attach McCain or any of the Republicans to George Bush, you're going to do it.
And
it's a good strategy.
I think that the fundamentals of the economy have to be measured by whether or not the middle class is getting a fair shake. That's why I'm running for president. That's what I hope we're going to be talking about tonight.
Senator McCain, 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Jim, and thanks to everybody. And I do have a sad note tonight. Senator Kennedy is in the hospital. He's a dear and beloved friend to all of us. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the Lion of the Senate. I also want to thank the University of Mississippi for hosting us tonight. And Jim, I've been not feeling too great about a lot of things lately, so have a lot of Americans who are facing challenges. But I'm feeling a little better tonight, and I'll tell you why. Because as we're here tonight in this debate, we are seeing, for the first time in a long time, Republicans and Democrats together sitting down, trying to work out a solution to this fiscal crisis that we're in. And have no doubt about the magnitude of this crisis. And we're not talking about failure of institutions on Wall Street. We're talking about failures on Main Street and people who will lose their jobs and their credits and their homes if we don't fix
I just realized
fiscal crisis. Probably.
I just realized this is the first one where it's what does it say? Yeah, 1080p. I mean, I'm sure it wasn't 1080p at the time, but
Probably, certainly
isn't
in our
4:3.
time. And I've been around
Just
a
realized
little while.
that.
But the point is, we have
Got the
finally
big
seen
screens now.
Republicans and Democrats sitting down and negotiating together and coming up with a package. This package has transparency in it. It has to have accountability and oversight. It has to have options for loans to failing businesses rather than the government taking over those loans. It has to have a package with a number of other essential elements to it. And yes, I went back to Washington, and I met with my Republicans in the House of Representatives, and they weren't part of the negotiations, and I understand that. And it was the House Republicans that decided that they would be part of the solution of this problem. But I want to emphasize one point to all Americans tonight. This isn't the beginning and the end of this crisis. This is the end of the beginning if we come out with a package that will keep these institutions stable. And we've got a lot of work to do. And we've got to create jobs, and one of the areas, of course, is to eliminate our dependence on foreign oil.
All right, let's go back to my question, how you all stand on the recovery plan, and talk to each other about it. What do we got 5 minutes. We can negotiate a deal right here. But I mean, do you favor this plan, Senator Obama, and you, Senator McCain? Are you in favor of this plan?
We haven't seen the language yet, and I do think that there's constructive work being done out there. So for the viewers who are watching, I am optimistic about the capacity of us to come together with a plan. The question I think that we have to ask ourselves is, how did we get into this situation in the first place? 2 years ago, I warned that because of the
So unemployment rate was 6.5%, by the way, and it's gonna quickly go up
and tried to stop some of the abuses and mortgages
over the next
that were
year.
taking place at the time.
At one point,
last year, I wrote to the Secretary of the Treasury.
At one point, it's almost
sure that he understood
is 9.9%, so 10% unemployment rate in 2009,
bring all the stakeholders
November.
together to try to deal with it. So the question I think that we've got to ask ourselves is, yes, we've got to solve this problem short term, and we are going to have to intervene. There's no doubt about that. But we're also going to have to look at how is it that we shredded so many regulations. We did not set up a 21st century regulatory framework to deal with these problems, and that in part has to do with an economic philosophy that says that regulation is always bad.
Are you going to vote for the plan, Senator McCain?
I hope so, and I
As the United States Senator,
Sure.
you're going to vote for the plan?
Sure, but let me point out, I also warned about Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and warned about corporate greed and excess and CEO pay and all that. A lot of us saw this train wreck coming. But there's also the issue of responsibility.
And it's still here.
You've mentioned President Dwight David Eisenhower. President Eisenhower, on the night before the Normandy invasion, went into his room and he wrote out 2 letters. One of them was a letter congratulating the great members of the military and allies that had conducted and succeeded in the greatest invasion in history, still to this day and forever. And he wrote out another letter, and that was a letter of resignation from the United States Army for the failure of the landings at Normandy. Somehow, we've lost that.
I feel like I've always got the impression that McCain is such a an American history like nerd. Like, he just really loves this shit. Obviously, he lived through. I think, wasn't he a prisoner of war in Vietnam or whatever? I don't remember where. But he's lived through history, obviously himself. And obviously, we all do. But you know what I mean? That he really loves that. He just seems like that kind of guy. Really loves World War II history. I don't know. I just always got that vibe from him. He's definitely I think one of the reasons he won his primary is that he kind of represents that conservative nostalgia for I don't know, the 1950s, when America was great, blah blah blah,
Accountability. I've been heavily criticized because I called for the resignation of the chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. We've got to start also holding
What's up, Friar Wolf?
people
Hey.
accountable, and we've got to reward people who succeed. But somehow in Washington today, and I'm afraid on Wall Street, greed is rewarded, excess is rewarded, and corruption, or certainly failure to carry out our responsibility, is rewarded. As President of the United States, people are going to be held accountable in my administration, and I promise you that that'll happen.
Do you have something directly to say, Senator Obama, to Senator McCain about what he just said?
Well, I think Senator McCain's absolutely right that we need more responsibility, but we need it not just when there's a crisis. I mean, we've had years in which the reigning economic ideology has been what's good for Wall Street, but not what's good for Main Street. And there are folks out there who've been struggling.
And that's crazy because we'd have the bank bailout, I think, right before Obama, and Obama's never been afraid to bail out banks as well. Like he quickly became just another corporate Democrat.
Struggling before this crisis took place. And that's why it's so important as we solve this short-term problem that we look at some of the underlying issues that have led to wages and incomes for ordinary Americans to go down, the healthcare system that is broken, energy policies that are not working, because 10 days ago, John said that the fundamentals of the economy are sound. I do not think that they are.
Say it directly to him.
Well, John, 10 days ago, you said that the fundamentals of the economy are sound. And
Are you afraid I couldn't hear him?
I'm just determined to get you all to talk to each other. I'm going to try.
and I just fundamentally disagree. And unless we are holding
This is the
ourselves
OG when
accountable
politics were still
day in,
fair
day
and
out,
consensual.
not
Yeah,
just when
yeah.
there's a crisis for.
I mean, like I said earlier, I think it was McCain and Bernie Sanders were like, they worked together a bunch with like the veteran affairs and stuff. So like, I think McCain is one of those like, I can work across the aisle, like Biden, right? Like they say that kind of shit, you know.
Folks who have power and influence and can hire lobbyists, but for the nurse, the teacher, the police officer who, frankly, at the end of each month, they've got a little financial crisis going on. They're having to take out extra debt just to make their mortgage payments.
Yeah, so it's the Emergency
We
Economic
haven't been paying
Stabilization
attention to them. And if you
Stabilization
look at our
Act of
tax
2008,
policies, it's a class
which is
three
around
example.
this time, is where they
So,
gave a bunch of
Senator
money to
McCain,
the banks in
do
Wall
you
Street.
agree with what Senator Obama just said? And if you don't, tell him what you disagree with.
No, look, we've got to fix the system. We got fundamental problems in the system. And Main Street is paying a penalty for the excesses and greed in Washington, D.C., and in the Wall Street. So there's no doubt that we have a long way to go. And obviously, stricter interpretation and consolidation of the various regulatory agencies that weren't.
Yeah,
doing
Obama also
their
backed
job
an $80 billion
that has brought on this
bailout
crisis.
of the American auto
But I
industry.
have a
Yeah,
fundamental
so
belief
that's the other one I remember he did another one. That
goodness
was the other
and
one I was
strength
thinking of. I
the
think it was like
American
Ford and
worker,
stuff.
And the American worker is the most
They were
productive,
suffering.
the most innovative. America is still the greatest producer, exporter, and importer. But we've got to get through these times. But I have a fundamental belief in the United States of America, and I still believe, under the right leadership, our best days are ahead of us.
All right, let's go to the next lead question, which is essentially following up on this same subject. And you get 2 minutes to begin with, Senator McCain, and using your word, fundamental. Are there fundamental differences between your approach and Senator Obama's approach to what you would do as president to lead this country out of the financial crisis?
Well, the first thing we have to do is get spending under control in Washington. It's completely out of control. It's gone. We have now presided over the largest.
They're debating on
increase
how
in
to
the
save
size of
capitalism
government
here.
since the Great Society.
Help the capitalist system.
We Republicans came to power to change government, and government changed
Bailouts,
us.
yeah, I remember we haven't seen those
And
numbers
the
since
worst
COVID,
symptom
yeah.
of this disease is what my
Yeah.
friend Tom Coburn calls earmarking as a gateway drug.
And then what was it in January
Because it's
this
a
year?
gateway.
The banks
It's a
were bailed out
gateway
again.
to out-of-control spending, and
Specifically,
corruption.
the Silicon Valley
we
ones.
have former members of Congress now residing in federal prison
They quickly made a
because
law
of the
to
evils
get some
of
money
this
for them.
earmarking and pork barrel spending. You know, we spent $3 million to study the DNA of bears in Montana. I don't know if that was a criminal issue or a paternal issue, but the fact is that it was $3 million of our taxpayers' money, and it has got to be brought under control. As President of the United States, I want to assure you, I've got a pen. This one's kind of old. I've got a pen, and I'm going to veto every single spending bill that comes across my desk. I will make them famous, that you will know their names. Now, Senator Obama, you wanted to know one of the differences. He has asked for $932 million of earmarked pork barrel spending, nearly $1 million for every day that he's been in the United States Senate. I suggest that people go up on the website of Citizens Against Government Waste, and they'll look at those projects. That kind of thing is not the way to rein in runaway spending in Washington, D.C. That's one of the fundamental differences that Senator Obama and I have.
Senator Obama, 2 minutes.
Well, Senator McCain is absolutely right that the earmarks process has been abused, which is why I suspended any requests for my home state, whether it was for senior centers or what have you, until we cleaned it up. And he's also right that oftentimes lobbyists and special interests are the ones that are introducing these kinds of requests, although that wasn't the case with me. But let's be clear.
That's a
Earmarks
classic
account for
classic
$18
Obama line right there.
billion
Let's be clear.
in last year's budget. Senator McCain is proposing, and this is a fundamental difference between us, $300 billion in tax cuts to some of the wealthiest corporations and individuals in the country. $300 billion.
Where did this Obama go? Oh, it was probably just once he got in, you know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that money started trickling into the pocket, maybe. Or maybe, you know, he was like, hey, you can say all this stuff to get the votes, but you know what we're doing once we get in. Come on now.
Now, $18 billion is important.
Start getting
$300
paid.
billion is really important. And in his tax plan, you would have CEOs of Fortune 500 companies getting an average of $700,000 in reduced taxes while leaving 100 million Americans out. So my attitude is we've got to grow the economy from the bottom up. What I've called for is a tax cut for 95% of working families, 95%. And that means that the ordinary American out there who's collecting a paycheck every day, they've got a little extra money to be able to buy a computer for their kid, to fill up on this
For the
gas
gamers.
that is
Computer for the
killing them.
gamers.
And over time, that I think is going to be a better recipe for economic growth than the
Yeah,
policies
McCain is
that
definitely, like I
President
said,
Bush, that
OG,
John McCain wants
classic
to
conservative.
follow.
Senator McCain?
And then Obama
again,
definitely
I don't
represents
mean to go
the
back and forth, but,
more progressive,
That's fine.
Senator Obama suspended those requests for pork barrel projects after he was
the more
named
progressive
President of the
ideas
United
at the
States.
time.
He didn't happen to see that light during the first 3 years as a member of the United States Senate. $932 million in requests. Maybe to Senator Obama is not a lot of money. But the point is that, you see, I hear this all the time. It's only $18 billion. Do you know that it's tripled in the last 5 years? Do you know that it's gone completely out of control to the point where it corrupts people? It corrupts people. That's why we have, as I said, people under federal indictment and charges. It's a system that's got to be cleaned up. I have fought against it my career. I have fought against it. I was called the sheriff by the one of the senior members of the Appropriations Committee. I didn't win Miss Congeniality in the United States Senate. Now, Senator Obama didn't mention that along with his tax cuts, he is also proposing some $800 billion in new spendings on new programs. Now, that's a fundamental difference between myself and Senator Obama. I want to cut spending. I want to keep taxes low. The worst thing we could do in this economic climate is to raise people's taxes. I
don't know where John's getting his figures. Let's just be clear. What I do is I close corporate loopholes, stop providing tax cuts to corporations that are shipping jobs overseas so that we're giving tax breaks to companies that are investing here in the United States. I make sure that we have a health care system that allows for everyone to have basic coverage. I think those are pretty important priorities, and I pay for every dime of them. But let's go back to the original point. John, nobody is denying that $18 billion is important. And absolutely we need earmark reform. And when I'm president, I will go line by line to make sure that we are not spending money unwisely. But the fact is that eliminating earmarks alone is not a recipe for how we're going to get the middle class back on track. And when you look at your tax policies that are directed primarily at those who are doing well, and you are neglecting people who are really struggling right now, I think that is a continuation of the last 8 years, and we can't afford another 4.
Respond directly to him about that.
Once
to
again,
Senator
I like
Obama about
Obama's
that,
strategy
about
of just tying McCain to Bush.
He's made it twice now about
People
your
don't like
tax
Bush.
policies about tax cuts.
Well, let me give you an example of what
The 9/11
Senator Obama finds
aura
objectionable.
has worn off.
The business tax. Right now, the United States of America business pays the second highest business taxes in the world, 35%. Ireland pays 11%. Now, if you're a business person and you can locate any place out in the world, then obviously, if you go to the country where it's 11% tax versus 35, you're going to be able to create jobs, increase your business, make more investment, et cetera. I want to cut that business tax. I want to cut it so that businesses will remain in the United States of America and create jobs. But again, I want to return. It's a lot more than $18 billion in pork barrel spending. I can tell you it's rife. It's throughout. The United States Senate will take up a continuing resolution tomorrow or the next day, sometime next week, with 2,000. Look at them, my friends. Look at them. You'll be appalled.
I'm not gonna lie.
And Senator
McCain's
Obama
suit
is a
makes
recent
his
convert
arms
requesting
look small and like
$932 million worth of pork
like when
barrel
he's like
spending project.
pointing up.
So the point is,
Like, and it's also the
I want
angle,
people
but
to have tax cuts. I want
looks like
every
he has
family
small
to have a
arms.
$5,000
They're doing him dirty.
refundable tax credit so they can go out and purchase their own health care. I want to double the dividend from $3,500 to
That's
$7,000
so rude.
for every dependent child in America. I know
I don't know why I feel
that
bad.
the worst thing we could possibly do
Why do I
is
feel
to
bad about
raise
these
taxes on anybody,
politicians?
And a lot of people might be interested in
It's
Senator
the,
Obama's definition of rich.
It's the last little bit of
Well, you have a question for Senator
American
Well,
patriotism in me.
let me just make
We
a
need
couple
we
of
need to
points.
bleed
My
it out.
definition-
Yeah, I need to bleed it out.
Here's what I can tell the American people. 95% of you will get a tax cut. And if you make less than $250,000, less than $250,000 a year, then you will not see one dime's worth of tax increase. Now,
I saw my partner last
John
night
mentioned
because I
the
was
fact that business
saying how
taxes,
like
on paper are high in this country.
like I saw a
He's
picture of
absolutely right.
H.W. Bush
Here's the problem.
like a couple years
There are
before
so
he
many
died, and he looked
loopholes
like,
that
you
have
know,
been
super
written into
rough,
the tax code,
obviously.
oftentimes with support of
And
Senator
like there was
McCain,
part of me that felt
we
sad.
actually see our
And I'm like,
businesses
why do
pay
I feel sad?
effectively one of the lowest tax rates in the world. And
Like,
what that
this
means
guy
then is that there are people
has
out
done
there
so many
who
war
are
crimes.
working every
And why do
day
I feel sad?
who are not getting a tax cut, and you want to give them more. It's not like you want to close the
This
loopholes.
guy
You just want
was
to add
part of the
additional
administration
tax
that
cut
ignored the
over
AIDS
loopholes,
crisis.
and that's a problem. Just one last point I want to make. Senator McCain talked about providing a $5,000.
I think patriotism is
health,
bad in general, yeah.
credit.
I mean,
Now,
looking at just what
he doesn't
9/11
tell you
did to
is
this
that
country,
he
I think
intends
that
to,
alone,
for the first time in history, tax health benefits.
that alone
So
tells you
You
everything.
may end up getting a $5,000 tax credit. Here's the only problem: your employer now has to pay taxes on the health care that you're
I
getting.
mean, it's the
from your
reason,
employer.
like,
And if you end up
you know,
losing
I
your
think
health
people
care
like
from your
Trumpers
employer,
exist.
You've got to go out on the open market and try
It's
to buy
tied
it.
to patriotism.
It is not a good deal for the American people, but it's an example of this notion
Nationalism
that
is
the
really
market
what it should be
can
called.
always solve everything, and that the less regulation we have, the better off we're going to be.
Well,
Tax-
you know, let me just.
We
you
gotta
know,
go to
this is-
another
this
lead
is-
question.
I know
All right.
we have to, but this is a classic example of walking the walk and talking the talk. We had an energy bill before the United
what was the right
States.
move?
It was festooned with Christmas trees.
That,
It had all
colonizers
kinds of
didn't come to
breaks
North
for
America.
the
I think
oil
that was the best
companies.
move.
I mean, billions of dollars worth. I
Is that
voted
cheating?
against
Can I
it.
go that far
Senator
back?
Obama voted for it.
John, you wanna give oil
you've got to
companies
look at
another
our
$4 billion.
record. You've got to look at our records. That's the important thing. Who fought against wasteful and earmarked spending? Who has been the person who has tried to keep spending under control? Who is the person who has believed that the best thing for America is
We go
is
into the
have
beginning.
a
Yeah.
tax system that is fundamentally fair, and I've fought to simplify it, and I have proposals to simplify it. Let's give every American a choice: 2 tax brackets, generous dividends, and let Americans choose whether they want the existing tax code or they want a new tax code. And so, again, look at the record, particularly the energy bill. But again,
When he says energy bill, I just think of like
has shifted
how
on a
much
number of
AC
occasions. He has voted in the
units
United
or whatever,
States
like
Senate
a
to
your like
increase
electric
taxes
bill or
on
whatever.
People who make as low as $42,000
Listen,
a year.
in his
That's just a
Senate
fact.
office, he ran the
Again, you
AC
can look
every
it
day.
up.
Do you want that kind of
Look,
guy
it's just not true.
in
And
your
if we wanna talk
presidency?
about oil company profits.
The electric bill in the
under
White
your
House is
tax
going
plan,
over
John, this is
through
undeniable.
the roof.
Oil companies would get an additional $4 billion in tax breaks. Now, look, we all would love to lower taxes on everybody. But here's the problem. If we are giving them to oil companies, then that means that there are those who are not going to be getting them.
Ironic, considering Obama drilled for more oil than any president before him.
In all due respect, you already
when
gave them to the oil
No,
companies.
but John, the
True.
the fact of the matter is that I was opposed to those tax breaks, tried to strip them out. We've got an energy bill on the Senate floor right now that contains some good stuff, some stuff you want, including drilling offshore, but you're opposed to it because it would strip away those tax breaks that have gone to oil companies.
All right. All right. Speaking of things that both of you want, another lead question, and it has to do with the rescue system, the financial rescue thing that I started asking about.
Yeah.
And
Great.
And your first answer
Is this whole debate going to be about freaking how are we going to save the economy? And like that's like the whole first one. What does it say here? Let's see. It says a 90-minute discussion on foreign policy. So far, it has not really been foreign policy at all. I mean, we'll see. But yeah, this is starting to turn into the first debate of the last one we watched. Where at least it's this time not. I just find it boring after a while, where it's like the same basically 5 questions, and it's just the same shit. Where lower taxes, more taxes, lower taxes, more taxes. But the last the Bush versus Kerry debate, the first one was all about foreign policy, and it was just like Saddam Hussein, Afghanistan, Osama bin Laden, Saddam Hussein. So it just got really redundant.
to you, Senator Obama. As president,
So I hope that's not what
as
this
a
one's turning
result
into.
of
It's
whatever
just taxes,
financial
no
rescue
taxes.
plan comes about, and the $700 billion, whatever it is it's going to cost, what are you going to have to give up in terms of the priorities that you would bring?
I appreciate that, Firewolf. Yeah, I'm glad I'm doing this marathon.
Rescue plan.
Well,
Doing
there are
these
a
streams
range of
has
things
rejuvenated
that are probably gonna have
my
to be
energy
delayed.
for
we don't yet know what
doing Twitch and
our tax revenues are going to be. The economy is slowing down. So it's
I don't
hard
know.
to
No one's really
anticipate
done anything like
right
this,
now
I feel
what
like.
the budget's going to look like.
not anyone
next
I
year.
know of.
But there's no doubt that we're not going to be able to do everything that I think needs to be done. There are some things that I think
And I feel like
have
we've
to be
learned
done.
a lot
We
from
have
this
to have
up until this
energy
point of
independence.
just
So
like
I've put forward a plan
how
to
some
make
stuff
sure
has
that in
really
10
not
years'
changed.
time, we have freed ourselves from dependence on Middle Eastern oil by increasing production at home, but most importantly, by starting to invest in alternative energy, solar, wind, biodiesel, making sure that we're developing the fuel-efficient cars of the future right here in the United States, in Ohio and Michigan, instead of Japan and South Korea. We have to fix our healthcare system, which is putting an enormous burden on families. A report just came out that the average deductible went up 30% on American families. They are getting crushed, and many of them are going bankrupt as a consequence of healthcare. I'm meeting folks all over the country. We have to do that now because it'll actually make our businesses and our families better off.
That reminds me, I
The
still need to
third
pay
thing we
the
have to do is we've gotta make sure
$120
that we're competing
bill
in
from
education. We've got to invest in
the
science
doctor's
and
office I went to.
technology. China,
my
had a
doctor
space
appointment
launch
back
and
in
a spacewalk.
January. Keep
We've gotta
forgetting
make
about
sure
it.
that our children are keeping pace in math.
I'm gonna go
and
bankrupt.
Science, and one of the things I think we have to do is make sure that college is affordable for every young person in America. And I also think that we're going to have to rebuild our infrastructure, which is falling behind. Our roads, our bridges, but also broadband lines that reach into rural communities. Also making sure
Biden said the same shit, dude. How many years later? We need to rebuild the roads, we need to rebuild the bridges, we need to make more highways, and Biden talked about doing like a new internet thing, which is probably the only interesting thing he's done so far.
that we have a new electricity grid to get the alternative energy to population centers that are.
I still feel like his Obamacare was too watered down. He had the opportunity to do something really radical and cater too much to the right. Infrastructure is the white man's dog whistle. Construction.
Using them. So there's some things that we've got to do structurally to
Yeah.
make sure that we can compete in this global economy.
Nothing's
We
like
can't
more
shortchange
cooler to
those
think
things.
about. Be like,
We've
yo, we're
got
gonna
to
build so
eliminate
many
programs
roads,
that don't work,
so many
and we've got
bridges,
to make
dude.
sure that the programs that we do have are more efficient and cost less.
What priorities would you adjust as president, Senator McCain, because of the financial?
Our roads are
bailout
fine.
No matter what, we've got to.
She need to fix a couple potholes.
We have, as I said, we've let government get completely out of control. Senator Obama has the most liberal voting record in the United States Senate. It's hard to reach across the aisle from that far to the left. The point is, point is,
He's
we
calling
need
Obama
to
far
examine
left. Are you
every
kidding me?
agency of government.
God damn.
First of all, by the way, I'd eliminate ethanol subsidies. I oppose ethanol subsidies. I think that
I hate
we
ethanol.
have to return, particularly in defense spending, which is the largest part of our appropriations. We have to do away with cost-plus contracts. We now have defense systems that the costs are completely out of control. We tried to build a little ship called the Littoral Combat Ship that was supposed to cost $140 million, ended up costing $400 million, and we still haven't done it.
Wait, is McCain?
So we need to have fixed cost contracts. We need.
Wow, McCain might be actually, I wouldn't say based, but on the right track here. You want to cut the defense spending? Hell yeah.
Very badly to understand that defense spending is very important and vital, particularly in the new challenges we face in the world, but we have to get a lot of the cost overruns under control. I know how to do that. I saved the taxpayers $6.8 billion by fighting a contract that was negotiated between Boeing and DOD that was completely wrong. And we fixed it, and we killed it, and people ended up in federal prison. So I know how to do this, because I've been involved in these issues for many, many years. But I think
They really
that
do
we
call
have
him the
to
sheriff.
examine
He'll
every
put you in
agency
federal
of
prison.
government and find out those that are doing their job and keep them, and find out those that aren't and eliminate them. And we'll have to scrub every agency of government.
The word eliminate
Hear
is
the
a
two
little.
of you correctly. Neither one of you is
Little
suggesting
harsh.
any major changes in what you want to do as president as a result of the financial bailout. Is that what you're saying?
No, as I said before, Jim, there are going to be things that end up having to be
Like what?
deferred and delayed. Well, look, I want to make sure that we are investing in energy in order to free ourselves from dependence on foreign oil.
Dude, remember the BP oil
That
spill?
is a big project. That is a multi-year
I just
project.
remembered that.
But, well, I'm not willing
That
to
was
give
like
up
what, 2010?
the need to do it, but there may be individual components of it that we can't do. But John's right that we've got to make some cuts. We right now give $15
2009?
billion every year as subsidies to private insurers under the Medicare system. It doesn't work any better.
I just remembered because I was.
through these private insurers. They just
remember
skim off
hearing about it when I
$15
worked at a
billion.
Boy
That
Scout
was
camp.
A giveaway, and part of the reason is because
In the summer of either
lobbyists
2010,
are
I
able
think it
to
was.
shape how Medicare
And
works.
someone was
They
saying,
did it on the
yeah,
prescription drug
it's all
bill.
Obama's
They've
fault.
done it with
And I remember
respect to
being like,
Medicare.
no, it's not.
And we are going to have to change the culture. One of Tom.
'Cause I was like fucking 13.
John mentioned me being wildly liberal. Mostly that's just me opposing George Bush's wrong-headed policies since I've been in Congress. But I think that it is also important to recognize that I worked with Tom Coburn, one of the most conservative Republicans.
Back to
who
archery,
John already
yeah.
mentioned, to set up. what we
Actually, I
call a
taught,
Needle for Government, which
I
says
worked
that
at
we
the-
are gonna
we had, like,
list
different
every dollar of
stations.
federal spending
And I worked at the
to make
station that was
sure
about like
that
environmental
the
science and
taxpayer
stuff.
can take a look and see who.
So that's probably why we were talking about it, being like, hey, this is like really bad for the environment.
Projects that John's been railing about.
What I'm trying to get at is this. Excuse me if I may, Senator. Is trying to get at that you all, one of you is going to be the President of the United States come January in the middle of a huge financial crisis that is yet to be resolved. And what I'm trying to get at is how this is going to affect you, not in very specific small ways, but in major ways in the approach you would take as to the presidency.
Well, how about a spending freeze on everything but defense, veteran affairs, and entitlement programs?
Spending freeze?
I think we ought to seriously consider, with the exceptions of caring for our veterans, national defense,
gonna say,
and several
he almost-
other vital issues.
He almost said a really bad
Well,
thing.
the problem with a spending freeze is you're using a hatchet where you need a scalpel. There are some programs that are very important that are currently underfunded. I want to increase early childhood education. And the notion that we should freeze that when there may be, for example, this Medicare subsidy, I think doesn't make sense. Let me tell you another place where I'd like to look for some savings. We're currently spending $10 billion a month in Iraq when they have a $79 billion surplus. It seems to me that if we're going to be strong at home as well as strong abroad, that we've got to look at bringing that war to a close.
Look, we're sending $700 billion a year overseas to countries that don't like us very much. Some of that money ends up in the hands of terrorist organizations. We have to
I was
have
not,
wind, tide, solar, natural
there was
gas,
people who smoked
flex
weed
fuel
at our,
cars and all that, but we also have to have
at the
offshore
camp, but I didn't
drilling,
realize
and
until
we
I got a
also
lot
have to have
older
nuclear power.
Because a lot of people
Senator
bought
Obama
incense for
opposes
their
both
tent,
storing
and I thought it was just to
reprocessing
make it
of
smell
spent
good.
nuclear fuel.
Didn't realize people were doing
You
it
can't get there
to
from
hide
here.
weed smoke.
And the fact is that we can create 700,000 jobs.
I was
by
very
building,
oblivious to a lot of
constructing
things.
45 new nuclear power plants by the year 2030. Nuclear power is not only important as far as eliminating our dependence on foreign oil, but it's also important as far as climate change is concerned, an issue that I have been involved in for many, many years, and I'm proud of the work that I've done there, along with Senator Clinton.
Let me see, before we go to another lead question, let me see if I could figure out a way to get ask the same question a slightly different way here. Are you willing to acknowledge, both of you, that this financial crisis is going to affect the way you rule the country as President of the United States beyond the kinds of things that you've already said? I mean, is it a major move? Is it going to have a major effect?
There is no doubt that it's going to affect our budgets. There is no doubt about it. Not only, even if we get all $700 billion back, let's assume the markets recover, we're holding assets long enough that eventually taxpayers get it back. And that happened during the Great Depression when Roosevelt purchased a whole bunch of homes. Over time, home values went back up, and in fact, government made a profit. If we're lucky and we do it right, that could potentially happen. But in the short term, there's an outlay, and we may not see that money for a while. And because the economy is slowing down, I think we can also expect less tax revenue. So there's no doubt that as president, I'm going to have to make some tough decisions. The only point I want to make is this, that in order to make those tough decisions, we've got to know what our values are and who we're fighting for and what our priorities are. And if we are spending $300 billion on tax cuts for people who don't need them and weren't even asking for them, and we are leaving out health care, which is crushing on people all across the country, then I think we have made a bad decision, and I want to make sure we're not shortchanging our long-term priorities.
Well, I want to make sure that we're not handing the health care system over to the federal government, which is basically what would ultimately happen with Senator Obama's health care plan. I want the families to make the decisions between themselves and their doctors, not the federal government. Look, we have to obviously cut spending. I have fought to cut spending. Senator Obama has $800 billion in new spending programs. I would suggest he start by canceling some of those new spending programs that he has. We can, I think, adjust spending
Freaking noses.
to take care of the very
You ever feel like you have something in your nose, but then
much-needed
like
programs, including taking
matter what you
care
do,
of
it
our
won't go
veterans.
away.
But I also want to say again, a healthy economy with low taxes, with not raising anyone's taxes, is probably the best recipe for eventually having our economy recover. And spending restraint has got to be a vital part of that. And the reason, one of the major reasons why we're in the difficulties we're in today is because spending got out of control. We owe China $500 billion. And spending, I know, can be brought under control because I have fought against excessive spending my entire career.
Why do
And
we
I've got
have $500 billion
plans
owed to China?
Reduce and eliminate unnecessary and wasteful spending. And if there's anybody here who thinks there aren't agencies of government where spending
not
can
cocaine.
be cut and their budget slashed, they have not spent a lot of time in
But
Washington.
I just have to make this point, Jim.
No, McCain, I actually do believe that McCain, I don't know if, like, I mean, everyone did cocaine in the 80s, so maybe in the 80s, but, like, at this point, I feel like McCain's on, like, a pretty strict, you think he's partied? No, I don't think so. Okay, we all know that it was, I was actually looking at this last night. It's not like, well, like I was talking about earlier that, like, me and my partner were talking about, like, I'm like, oh, I kind of feel sad for H.W. Bush in his last days for some reason, and how I hate it that I feel that way when I see the dude literally in hospice or whatever. No, I go back to is that I think Clinton, like if you look at Bill Clinton when he was young, him and Hillary gave off the vibe of like they had the drugs. Like you could go to them and be like, "Yo, you got any of the?" You know what I'm saying? And then like, there was one photo where I saw Bill Clinton with a freaking beard, and it was actually pretty. Yeah, look at this. Look at this beard. You're telling me this couple here didn't have drugs on them? You're telling me them? No way. Yeah, like Bill and Hill. I love that. That's a great name. Then Bill cleaned up a little bit, right? Let his gray hair go. I don't know. Bill just looks like a straight stoner guy. Like you could have plugged him into like a Doors concert. You know what I mean? Easily. And we wouldn't have just marijuana. I'm talking about like he would have acid and all that shit. I don't. You can't tell me otherwise. Out of all the presidents we've watched and whatnot, most stoner candidates right here. Hillary and Bill. But then they came to corporatize. They should have kept on the acid, dude. Like I like low key love this bit. I hate it. Like I love it's so 70s, dude. Arkansas LSD, maybe. Shit. What did McCain look like when he was younger? Let's see. Yeah, he was in like the army and shit. They weren't doing it. At most, they probably just like drank a lot. They had a couple Bud Lights on base. You know what I mean? They weren't doing cocaine. No way. As well, is it 1950 when he was in the army? Yeah, no way. I don't believe it. I don't see it.
It's been your president, who you said you agreed with 90% of the time, who presided over this increase in spending,
Hollywood soldier.
this orgy of spending, and enormous deficits. And you voted for almost all of
We
his
know
budgets.
Obama smoked, though.
So to stand here after 8 years and say that
And it sucks that he could have legalized it. He could have gone down as the guy who legalized marijuana federally.
you're going to lead on controlling spending and balancing our tax cuts so that they help middle-class families, when over the last 8 years that hasn't happened, I think is kind of hard to swallow.
Quick response
It's
to
well
Senator
known.
Obama.
It's well known that I have not been elected Miss Congeniality in the United States Senate.
He loves
nor
that line.
with the
Second time he sees it.
administration. I have opposed the president on spending, on climate change, on torture of prisoners, on Guantanamo Bay, on the way that the Iraq War was conducted.
Enormous deficit spending.
Been elected Miss Congeniality in the United
What
States
about
Senate.
Guantanamo
nor
Bay?
with the
Excuse me?
administration. I have opposed the president on spending, on climate change, on torture of prisoners, on
Okay, he's not promoting it. Okay, he's against it. He's pro climate change. Early
on
pro climate
Guantanamo
change.
Bay.
He's cheering for the climate
way
change.
That the Iraq War was conducted. I have a long record, and the American people know me very well. And that is independent and a maverick of the Senate, and I'm happy to say that I've got a partner that's a good maverick along with me now.
All
Maverick.
right, let's go to another subject.
Top Gun.
Lead question, 2 minutes to you, Senator McCain.
People don't know this, but Top Gun was actually based off of
What do you see
McCain's
as the lessons
life
of Iraq?
when he was younger. People don't know this.
I think the lessons of Iraq are very clear that you
The third
cannot
Top Gun
have a
movie should just
failed
be
strategy
about McCain's
that will
years in the
then
Senate.
cause you to nearly lose a conflict.
Jeez, that food's so loud every time it
Our
gets me.
initial military success, we went into Baghdad and everybody celebrated. And then the war was very badly mishandled. I went to Iraq in 2003 and came back and said, we've got to change this strategy. This strategy requires additional troops. It requires a fundamental change in strategy, and I fought for it. And finally, we came up with a great general and a strategy that has succeeded. This strategy
He was
has
Iceman?
succeeded.
Yeah, I can
And,
see it.
we are winning in Iraq. And we will come home with victory and with honor. And That withdrawal is the result of every counterinsurgency that succeeds. And I want to tell you that now that
See, if
if
McCain's campaign was now, there definitely would have been in like TikTok edits of
we will see
his head spliced onto Mavericks or something.
And a fledgling democracy. The consequences of defeat would have been increased Iranian
This was before
influence.
memes, folks.
It would have been,
Or, well, I guess memes were starting to
increase in
become a
sectarian
thing.
Violence. It would have been
The word meme, I don't know if it was
a
used
wider
yet, but
war, which the United States of America might have had to come back. So there was a lot at stake there. And thanks to this great General David Petraeus and the troops who serve under him, they have succeeded. And we are winning in Iraq, and we will come home. And we will come home as we have when we have won other wars and not in defeat.
2 minutes for how you see the lessons of Iraq, Senator Obama.
Well, this is an area where Senator McCain and I have a fundamental difference, because I think the first question is whether we should have gone into the war in the first place. 6 years ago, I stood up and opposed this war at a time when it was politically risky to do so, because I said that not only did we not know how much it was going to cost, what our exit strategy might be, how it would affect our relationships around the world, and whether our intelligence was sound, but also because we hadn't finished the job in Afghanistan. We hadn't caught bin Laden. We hadn't put al-Qaeda to rest.
crazy.
And as a consequence, I thought that it was going to be a distraction. Now,
We didn't
Senator
withdraw
McCain
until
and President Bush
December
had a very
9th of
different judgment.
2021.
And I wish I had been wrong for the sake of the country, and they had been right.
It'd be another
That's not the case.
10
We've
years.
spent over $600 billion so far, soon to be $1 trillion.
Crazy.
We have lost over 4,000 lives. We have seen 30,000 wounded, and most importantly, from a strategic national security perspective, al-Qaeda is resurgent, stronger now than at any time since 2001. We took our eye off the ball. And not to mention that we are still spending $10 billion a month when they have a $79 billion surplus. At a time when we are in great distress here at home, and we just talked about the fact that our budget is way overstretched, and we are borrowing money from overseas to try to finance just some of the basic functions of our government. So I think the lesson to be drawn is that we should never hesitate to use military force, and I will not, as president, in order to keep the American people safe. But we have to use our military wisely, and we did not use our military wisely in Iraq.
Do you agree with that?
And that's why we made
No,
drones.
the next president of the United States is not going to have to address the issue as to whether we went into Iraq or not. The next president of the United States is going to have to decide how we leave, when we leave, and what we leave behind.
It's crazy.
That's
10 more
the
years.
Decision of the next president of the United States. Senator Obama said the surge could
No,
not
sorry.
work. Said it would increase
13 more
sectarian
years.
violence,
However the
said
math
it was
works
doomed
out.
to failure. Recently, on a television program, he said it exceeded our wildest expectations. But yet, after conceding that, he still says that he would oppose the surge if he had to decide that again today. Incredibly, Senator Obama didn't go to Iraq for 900 days and never asked for a meeting with General Petraeus.
Well, let's go at some of these
Senator
things.
Obama is the chairperson of a committee that oversights NATO that's in Afghanistan. To this day, he's never had a hearing.
What about that
I mean,
point?
it's
Let's-
remarkable.
All right. What about
Which
the-
point?
Well,
You raised a whole
the latter
bunch of them.
point. Well, no. All right. Let's
Yeah.
go to the latter point, and we'll back up. The point about your not having been.
Look, I'm very proud of my vice presidential selection, Joe Biden, who's the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee.
I'm not.
As he explains, and as John well knows,
I'm also blaming Obama in this regard for giving Joe Biden more quote-unquote experience so that he could run again. If Joe Biden was never vice president, bro would never run in 2020. And even if he did, no one would give a fuck about him. He'd probably get just as many votes as Kamala Harris. That's the thing. Putting anyone in a vice presidency instantly convinces like a couple million people to be like, yep, they're great. Like, watch Kamala Harris run for fucking president, like, in 8 years from now. And, you know, we have to take her seriously or whatever because she was vice president when she's fucking dog shit.
the issues of Afghanistan, the issues of Iraq, critical issues like that, don't go too
Kamala
high
Harris didn't do
subcommittee
jack
because they're
shit
done as a
in
committee as a whole.
2020.
But that's Senate inside baseball.
America hates
Let's
Kamala.
get back to the core issue here. Senator McCain is absolutely right. That
I mean,
the
there's a reason why
violence has
she
been
just
reduced as a
disappears. Everyone
consequence
forgets
of the
about her.
extraordinary sacrifice
She
of
pops
our
up every
troops
like 5 months.
and our military families. They have done a brilliant job, and General Petraeus
Like, I've never seen her
has
in,
done
like-
a brilliant job. But understand,
Like I don't even
that
see
was a
her under like Biden's like I never see him tweet about him. It's because they hate her. You think they hate her now? They're like, fuck, we shouldn't have done this. We shouldn't have done this.
tactic designed to contain the damage.
We did it, Joe.
Of the previous 4 years of mismanagement of this war. And so John, you like to pretend like the war started in 2007. You talk about the surge. The war started in 2003.
I meant to look.
And at the time when the war started,
Was
you
he-
said
did
it
he-
gonna
was
be
he
quick
part
and
of the
easy.
primer?
You said
Primary
we
in
knew
2008?
where the weapons of mass destruction were. You were wrong. You said that we were going to be greeted as liberators. You were wrong. You said that there was no history of violence between Shia and Sunni, and you were wrong. And so,
Am I crazy?
Judgment of
Am I crazy or did I feel like Joe Biden like physically changed a lot in like 15 years? Pretty crazy. Like I see this photo, I'm like, this is Joe Biden. It doesn't look like the Joe Biden of now. Like it's crazy. I don't know. When I age, I'm always scared that I'm gonna look completely different. So yeah, he dropped out. This website's mad old. I just saw it. Started running in January 31st, 2007. He dropped out by 2008 of January 3rd. So why did he drop out so early? Okay, I see it here though. I see the Joe Biden here. I see it. These photos, these two here. The only thing that rallies Republicans more than Hillary Clinton is Kamala. I don't even think Republicans care. No one gives a fuck. That's what I'm saying. Is Kamala's the most boring like vice president? I mean, I guess vice presidents need to be boring. You don't want to give them too much energy. But like, imagine if like Hillary just had Bernie as vice president. You know what I mean? Like, we wouldn't even be talking about Trump right now. Because remember we saw that like some of the people who get beat in the primaries, usually either the runner-up of the primaries gets turned into the vice president to really like galvanize the base, right? I mean, did Biden say for sure he's rolling with Kamala again? After finishing 5th place in the Iowa caucus January 3rd, garnering only 1% of the total vote, Biden ended his presidential bid. Interesting. How much did Biden get in Iowa in 2020? Let's see. No, not the primary, not the... Okay, he got a little bit better. Stop. I don't want to support NBC News. They're fine. They have plenty of money. So he did a little bit better. Honestly, when Biden said he wanted to do a woman VP, I thought for sure it was going to be Amy Klobuchar. That would have made more sense, I think, to me. You know. I don't know what they're thinking. But hey, it worked, I guess.
Whether or not, if the question is, who is best equipped as the next president to make good decisions about how we use our military, how we make sure that we are prepared and ready for the next conflict, then I think we can take a look at our judgment.
We got a lot on the plate here.
I'm afraid Senator Obama doesn't understand the difference between a tactic and.
Why do I say partner? I don't know, just because we've been dating for like 8 years, and people always think girlfriend or whatever is like not as serious. So, and if people think that I'm a homosexual, then go for it. That's my thing. But like, no, a lot of people, I don't know. I know a lot of people now who use the word partner just to say that they're in a relationship. Also, I think it you know, it just helps. I don't know. There's so many different types of relationships you can have nowadays. So I think it's a way to just show that you're, hey, I'm in a relationship.
I'd like to tell you,
with somebody.
2 4ths of July ago, I was in Baghdad. General Petraeus invited.
Just be careful using that
Senator
word,
Graham
though.
and me to attend a ceremony where 688 brave young Americans, whose enlistment had expired.
Not the word partner, but the other one. Just because I have folks who watch this stream who might find a offense to it. So
and fight for Iraqi freedom and American freedom.
it's usually used as
I
a
was
slur.
honored to be there. I was honored to speak to those troops. And you know, afterwards, we spent a lot of time with them. And you know what they said to us? They said, let us win. They said, let us win. We don't want our kids coming back here. And this strategy and this general, they are winning. Senator Obama refuses to acknowledge that we are winning in Iraq. They just passed an electoral, an election law just in the last few days. There is social economic progress and a strategy of going into an area,
like no one's
clearing and holding, and the people of the country then become.
I feel like no
allied
one's
with
talking
you.
about the fact
They-
too that like we're all glad that we left Iraq, right? But like, you know, like there's always the memes of like, yeah, America's like undefeated in wars, and like we just pretend like the Vietnam War didn't happen, or even the Korean War. Can we add Iraq War as another L for the United States, considering they didn't do anything? We didn't really do anything besides maybe, you know, we got Osama bin Laden, but like.
Form on the bad guys,
You know?
and peace comes to the country and prosperity. That's what's happening in Iraq, and it wasn't a tactic.
Let me see.
It was a strategy.
This is
and
a
that
big-
Oh yeah,
same
I forgot to say I
strategy
added Kerry and the Bush emotes today.
will be employed in Afghanistan.
Oh, and I totally forgot too. I did upload the first two debates on YouTube. It took fucking forever, but I did it. I added so JFK is on there, and then Carter is on there on my YouTube channel.
By this great general.
Jim-
And Senator Obama,
And I tried to
who,
edit
after
them.
promising not to vote to cut off funds for the troops,
Try to
did the
condense it. I
incredible
didn't like
thing of voting to cut,
cut it
off
down,
funds
really,
for the
but just,
troops
like,
in Iraq and
Jim,
Afghanistan.
when there was a
bunch of
break or
things we gotta
something,
answer. First
I
of all, let's talk
cut
about
that
this,
out. So
this troop funding issue, because John always brings this up.
Bush is
Senator
perfect.
McCain,
Yeah.
Senator
Shout out to
McCain
Ethan. He took the
opposed
screenshot of it.
funding for troops in legislation that had a timetable, because he didn't believe in a timetable. I opposed funding a mission that had no timetable and was open-ended, giving a blank check to George Bush. We had a difference on the timetable. We didn't have a difference on whether or not we were going to be funding troops. We had a legitimate difference, and I absolutely understand the difference between tactics and strategy. And the strategic question that the president has to ask is not whether or not we are employing a particular approach in the country once we have made the decision to be there. The question is, was this wise? We have seen Afghanistan worsen, deteriorate. We need more troops there. We need more resources there. Senator McCain, in the rush to go into Iraq, said, you know what, we've been successful in Afghanistan. There is nobody who can pose a threat to us there. This is a time when bin Laden was still out, and now they've reconstituted themselves. Secretary of Defense Robert Gates himself acknowledges the war on terrorism started in Afghanistan, and it needs to end there. But we can't do it if we are not willing to give Iraq back its country. Now, what I've said is we should end this war responsibly. We should do it in phases. But in 16 months, we should be able to reduce our combat troops, provide some relief to military families and our troops, and bolster our efforts in Afghanistan so that we can capture and kill bin Laden and crush al-Qaeda. And right now, the commanders in Afghanistan, as well as Admiral Mullen, have acknowledged that we don't have enough troops to deal with Afghanistan because we still have more troops in Iraq than we did before the surge.
Admiral Mullen suggests that Senator Obama's plan is dangerous for America.
That's not the case.
That's what
he said was a precipitous withdrawal would be dangerous.
That's what Admiral Mullen said.
That's not true.
And also General Petraeus said the same thing. Osama bin Laden and General Petraeus have one thing in common that I know of. They both said that Iraq is the central battleground. Now, General Petraeus has praised the successes.
I remember
but he
General
said those
Petraeus.
successes are
That name is not
fragile.
familiar
and
to
if
me.
we set a specific date for withdrawal, and by the way, Senator Obama's original
I don't know how
plan,
to
they
spell
would have been
that.
out last spring before this surge ever had a chance to succeed. And I understand why Senator Obama was surprised and said that the surge succeeded beyond his wildest expectations, didn't exceed beyond mine, because I know that that's a strategy that has worked and can succeed. But if we snatch defeat from the jaws of victory and adopt Senator Obama's plan, then we will have a wider war, and it'll make things more complicated throughout the region, including in Afghanistan.
Afghanistan, lead a new lead.
Obama
question.
nominated
Having resolved
Petraeus.
Iraq, we'll move to Afghanistan.
Commanding General of International
And it goes to
Security,
you, Senator
Assistant
Obama,
Force in
it's,
Afghanistan.
It picks up on a point that's already been made. Do you think more U.S. troops should be sent to Afghanistan? How many and when?
He resigned from
We
position,
need more troops. I've been saying that for over a year now.
citing his
I
extramarital
think that we
affair
have
with
to do it
his
as quickly as possible
biographer,
because it's
Paula
been acknowledged by
Broadwell,
the
which was
commanders on
reportedly
the
discovered
ground.
in the course of an
The
FBI
situation
investigation.
is getting worse, not better. We had the highest fatalities among U.S. troops this past year than any time since 2002.
Your biographer?
And we
Did
are
the
seeing
book come
major
out,
offensives
at least?
taking place. Al-Qaeda and Taliban crossing the border.
Could you imagine? Hey, we still
and
published the book,
attacking
though.
our troops in a brazen fashion. They are feeling emboldened. And we cannot separate Afghanistan from Iraq because
It's Condoleezza
what our
Rice.
commanders have said is we don't have the troops right now to
Yeah,
deal
CIA,
with Afghanistan. So I would
yeah.
send 2 to 3 additional brigades to Afghanistan. Now keep in mind that we have 4 times the number of troops in Iraq, where nobody had anything to do with 9/11 before we went in, where in fact there was no Al-Qaeda before we went in. But we have 4 times more troops there than we do in Afghanistan. And that is a strategic mistake because every intelligence agency will acknowledge that Al-Qaeda is the greatest threat against the United States, and that Secretary of Defense Gates acknowledged the Central Front, that the place where we have to deal with these folks is going to be in Afghanistan and in Pakistan. So here's what we have to do comprehensively, though. It's not just more troops. We have to press the Afghan government to make certain that they are actually working for their people. And I've said this to President Karzai. Number 2, we've got to deal with a...
Yeah, Rice and Madeleine Albright. So I used to work for University of Denver, I guess. Whatever, I'll just say it. I used to work for University of Denver like last year. And like we had like Condoleezza Rice and Madeleine Albright did speeches there or whatever. They had like a discussion in for like homecoming or whatever, and I had to watch it. It was brutal. But yeah, Condoleezza Rice is now like the co-owner of the Broncos, the Denver Broncos. She got all that good military-industrial complex money to go spend it on a football team. Albright Rip, yeah, everyone. There were some people at work who were so devastated by her passing, and I was like,
growing poppy trade that has exploded over the last several years. Number 3, we've got to deal with Pakistan because Al-Qaeda and...
Actually, the first debate of Romney versus Obama actually was at DU. So we'll watch that one in our next
the Taliban
stream. So I'm looking forward to that one, just to see if I recognize the building.
Northwest regions. And although, under George Bush, with the support of Senator McCain, we've been giving them $10 billion over the last 7 years, they have not done what needs to be done to get rid of those safe havens. And until we do, Americans here at home are not going to be safe.
Afghanistan, Senator McCain.
First of all, I won't repeat the mistake that I regret enormously, and that is after we were able to help the Afghan freedom fighters and drive the Russians out of Afghanistan, we basically washed our hands of the region, and the result over time was the Taliban.
I was just saying that last night too. I was like talking about how like it's Kissinger and Carter. Because when we watched
those lessons of history,
when we watched the Carter debates, they mentioned Henry Kissinger, and I'm like, oh my God, Henry Kissinger goes all the way that far back, but it makes sense. Him and Carter are both 2 years apart.
Be prepared to pull the trigger.
Kissinger's what, 100?
I'm not prepared at this time to cut off aid to Pakistan.
Carter 98,
so I'm not
crazy.
Prepared to threaten it, as Senator Obama apparently wants to do, as he has said that he would announce military strikes into Pakistan. We've got to get the support of the people of
It's that government health care, though.
He said that he would launch military strikes into Pakistan. Now,
it's funny, you know, like
you don't say that out loud.
Conservatives are always fighting against health care, and
and you work with
they sure benefit from it.
Now, the new president of Pakistan, Qadari, has got his hands full, and this area on the border is not been governed since the days of Alexander the Great. I've been to Waziristan. I can see how tough that terrain is. It's ruled by a handful of tribes. And yes, Senator Obama calls for more troops, but what he doesn't understand, it's got to be a new strategy, the same strategy that he condemned in Iraq, that's going to have to be employed in Afghanistan. And we're going to have to help the Pakistanis go into these areas and obtain the allegiance of the people. And it's going to be tough. They've intermarried with al-Qaeda and the Taliban, and it's going to be tough. But we have to.
By the way, I think this is also
the people in those areas.
The first time we see, because you can see it here in Biden versus Trump.
That bombing of the Marriott
it has the
Hotel in
Declaration of Independence like on the wall.
That they don't want.
They've been using this
that government to cooperate
these
with us
this set for a while.
Combating the Taliban.
I think it's the first time they used it here, though.
Elements. So we've got a lot of work.
Because in the past it was just the basic blue.
But I'm confident now that General Petraeus is in the
like
new
in the Bush
command,
emote,
that we will employ a strategy which not only means additional troops, and by the way, there have been 20,000 additional troops from 32 to 53,000, and there needs to be more. So it's not just the addition of troops that matters. It's a strategy that will succeed, and Pakistan is a very important element in this. And I know how to work with them, and I guarantee you, I would not publicly state that I'm going to attack them.
Nobody talked about attacking Pakistan. Here's what I said, and if John wants to disagree with this, he can let me know, that if the United States has al-Qaeda, bin Laden, top-level lieutenants in our sights, and Pakistan is unable or unwilling to act, then we should take them out. Now, I think that's the right strategy. I think that's the right policy. And John, you're absolutely right that presidents have to be prudent in what they say. But, you know, coming from you who, you know, in the past have threatened extinction for North Korea and, you know, sung songs about bombing Iran, I don't know, you know, how credible that is. I think this is the right
songs about
strategy.
bombing
now,
Iran?
Senator McCain is also right that it's difficult. This is not an easy situation.
I want to hear this song.
You've got cross-border attacks against U.S. troops. And we've got a choice. We could allow our troops to just be on the defensive and absorb those blows again and again and again. If Pakistan is unwilling to cooperate,
yeah, is this
start making some
Jim Layer's last go with it? Because he's been doing it for a while.
The strategy that's been pursued
when did we first see him? Was it
for 10 years? We coddled Musharraf.
The Clinton versus Perot?
We alienated the Pakistani population
or HW
because
was it
we
HW?
were anti-democratic. We had a 20th century mindset that basically said, well, you know, he may be a dictator, but he's our dictator. And as a consequence, we lost legitimacy in Pakistan. We spent $10 billion. And in the meantime, they weren't going after al-Qaeda, and they are more powerful now than any time since
he died?
we began the war in Afghanistan. That's going to change when I'm president of the United States.
I don't think that Senator Obama understands that there was a failed state in Pakistan when Musharraf came to power. Everybody who was around then and had been
he covered
there
the impeachment inquiry of Nixon.
It was a failed state. But let me tell you, you know, this business about
all right, here we go.
Bombing Iran and all that. Let me tell you, my record. Back in 1983, when I was a brand new
Yeah, so he did
United States Congressman,
Dukakis and
the
HW.
person I admired the most and still admire the most, Ronald Reagan, wanted to send Marines into Lebanon. And I saw that. And
Okay,
I
so
saw
he
the
does it till
situation.
Obama
And I
versus
stood up
Romney.
And I
Okay.
voted against that because I was afraid that they couldn't
88
make
to
peace in
2012.
a place where 300 or 400 or several hundred Marines would make a difference.
Little Bush.
Tragically, I was right. Nearly 300 Marines
Bush
lost
Jr.
their lives in the bombing of the barracks. And then we had Somalia.
That's right,
then we had
Dukakis in the
the
tank.
first Gulf War. I supported that. I supported
It's like the first thing that
us
pops
going
up.
into Bosnia when a number of my own party and colleagues was against that operation in Bosnia.
Did this,
It was the
if I
right
remember
thing
correctly,
to
I
do
think
to
we were reading
stop
out this, like,
genocide,
this hurt
to
him.
preserve,
People did not like this.
what was necessary inside of Europe. I supported what we did in Kosovo. I supported it because ethnic
Biden should do
cleansing
this
and
now.
genocide
Bring
was
it
taking
back.
place there. And I have a record. And Somalia.
For the boomers.
I opposed that we should turn the force in Somalia from a peacekeeping force
could hold
into a
an
peacemaking
ice
force,
cream cone in
which
the
they
tank.
were not capable of. So I have a record. I have a record of being involved in these national security issues, which involve the highest responsibility and the toughest decisions that any president can make, and that is to send our young men and women into harm's way. And I'll tell you, I had a town hall meeting in Wolfboro, New Hampshire, and a woman stood up and she said, Senator McCain, I want you to do me the honor of wearing a bracelet with my son's name on it.
I feel like
He was 22 years old and he was killed in
Dukakis,
combat
I don't know if it would be a
outside
great,
Baghdad. Matthew Stanley, before Christmas last year. This was last August a year ago.
with ice cream. I don't know if
I
I'm
said,
editing all that.
I will.
I don't know if anyone
wear
will
his
get it.
bracelet with honor. And this was August a year ago.
The thing with
And then she
emotes is you
said,
can't make them
"Senator
too
McCain,
obscure.
I want you to do everything. Promise me one thing, that you'll do everything in your
I will
power
run down mid. You
to
haven't
make
played
sure
games
that
in a
my
long
son's
time.
Death was not in vain.
Yeah, it's been a
That
minute. I
means
mean,
that mission
couple months.
succeeds, just like those young people who re-enlisted in Baghdad.
I mean, it's really just Counter-Strike.
Just like the mother I met at the airport the other day, whose son was killed. And they all say to me that we don't want defeat. I know what it's like when an army is defeated. A war that I was in, where we had an army that it wasn't through any fault of their own, but they were defeated. And I know how hard it is for an army and a military to recover from that. We did, and we will win this one, and we won't come home in defeat and dishonor and probably have to go back if we fail.
Jim, let me just make a point. I've got a bracelet too, from from the mother of Sergeant Ryan David Jopek.
Wait, they're showing off bracelets now? We're talking about like drip right now? Did I just totally miss that? It was talking about his. So McCain was talking about his bracelet, and now Obama's like, I got a bracelet too.
Given to me in Green Bay. And she asked me, can you please make sure that another mother's not going through what
Senator
I'm going
Blink.
through?" No.
I wish there was like a Live Strong bracelet. Because when were the Lance Armstrong, where the whole cheating scandal came out? Was that later? But I feel like 2007 was peak Lance Armstrong era of like having the Live Strong bracelets and everything.
U.S. soldier ever dies in vain.
Have you ever played Rogue
Because they are
Company? I
carrying
have
out
not,
missions for the
no.
Commander-in-Chief. And we honor all the service that they've provided. And our troops have performed brilliantly. The question is for the next
The only game
president,
I've played
are
a
we
lot
making
of in the
good
last
judgments
couple months was Rust.
about how to keep America safe precisely because
We jumped back
sending
into it.
our military into battle
We had the
is
nostalgia for
such
2013
an enormous
and
step. And the point
David,
that
Ethan, and I jumped back
originally
into
made
it.
is that we took our eye off Afghanistan. We took our eye off the folks who perpetrated 9/11. They are still sending out videos.
Well, we have a
And
presidential
Senator
candidate
McCain,
now.
Nobody's talking
The,
about defeat
what's his
in
name?
Iraq,
Kennedy there.
but
He's definitely
I
roiding.
have to say
He's
that
Live Stronging.
we are having enormous problems in Afghanistan because of that decision. And it is not true that
I remember
you
someone
have
came in this chat a couple of
consistently
weeks ago
been concerned about what happened
and was
in
like, "What do you think about?"
Afghanistan.
I think
At
they were a
one
Trumper
point,
or like I don't know if they were
while you
trolling,
focused
but
on Iraq, you said, well, we can muddle
they're
through
like,
Afghanistan.
"Biden's a joke." I'm like, "Yeah, I
You don't
agree,
muddle through
whatever."
the Central Front on
And then they
terror.
were
You
like,
don't
"But
muddle
that
through
Kennedy guy might have a
going
shot,"
after
and I'm like,
Bin
"You're
Laden.
crazy."
You don't muddle through stamping out the Taliban.
But then they mentioned
I think
like
that is
Trump
something
2024,
that
and I'm
we
like,
have
"Yeah,
to
that
take
makes sense."
seriously. And
Why you think
when
that?
I'm president, I will.
Lee, new
You
question.
might think that with that kind of concern, that Senator Obama would have gone to Afghanistan, particularly given his responsibilities as the subcommittee chairman. And by the way, when I'm subcommittee chairman, we take up the issues under my subcommittee. But the important thing is, I've visited Afghanistan, and I've traveled to Waziristan, and I've traveled to these places, and I know what our security requirements are, and I know what our needs are. And so the point is that we will prevail in Afghanistan.
I'm really hoping
but we
with this
need a new
Obama, and
strategy,
once we
need
get
it
into
to
like
succeed.
Hillary,
But the important thing is,
I really hope
if
we get
suffer
some
defeat
like
in Iraq, which General
really
Petraeus
lived up
predicts
people
we
in the
will,
chat. Like I
if
kind of
we
want
adopted
it.
Senator Obama's set
It'll be
date for
annoying, but I
withdrawal,
kind of want it.
then that will have a calamitous
I want someone to
effect
come in here and be
on
like,
Afghanistan and
Hillary,
American
just
national
get really
security,
mad about Hillary not winning.
interest in the region. Senator Obama doesn't seem to understand there's a connection between
And blaming
the two.
Bernie. Like I want one. I
I
like
have
want
some
that
good
kind
news
of
and bad news for the two of you.
liberal
you
to come
all
in
are
here.
even on time, which is remarkable considering we've been going at it.
All the right
for-
commentators saying Kennedy has a
Well,
chance.
I don't know about that.
It's just
But the
because they
bad
know
news is that all my little 5-minute
they know Biden's going to get
run
the
over. So,
nomination. I'll be
yeah, we're
shocked if
just
he
as
like
as
something
we
crazy would have to
amount
happen
of
for him not to get the
times.
nomination.
New,
And I mean like
new lead
he'd have to like
question,
die or
and it
something.
goes
I think it's the only way he's
to
not
you,
getting the
Senator
nomination.
McCain. What is your reading of the threat from Iran
Or some sort of
right now
medical
to the
thing.
security of the United States?
They're saying that because they're just trying to like they're just trying to
From Iran
get the
is that
Democratic
if
base
Iran
to like
acquires
you
nuclear
know
weapons, it's an
to break a
existential
little bit
threat.
more. It helps them to say like, oh, that Kennedy guy. I don't know.
It is a threat to the region.
You know,
because
it kind of
other
helps.
countries in the
It helps
region
the
will feel a
you know, it's trying to
compelling
just
requirement to acquire
create more
nuclear
division.
weapons as well. Now,
It's no different than when Trump during
allow
2016 was trying to like say like how the DNC stole the election from Bernie Sanders.
and I've had conversation with foreign leaders about.
He did it again in
forming a
2020 as
legal
well. I remember during one of the
democracy.
debates.
Let's be clear. And
They
let's
said
have
that the
some straight
DNC
talk.
is
The
because he's trying to even.
Russians
I don't think he's trying to get the
are
Bernie
preventing
voters, but he's trying to get the Bernie
significant
voters
action in the
to
United Nations Security
because there's
Council.
like that
I have proposed a
idea
legal
that the Bernie
democracy,
voters, you
a
know,
group
didn't
of
vote
people,
for
a group of
Hillary,
countries
which isn't true.
that share common interests,
If anything,
common values,
during this
common
election,
ideals.
more Hillary
Also
voters in the
control a lot
primaries
of the
wind up
world's
voting for
economic
McCain
power.
out of spite towards
We could
Obama.
impose significant, meaningful, painful
Then there's
sanctions
more of the
on
Hillary voters voted for
Iranians that I
McCain
think
than
could
Bernie
have a
voters voted for
beneficial
Trump
effect.
in
The Iranians
2020
have a
or
lousy
2016.
government, so therefore their economy is lousy, even though they have significant oil revenues. So I am convinced that together we can, with the French, with the British, with the Germans, and other countries, democracies around the world, we can affect Iranian behavior. But have no doubt that the Iranians continue on the path to the acquisition of a nuclear weapon as we speak tonight. And it is a threat not only in the region, but around the world. But I'd also like to point out the Iranians are putting the most lethal IEDs into Iraq, which are killing young Americans. There are special groups in Iran that are coming into Iraq and are being trained in Iran. And there is the
Do Hillary on a
the
Friday
Republican
night and
Guard
predict
in
multiple
Iran,
bans?
which Senator Kyle had an amendment.
We might have to
in
do
order
it.
to
Try to do it
declare
on a
him
Friday
a
night.
sponsor of terror.
I mean, I can only
Senator
do
Obama
these
said
usually
that
on the
would be
weekends just because of the
provocative.
time. But
So
or Friday would
this
count.
is a
But
serious threat. This is a serious threat to the
'Cause these
security
usually
in the
take
world.
about 6 hours
And I
in
believe
total.
We can act, and we can act with our friends and allies and reduce that threat as quickly as possible. But have no doubt about the ultimate result of them acquiring nuclear weapons.
2 minutes.
yeah, I don't.
on Iran.
I'm not going to say
Well,
like
let me
Bernie
just correct
was.
something very quickly. I believe
his-
that the
his-
Republican Guard of Iran.
Like I wouldn't say the
terrorist
DNC
organization.
like
I've
you know
consistently
stole
said
his
so.
nomination. I don't like the word
What
steal.
Senator McCain
But I
refers
do
to
like the
is
word
a measure in
sabotage.
the Senate that would
Or
try
at
to
least
broaden
was the cards
mandate
were stacked
inside
against
of
him
Iraq
on purpose.
to deal with Iran.
Because
And
Hillary is like, nope, it's
ironically,
my turn. I
the
let
single
Obama
thing
beat me
that
in
has
2008.
strengthened Iran
I waited. This is
over
my
the
turn.
last several years has been the war in
And we
Iraq.
do know that they
Iraq was
also
Iran's
pushed
mortal enemy.
for Trump because
That
they
was
thought
cleared
he'd be
away.
the easiest
and what
candidate.
we've seen over the last several years is Iran's influence grow. They have funded Hezbollah. They have funded Hamas. They have gone from 0 centrifuges to 4,000 centrifuges to develop a nuclear weapon. So obviously our policy over the last 8 years has not worked. Now,
I mean, on
Senator
Twitter,
McCain is
I
absolutely right. We cannot
for this
tolerate
one, I did a
a
GIF of like
nuclear
Obama
weapon. It
talking
would be
about
a
like
game changer.
change or hope
Not
or
only
whatever.
would it threaten Israel?
I was hoping that maybe someone on there be like,
country
I'm an
that is our
Obama fan. They're gonna
stalwart
click
ally.
this.
But it would also create an environment in which you could set up an arms race in the Middle East. Now, here's what we need to do. We do need tougher sanctions. I do not agree with Senator McCain that we're going to be able to.
I think 2020 primaries were even more of a blatant like sabotage of Bernie, because Bernie was crushing it. After Nevada, he was crushing it, and he was on pace to just dominate in Super Tuesday. But this guy right here made some calls to Pete Buttigieg and Amy, and got him on a group chat, got him on a Discord call, whatever, and said, "Hey, y'all need to drop out and let our boy Biden run."
Has not worked. It has
not. He's ran like 3
It
times.
has not worked in North Korea. In each
He's my
instance,
VP. It's my
our
guy.
efforts at isolation have actually
He's a little bit more
accelerated their efforts
centrist,
to
so
get
like,
nuclear weapons.
he
That
will,
change when I'm president of the United States.
really
What about talking?
Well,
get those independent
Senator
voters
Obama
or whatever.
twice said,
And we can't
in
let Bernie win.
debates
Come on now.
that he would sit down with Ahmadinejad, Chavez, and Raul Castro without precondition. Without precondition. Now here is Ahmadinejad, who is now in New York talking about the extermination of the state of Israel, of wiping Israel off the map. And we're going to sit down without precondition across the table to legitimize and give a propaganda platform to a person that is espousing the extermination of the state of Israel, and therefore then giving them more credence in the world arena, and therefore saying they've probably been doing the right thing because you will sit down across the table from them. And
Oh,
that
I
will
mean, Bernie
legitimize
did all the
their
right
illegal
things.
behavior.
It's just funny that Hillary voters are still mad at
Whether
him.
it be Ronald
He literally
Reagan,
campaigned
who
for
wouldn't sit
Hillary
down
like
with
when he didn't have
Brezhnev
to
and Andropov
in
and
2016.
Domingo until Gorbachev was ready with glasnost and perestroika.
And the Russian
Or whether it be
interference,
Nixon's trip to
that
China, which was preceded.
I don't think- I mean,
by
like, that
Henry
just was-
Kissinger many
they use that as an
times before he
excuse.
went. Look,
The real
I'll sit
reason they
down with
lost is 'cause the
anybody,
Electoral
but there's
College is
gotta be
broken.
preconditions.
And the
Those
second thing is
preconditions
Hillary
would apply.
ignored a lot of the
You
Rust
wouldn't
Belt.
legitimize with a face-to-face
And we
meeting
even saw
a person
during the
like
primaries
Ahmadinejad.
in
Now,
this
Senator
election,
Obama
2008,
said,
Obama
without
crushed Hillary in the
precondition.
rural areas, and Obama won a bunch of those areas when he was president. Hillary didn't win the areas that Obama did because people who liked Obama didn't like Hillary.
But I reserve
And I think it goes all the way back to this
as president of the United States
election.
to meet with anybody.
So they want to blame Bernie, but the real thing is that
if I think it's going to keep America
they
safe.
misread
And I'm
the
glad
Electoral
that Senator
College.
McCain brought up the history, the bipartisan history of us engaging in direct diplomacy. Senator McCain mentioned Henry Kissinger, who's one of his advisors, who, along with 5 recent secretaries of state, just said that we should meet with Iran, guess what, without precondition. This is one of your own advisors. Now, understand what this means without preconditions. It doesn't mean that you invite them over for tea one day. What it means is that we don't do what we've been doing, which is to say, until you agree to do exactly what we say, we won't have direct contacts with you.
let's just agree the
There's a
Bush
difference
emote is
between
fire.
preconditions and preparation. Of
Right.
course we've got to do preparation, starting with low-level diplomatic talks. And it may not work because Iran is a rogue regime. But I will point out that I was called naive when I suggested that we need to look at exploring contacts with Iran. And you know what? President Bush.
It's just so
recently
fucked up
sent
that the
a
emote
senior
is
ambassador, Bill
when he
Burr,
was
to
smirking when someone
participate
asked him
in
about
talks with the Europeans
Texas
around the
leading
issue of nuclear weapons.
the country in
Again,
death
it may not
penalty,
work, but
in death
if it
penalties,
doesn't work, then
executions or
we
whatever.
have strengthened our ability to form alliances to impose the tough sanctions that Senator McCain just mentioned. And when we haven't done it, as in North Korea, let me just take one more example. In North Korea, we cut off talks. They're a member of the Axis of Evil. We can't deal with them.
We're still calling them
And
the
you know what
Axis of
happened?
Evil.
They quadrupled.
I feel like to be
their
called
nuclear
that, those
capacity.
3
They
countries
tested
need to be like
They tested missiles.
Communicating.
They pulled out of the non-proliferation agreement, and they sent.
'Cause I don't think North
nuclear
Korea is
secrets
talking
potentially
about-
to countries
talking
like
to-
Syria. When we re-engage,
talking to,
because again, the Bush administration
Iraq or
reversed
whatever, you
course
know?
on this, then we have at least made some progress. Although right now, because of the problems in North Korea, we are seeing it on shaky ground. And I just have to make this general point that the Bush administration, some of Senator McCain's own advisors, all think this is important. And Senator McCain appears resistant. He even said the other day that he would not meet potentially with the Prime Minister of Spain because he wasn't sure whether they were aligned with us. I mean, Spain is a NATO ally.
Of course.
If we can't meet with our friends, I don't know how we're going to lead the
McCain,
world
like,
in terms of
fuck
dealing with
Spain,
critical issues
dude.
like terrorism.
I'm not going to set the White House visitor schedule before I'm President of the United States. I don't even have a seal yet. Look, Dr. Kissinger did not say that he would approve of face-to-face meetings between the President of the United States and and Ahmadinejad. He did not say that.
Of course not.
He said that there could be secretary-level and lower-level meetings. I've always encouraged them. The Iranians have met with Ambassador Crocker in Baghdad. What Senator Obama doesn't seem to understand, that if without precondition you sit down across the table from someone who has called Israel a stinking
He wanted a
corpse
sitcom laugh track
and
for that
wants
one.
to
Yeah,
destroy
yeah.
that country and wipe it off the map, you legitimize those comments. This is dangerous. It isn't just naive.
It was
it's dangerous.
what year was it?
So we just have a.
Oh, I think it was the Reagan versus.
As far as
was it
North
Reagan
Korea is
versus
concerned, our
Dukakis
Secretary of
or
State,
Carter,
Madeleine Albright, went to
where they
North
had the
Korea.
crowds for the
By
first
the way,
time,
North Korea,
and they're like, "Yeah,
most
please don't
oppressive, brutal regime probably on Earth.
cheer or anything," and
The average South
they
Korean
ignored
is
the
3
fucking
inches
commentators,
taller
and
than the average North Korean.
and ever
That's
since
huge blowout.
Jim
We
here
don't
came,
know
I
what
feel
the
like he's
status
been pretty good
of
of
the dear leaders'
not
health
letting the
is
crowd
today.
get involved.
But we know this, that the North Koreans have broken every agreement that they've entered into. And we ought to go back to a little bit of Ronald Reagan's
Forgot about
trust
McCain. You
verify.
forgot about our guy
And
McCain.
certainly not sit down
What's up,
across the
BCZ?
table from, without precondition, as Senator Obama said he did twice. I mean, it's just dangerous.
Look, I mean, Senator McCain keeps on using this example that suddenly the president would just meet with somebody without doing any preparation, without having low-level talks. Nobody's been talking about that. And Senator McCain knows it. There's a mischaracterization of my position. When we talk about preconditions, and Henry Kissinger did say we should have contacts without preconditions, the idea is
Romney and McCain
that
were the
we do
last,
not
like-
expect to solve every problem
We're the
before
last
we initiate talks. And
last little bit of
the Bush
the
administration has
old
come to
school
recognize
Reagan
that it
kind
hasn't
of
worked. This notion
Republican.
that we, are simply
McCain
silent
gives me
when it
more of
comes to our
just even
enemies.
before Reagan,
And the
but
notion that we would sit with Ahmadinejad and not say anything while he's
the quote unquote,
spewing his
like,
nonsense
yeah, moderate
and his
conservative, the
vile
level,
comments is
the
ridiculous.
level-headed
Nobody
conservative,
is even
the-
talking about
So let me
that.
get this
So-
right. We sit down with Ahmadinejad and he says, we're going to wipe Israel off the face of the earth. And
The
we
work
say,
across the
"No, you're
aisle
not."
conservative.
Oh, please.
No,
By the way,
let me
my
tell you
friend
something.
Dr. Kissinger, who's been my friend for 35 years,
My friend, Dr. Kissinger. You just automatically lose votes if you say that. You shouldn't say that.
would be interested to hear this conversation. And
could say my
Senator Obama's
colleague, maybe?
conviction of his positions on the issue. I've known him for 35 years, and I
We will
guarantee
take a
you,
look.
he would not say that presidential top level. Of
Nobody's
course,
talking
he
about that.
encourages, and other people encourage contacts and negotiations and all other things. We do that all the time.
We're going to go to a new lead
Senator
question.
Obama is parsing words when he says
hold on.
precondition means preparation.
I am not parsing
He is
words.
parsing
I'm
words,
using
my
the
friend.
same words that your advisors use. Please go ahead.
New lead question.
My God.
Russia. Goes
Yeah,
to you,
Brock
2
Brock is
minutes.
is sassy in this
Obama.
debate. I like it.
How do you see the relationship with Russia? Do you see him as a competitor? Do you see him as an enemy? Do you see him as a potential partner?
Well, I think that given what's happened over the last several weeks and months, our entire Russian approach has to be evaluated because a resurgent and very aggressive Russia is a threat to the peace and stability of the region. Their actions in Georgia were unacceptable. They were unwarranted. And at this point, it is
Crimea was
absolutely critical for the next
under,
president to make
was it
clear
last
that we
year
have to
under
follow
Obama?
through on our six-party, or the six-point ceasefire. They have to remove themselves from South Ossetia and Abkhazia. It is absolutely important that we have a unified alliance and that we explain to the Russians that you cannot be a 21st century superpower or power and act like a 20th century dictatorship. And we also have to affirm all the fledgling democracies in that region. The Estonians, the Lithuanians, the Latvians, the Poles, the Czechs, that we are in fact going to be supportive and in solidarity with them in their efforts. They are members of NATO, and to countries like Georgia and the Ukraine, I think we have to insist that they are free to join NATO if they meet the requirements, and they should have a membership action plan immediately to start bringing them in.
Oh, is this
now,
the
we also
Kucinich?
Can't return to a Cold War posture with respect to Russia. It's important that we recognize there are going to be some areas of common interest.
Our president,
One is
2004,
nuclear
2008.
proliferation. They have not only 15,000 nuclear warheads, but they've got enough to make
Opponent
another
of Iraq
40,000.
war. Cool.
And some of those loose nukes could fall into the hands of Al-Qaeda. This is an area
Single
where
payer
I've led on in the
healthcare.
Senate, working with a Republican,
The impeachment of
ranking
Dick
member the Senate
Cheney.
Foreign
Hell
Relations
yeah.
Committee, Dick Lugar, to deal with the proliferation of loose nuclear weapons. That's an area where we're going to have to work with Russia. But
He argued
we
for
have to have a
Obama's
president who is
impeachment.
clear that you don't deal with Russia based on staring into his eyes and seeing his soul. You deal with Russia based on what are your
He was a
what
Democrat,
are the
really?
national security interests of the United States of America, and we have to recognize that the way they've been behaving lately demands a sharp response from the international community and our allies.
2 minutes on Russia, Senator McCain.
Well, I
Wait,
was interested
he's been
in Senator
he's
Obama's
Robert F.
reaction
Kennedy's
to
campaign
the
manager.
Russian
What?
aggression against Georgia. His first statement was, both sides ought to show restraint.
What? They're all connected,
Again,
dude. I'm telling
A
you.
little bit of naivete there. He doesn't understand.
It's like the NBA.
Russia committed
You know, you
serious aggression.
you join
against
some new
Georgia.
teams every once in a while.
And
You know?
Russia is now become
I mean, if you're an
a
all-star
nation
player.
fueled by petrodollars that is basically a KGB apparatchik-run government. I looked into Mr. Putin's eyes, and I saw three letters, a K, a G,
Oh, he
and a B.
wind up running for
And
Republican?
their aggression in Georgia is not acceptable behavior. I don't believe we're going to go back to the Cold War. I am sure that that will not happen. But I do believe that we need to bolster our friends and allies.
It says
And
Democratic.
That wasn't just about a problem between Georgia and Russia. It had everything to do with energy. There's a pipeline that runs from the Caspian through Georgia through Turkey. And of course, we know that the Russians control
That's
other
funny he's
sources
running
of
this
energy
campaign, though.
into Europe, which they have used from time to time. It's not accidental that the presidents of Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Poland, and Ukraine flew to Georgia, flew to Tbilisi, where I have spent significant amount of time with a great young president, Misha Saakashvili. And they
Oh,
showed
during the
solidarity
Democratic
with
debate
them,
during the
but
2008
also
presidential
they're very
election,
concerned about the Russian threats
Kucinich
to
and Mike
regain
Gravel were the
their
only two
status as
candidates
the
to
old
favor lowering
Russian
the legal
Empire.
drinking age to
Now,
18.
I
He also
think
wanted to lower the
Russians
voting
ought
age to 16.
understand That we will support.
I know Mike Gravel,
we, the
too, 'cause he
United
did, like,
States,
the-
will support the inclusion.
He's done a lot of
Georgia
progressive stuff.
And Ukraine, and the natural process, inclusion into NATO. We also ought to make it very clear that the Russians are in violation of their ceasefire agreement. They have stationed additional troops in Abkhazia and South Ossetia. By the way, I went there once, and we went inside and drove in, and there was a huge poster. And this is Georgian territory, and there was a huge picture of Vladimir Putin, and it said, Vladimir Putin, our president. It was very clear, the Russian intentions towards Georgia. They were just waiting to seize the opportunity. So this is a very difficult situation. We want to work with the Russians, but we also have every right to expect the Russians to behave in a fashion in keeping with a country who respects international boundaries and the norms of international behavior. And watch Ukraine. This whole thing has got a lot to do with Ukraine, Crimea, the base of the Russian fleet in Sevastopol, and the breakdown of the political process in Ukraine between Timoshenko and Yushchenko.
I did everything right, and then they indicted me.
So watch Ukraine, and let's make sure that the Ukrainians understand that we are their friend and
Yeah,
ally.
right. We want more
Do you
indicted
give a major difference with what he just said?
No, actually,
Republican
I think Senator
presidential
McCain and I,
candidates.
agree for the most part on these issues. Obviously, I disagree with this notion that somehow we did not forcefully object to Russians going into Georgia. I immediately said that this was illegal and objectionable, and absolutely I wanted a cessation of the violence because it put an enormous strain on Georgia. And that's why I was the first to say that we have to rebuild the Georgian economy and called for $1 billion that has now gone in to help them rebuild. Because part of Russia's intentions here was to weaken the economy to the point where President Saakashvili was so weakened that he might be replaced by somebody that Putin favored more. 2 points I think are important to think about when it comes to Russia. Number one,
You don't like the Trump impression? dude?
is we have to have foresight and anticipate some of these problems. So back in April,
Donald Trump.
I warned the administration that you had Russian peacekeepers in Georgian territory. That made no sense whatsoever. And what we needed to do was replace them with international peacekeepers and a special
Might be misremembering, but I saw him on the list of candidates running for GOP. I mean, maybe he did. I don't know.
That wasn't done.
I guess theoretically,
but
you could be
had
put
it
on
been
a
done,
ballot
it's
for
possible we could have avoided,
Republicans, even if you're
the
running
issue.
as a
The
Democrat.
second point I want
I
to
think,
make is the
like
issue of
maybe a
energy.
primary or something.
Russia is in part resurgent, and Putin is feeling powerful because of petrodollars, as Senator McCain mentioned. That means that we, as one of the biggest consumers of oil, 25% of the world's oil, have to have an energy strategy, not just to deal with Russia, but to deal with many of the rogue states we've talked about, Iran, Venezuela.
And that's why we.
That means, yes, increasing domestic production and offshore drilling, but
God damn it,
we
Obama.
only have 3% of the world's oil supplies, and we use 25% of the world's oil. So we can't simply drill our way out of the problem. What we're going to have to do is to approach it through alternative energy like solar and wind and biodiesel, and yes, nuclear energy, clean coal technology. And I've got a plan for us to make a significant investment over the next 10 years to do that. And I have to say, Senator McCain and I think
Forbes.
agree on the importance of energy, but Senator McCain mentioned earlier the importance of looking at a record. Over 26 years, Senator McCain voted 23 times against alternative energy like solar and wind and biodiesel. And so we've got to walk the walk and not just talk the talk when it comes to energy independence.
Yeah, that's when he
because
said,
this is probably going to be just as vital for our
He's like, that was
economy
me.
and
When he remember when he took credit,
the pain that
he's
people
like,
are
hey,
feeling
I
at
did the
pump
oil
and,
production.
Winter's coming and home heating oil, as it is our national security and the issue of climate change that's so important.
We've got time for one more lead question segment. We're way out of. You could be a quick response, and then
No
we'll go
one
to the
from
next.
Arizona is against solar. And Senator Obama says he's for nuclear, but he's against reprocessing and he's against storing. So
That's
it's
just
hard
not
to
true,
get
John.
there.
Keep
from
going
that.
up and up and
sorry.
up.
And
That's not
offshore
true.
drilling is also something that is very important, and it is a bridge. And we know that if we
So
drill
tired of offshore drilling, dude.
exploit a lot of these reserves, it will help at least temporarily.
Or what if we
relieve
just did
our
something
energy
else?
Requirements, and it will have, I think, an important effect
I
on the
just have to
price of a
respond
barrel of
very
oil.
quickly, just to correct
So I
the
want to
record.
say that with the
Excuse me, sir.
Nunn-Lugar
John?
thing, I supported Nunn-Lugar back in the early 1990s when a lot of my colleagues didn't. That was the key legislation at the time and put us on the road to eliminating this issue of nuclear waste and the nuclear fuel that has to be taken care of.
I just have to correct the record here. I have never said that I object to nuclear waste. What I've said is that we have to store it safely.
All right.
And Senator McCain, he says, he
right.
talks about Arizona. I've got to make this point, Jim.
Okay.
He
I
objects.
have voted for alternate fuel all of my time.
He objects.
One at a time,
No
please.
one can be
All right,
opposed
fair
to
enough.
alternate energy.
Let's move on. You got one more energy.
This
You've got one more question.
Last lead question. You have 2 minutes each, and the question is this, beginning with you, Senator McCain.
Let him fight.
What
Come
do you
on.
think the likelihood is that there would be another 9/11 type attack on the continental United States?
What kind of question is that? What are the odds that there could be another 9/11? Like, what kind of question is that? What is the goal? Like, what is the answer? Do you want someone to say that will never happen? Like, who? What are they going to be like? Yeah, hey, it could happen. 50-50. Like, yeah, what kind of question is that? That's my one issue with him. He asks, like, once in a while, he asks this, like, weird, like, I don't know if it's trying to be, like, a gotcha question or what the goal of it. Like, it's just, like, probably, we hope 0. Like, what kind of question is that? You think national security? Yeah, but, like, just ask that instead of being like, what's the hopes of another 9/11? Or not the hopes. Whoops. Poorly worded on my part as well. Oh, it'll happen. Matter of time. Could be now.
I think it's much less than it was the day after 9/11. I think that we have a safer nation, but we are a long way from safe. And I want to tell you that one of the things I'm most proud of, among other, because I have worked
Just a
across
weird
the
way
aisle.
of like asking the question.
I have a
Yeah.
long record on that, on a long series of reforms. But after 9/11,
Do you think something like Pearl
Senator
Harbor
Joe
could happen
Lieberman
again?
and I decided that we needed a commission, and that was a commission to investigate 9/11 and find out what happened and fix it. And we were opposed by the administration, another area where I differed with this administration. And we were stymied until the families of 9/11 came. And they descended on Washington, and we got that legislation passed. And there were a series of recommendations, as I recall, more than 40. And I'm happy to say that we've gotten written into law most of those reforms recommended by that commission. I'm proud of that work. Again, bipartisan, reaching across the aisle, working together, Democrat and Republican alike. So we have a long way to go in our intelligence services. We have to do a better job in human intelligence, and we've got to make sure that we have people who are trained interrogators so that we don't ever torture a prisoner ever again. We have to make sure that our technological and intelligence capabilities are better. We have to work more closely with our allies. I know our allies, and I can work much more closely with them. But I can tell you that I think America is safer today than it was in 9/11. But that doesn't
Yeah, there's still a
mean
little bit of
that
the
we don't have a
9/11
long way to go.
like energy, but I feel like at this point it was. I mean, obviously, like, I think with Obama winning, kind of like showed that like almost what's the word I'm trying to look for? Worrying about like terrorism and having that everyday fear of terrorism, that war. I feel like that wore off at this point. It was like I think it's one of the reasons Bush won in 2004, obviously. And we saw with his approval rating, I feel like you can make a connection to that. Like I said earlier, after 9/11, Bush's approval rating was 90%, and it quickly crashed after 2005. And by the time after Hurricane Katrina and all that, it was at like 30. I know the Americanism, patriotism, whatever you want to call it, wore off.
And
I feel
I'd
like
to remind
at this
you
point.
also, as a result of those recommendations, we probably had the largest reorganization of government since we established the Defense Department.
But Obama kept
And I
extending
think
it
that
with,
those men and women
drone
in those
strikes, and
agencies are doing a great
he didn't
job.
pull us out of
But
Iraq
We still have a long
in
way to go
either of
before
his
we
terms.
can declare America safe, and that means doing a better job along our borders as well.
And he says in this debate that like my goal is to take people
Well,
out
first of all, I think
of
that
Iraq.
we are safer in some ways. Obviously, we've poured billions of dollars into airport security. We have done some
make
work
everyone
in
take
terms
off
of
their
securing,
shoes, so we all have to
potential
smell each
targets,
other's
But we
feet.
still have a long way to go. We've got to make sure that we're hardening our chemical sites. We haven't done enough in terms of transit. We haven't done enough in terms of ports. And the biggest threat that we face right now is not a nuclear missile coming over the skies. It's in a suitcase. This is why the issue of nuclear proliferation is so important. It is the biggest threat to the United States is a terrorist getting a hands on nuclear weapons. And we are spending billions of dollars on missile defense. And I actually believe that we need missile defense because of Iran and North Korea and the potential for them to obtain or to launch nuclear weapons. But I also believe that when we are only spending a few $100 million on nuclear proliferation, then we're making a mistake. The other thing that we have to focus on though, is Al-Qaeda. They are now operating in 60 countries. We can't simply be focused on Iraq. We have to go to the root cause, and that is in Afghanistan and Pakistan. That's going to be critical. We are going to need more cooperation with our allies. And one last point I want to make. It is important for us to understand that the way we are perceived in the world is going to make a difference in terms of our capacity to get cooperation and root out terrorism. And one of the things that I intend to do as president is to restore America's standing in the world. We are less respected now than we were 8 years ago or even 4 years ago. And this is the greatest country on earth. But because of some of the mistakes that have been made, and I give Senator McCain great credit on the torture issue for having identified that as something that undermines our long-term security. Because of those things, we, I think, are going to have a lot of work to do in the next administration to restore that sense that America's that shining beacon on a hill.
You agree? There's much to be done in a new administration to restore, well, I won't repeat what you.
But in the case of missile defense, Senator Obama said it had to be, quote, proven. That wasn't proven when Ronald Reagan said we would do SDI, which is missile defense. And it was a major factor in bringing about the end of the Cold War. We seem to come full circle again. Senator Obama still doesn't quite understand, or doesn't get it, that if we fail in Iraq, it encourages al-Qaeda. They would establish a base in Iraq. The consequences of defeat, which would result from his plan of withdrawal and according to date certain, regardless of conditions, according to our military leaders, according to every expert, would lead to possible defeat, loss of all the fragile sacrifice that we've made of American blood and treasure, which grieves us all. All of that would be lost if we followed Senator Obama's plan to have specific dates with withdrawal, regardless of conditions on the ground. And General Petraeus says, we have had great success, but it's very fragile, and we can't do what Senator Obama wants to do. That is a central issue of our time, and I think Americans will judge.
I'm afraid to look at images, but I was trying to see if I could find
wrong path, and who should be the
there's
next
like any
president of the
data of
United
like
States.
how many Al
You see the
Qaeda
same
members are still in
connections
Iraq
that, Senator
in 2023.
There's no doubt. Look, over the last 8 years, this administration, along with Senator McCain,
I like my
have
line graphs and
been
bar graphs, you
solely
know.
focused on Iraq. That has been their priority. That has been where all our resources have gone. In the meantime, bin Laden is still out there. He is not captured. He is not killed. Al-Qaeda is resurgent. In the meantime, we've got challenges, for example, with China, where we are borrowing billions of dollars. They now hold
Yeah, I want an Al
$1 trillion worth
Qaeda
of our
census,
debt.
please. I
And
need.
they are active in countries like, in regions like Latin America and Asia and Africa. They are.
I mean, they are very
the
organized, I've heard.
conspicuousness of their presence is only matched by our absence because
From
we've
what
been
I've read,
focused on Iraq.
They're organized
We
enough
have
to
weakened our
they reduced
capacity
the
to project
opium
power around the world
production in
because
I think it
we
was
have
Iraq.
viewed everything through this single lens.
I saw a report the other
Not to
day
mention, look at our economy.
that
We
is
are now
after the United
spending
States left.
10 or
Yes,
billion
Iraq. Yeah,
dollars
after the
or
United
more
States
every
left,
month.
Al
And that
Qaeda
means we
like
can't
has been
provide
going around and
healthcare to
like
people who need it. We can't invest in science and technology,
destroying
which will
any
determine whether or not we are
any
going to be competitive in the
any
long term.
farmland that
There
was
has never
growing
been
it,
a country
and it's
on
been
earth
like reduced by
that
like
saw its economy
70% or
decline
something crazy like that.
and yet maintained its military superiority. So this is a national security issue.
And the article was kind
We
of hinting
haven't
at like,
adequately
interesting
funded
that
veterans care. I sit on
once the United
Veterans
States
Affairs Committee.
leaves,
We've got,
all the opium
I
production
meet veterans all across the country
is
who are
unprotected
trying to figure out
and
how can
went
I get
down
disability
and
payments. I've got
maybe there's some
post-traumatic
connection
stress
there.
disorder, and yet I can't get treatment. So we have put all chips in right there, and nobody is talking about losing this war. What we're talking about is recognizing that the next president has to have a broader strategic vision about all the challenges that we face. That's been missing over the last 8 years. That sense is something that I want to restore.
I know I'm pondering whether or not to
Involved,
do
as I
lunch
mentioned to you
after
before,
this.
in virtually every
last 5
major
minutes here.
national security challenge we've faced in the last 20-some years.
12 o'clock
There
for
are
me.
some advantages to experience and knowledge and judgment. And I honestly don't believe that Senator Obama has the knowledge or experience and has made the wrong judgments in a number of areas, including his initial reaction to Russian aggression in Georgia, to his, we've seen this stubbornness before in this administration, to cling to a belief that somehow the surge has not succeeded and failing to acknowledge that he was wrong about the surge shows to me that we need more flexibility in a president of the United States than that. As far as our other issues that he brought up are concerned, I know the veterans, I know them well, and I know that they know that I'll take care of them. And I've been proud of their support and their recognition of my
2 Eastern
service to
time,
the
yeah, I know.
veterans. And I love them, and I'll take care of them, and they know that I'll take care of them. And that's going to be my job.
Well, I think
But
we,
also, I have
the United States is very
ability
reactionary
and the
and
knowledge and the background to
generally
make the right
speaking, you know what I
judgments
mean?
to keep this country safe and
so
secure.
they'll fund
Reform, prosperity,
Saddam
and
Hussein
peace.
one day and the next
These are
day
major challenges
not
to the
if
United
it hurts
States
their
of America.
interests.
I don't think I need any on-the-job training. I'm ready to go at it right now.
Well, let me just make a closing point. My father came from Kenya. That's where I get my name. And in the 60s, he wrote letter after letter to come to college here in the United States because the notion was that there was no other country on earth where you could make it if you try. The ideals and the values of the United States
I'm trying,
inspired the
Obama.
entire
I'm trying to
world.
make it.
I don't think any of us can say that our standing in the world now, the way children around the world look at the United States, is the same. And part of what we need to do, what the next president has to do, and this is part of our judgment, this is part of how we are going to keep America safe, is to send a message to the world that we are going to invest in issues like education. We are going to invest in issues that relate to how ordinary people are able to live out their dreams. And that is something that I'm going to be committed to as President of the United States.
A few seconds, we're almost finished.
Jim, when I came home from prison, I saw our veterans being very badly treated, and it made me sad. And I embarked on an effort to resolve the POW-MIA issue, which we did in a bipartisan fashion. And then I worked on normalization of relations between our two countries so that our veterans could come all the way home. I guarantee you, as President of the United States, I know how to heal the wounds of war, I know how to deal with our adversaries, and I know how to deal with our friends.
And that ends this debate tonight. On October 2nd, next Thursday, also at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, the two vice presidential candidates
9 p.m.
will debate
Eastern.
at Washington University in St. Louis. My PBS
On a weekday?
colleague, Gwen Eiffel, will be the moderator. For now, from Oxford, Mississippi, thank you, Senators, both. I'm Jim Lara. Thank you, and good night.
Good night.
Good job, John.
Good job, John. Hey, GG. GGWP. GG. All right. Yeah, this one's an hour and a half. I might as well get food now. I'm getting a little hungry. I might as well eat now than feel like I'm starving at the end of this one. And I think this one's the town hall one, I think. Yep, town hall. And I think this one has the famous clip that I've seen a lot of liberals share of McCain like snapping back at like I think there was one cause they asked someone in the crowd where someone asked him like something about, it was something related to either his name or like the whole birther movement or whatever it's called. Was it called birther movement? The thing that Trump helped start, that Obama wasn't from the United States. He technically couldn't run for president or whatever. It might be related to something like that. But I know there's one moment in this debate where McCain like defends Obama, and he talks about having like respect for people who disagree with you politically or blah blah blah. Because I know a lot of liberals point to that, be like, this is what the Republican Party used to be, and what happened, blah 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 blah. So yeah, we'll get to that. But yeah, let's take a break right now, and then we'll power through the last two. What did I come back to?
I am so deeply grateful to all of you for the great honor of your support and for all you have done for me. I wish the outcome had been different, my friends. The road was a difficult one from the outset, but your support and friendship never wavered. I cannot adequately express how deeply indebted I am to you. I'm especially grateful to my wife, Cindy, my children, my dear mother, and all my family, and to the many old and dear friends who have stood by my side.
When 8:24 Pacific time, so that'd be... It's like midnight? Past midnight? Eastern, so they already knew. That's crazy. All right. Watch the first one. Let's get right into it. Because once again, I somehow extend these hour-and-a-half debates to like 2 hours and 20 minutes. All right, this one's in Nashville. Go to Tennessee. October 7th, 2008. Yeah, it's the town hall, right? Yep. No one stayed up for that, though. Yeah, no one stayed up for McCain. No.
Good evening from Belmont University in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm Tom Brokaw of NBC
Oh my gosh.
News.
NBC News, the most newscaster voice you've ever heard.
And welcome to the second presidential debate sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. Tonight's debate is the only one with a town hall format. The Gallup organization shows
His voice is way too like stereotypical newscaster. I can't.
80 uncommitted voters from the Nashville area to be here with us tonight. And earlier today, each of them gave me a copy of their question for the candidates. From all of these questions and from tens of thousands submitted online, I have selected a long list of excellent questions on domestic and foreign policy. Neither the commission nor the candidates have seen the questions, and although we won't be able to get to all of them tonight, we should
You love him?
have a wide-ranging
He's not familiar to
discussion
me. It's
1
NBC
month
though,
before
so
the election. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to respond to a common question, and there will be a
I probably
follow-up.
have seen him. Probably was just too young to remember.
The audience here in the hall has
It's his
agreed to be
lookalike?
polite
I don't even know what he
and
said, what his
attentive,
name was.
no cheering or outbursts. Those of you at home, of course, are not so constrained.
Tom
The only
Brokaw.
exception in the hall is right now, as it is my privilege to introduce the candidates, Senator Barack Obama of Illinois and Senator John McCain of Arizona. Gentlemen.
Oh, look at this camera shot here. Wow, we're finally in the 20th century.
Gentlemen, we want to get underway immediately if we can. Since you last met at Ole Miss 12 days ago, the world has changed a great deal, and not for the better. We still don't know where the bottom is at this time. As you might expect, many of the questions that we have from here in the hall tonight and from online have to do with the American economy and, in fact, with global economic
Is this when the stock market crashed? Started to crash more?
conditions. I understand that you flipped a coin, and Senator Obama, you'll begin tonight. And we're going to have our first question from over here in Section A from Alan Schaefer. Alan?
With the economy on the downturn and retired and older citizens and workers losing their incomes, what's the fastest, most positive solution to bail these people out of the economic ruin?
Well,
Yeah. Yeah, now I remember, because, yeah, it was the... Because we already had the housing crisis from 2007 really kicking in. Then you had the tailspin here. Yeah, I remember like we lived paycheck to paycheck growing up, and it wasn't like it wasn't like one day we were like, oh, we can't do these things. But I remember like, I don't know, it was tough. We didn't get to do as much stuff in this time period.
Alan, thank you very much for the question. I want to first obviously thank Belmont University. Tom, thank you. And to all of you who are participating tonight and those of you who sent email questions in.
This only helps Obama, though. Because Obama did a great job in the first debate associating McCain with just Bush. So they'll be like, hey, the reason the world sucks right now is Bush. So voting for McCain, you're voting for Bush for a third term, basically.
I think everybody knows now we are in the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression. And a lot of you, I think, are worried about your jobs, your pensions, your retirement accounts, your ability to send your child or your grandchild to college. And
it's funny is that everything he's saying right here could be applied to 2023.
I believe this is a final verdict on the failed economic policies of the last 8 years, strongly promoted by President Bush and supported by Senator McCain, that essentially said that we should strip away regulations, consumer protections, let the market run wild, and prosperity would rain down on all of us. It hasn't worked out that way. And so now we've got to take some decisive action. Now, step one was a rescue package that was passed last week. We've got to make sure that works properly. And that means strong oversight, making sure
you
that
graduated high
investors,
school? Yeah, I was in
taxpayers are getting their money back and treated as investors. It means that we are
I was in
cracking down on CEOs
eighth
and
grade.
making sure that they're not getting bonuses or golden parachutes as a consequence.
I was
of this
saying
package.
earlier,
And in fact,
we were
just
all
found
so
out
hyped
that
because we were
AIG,
going
a
to
company that
D.C.
got a bailout,
the,
just a week after
the
they
next
got
year
help,
in the
went
spring.
on a $400,000
So when
jump.
Obama won, everyone was like,
And I
"Oh,
tell
we're
you
gonna go
what, the
see
Treasury
Obama."
should
We
demand
didn't, but
that money back. And
some
those
kid
executives
bought a
should be
big
fined.
Obama cutout.
But that's only step one.
Brought on our bus.
The
That was
middle
cool.
class need a rescue package, and that means tax cuts for the middle class. It means help for homeowners so that they can stay in their homes. It means that we are helping state and local governments set up road projects and bridge projects that keep people in their jobs. And then long term, we've got to fix our healthcare system. We've got to fix our energy system that is putting such an enormous burden on families. You need somebody working for you, and you've got to have somebody in Washington who's thinking about the middle class and not just those who can afford to hire lobbyists.
Senator McCain?
Well, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Belmont University. And Senator Obama, it's good to be with you at a town hall meeting. And Alan, thank you for your question. You go to the heart of America's worries tonight. Americans are angry, they're upset, and they're a little fearful. It's our job to fix the problem. Now, I have a plan to fix this problem, and it's got to do with energy independence. We've got to stop sending $700 billion a year to countries that don't want us like us very much. We have to keep Americans' taxes low, all Americans' taxes low. Let's not raise taxes on anybody today.
Yeah, because we got to really
obviously
feel
have to
bad
stop
for the
spending spree
billionaire.
that's
You
going
know?
on in Washington. Do you know we've laid
Think
a
about
$10
him.
trillion debt on these young Americans who are here with us tonight? $500 billion of it we owe to China. We've got to have a package of reforms, and it's got to lead to reform, prosperity, and peace in the world. And I think that this problem has become so severe, as you know, that we're going to have to do something about home values. You know that home values of retirees continues to decline, and people are no longer able to afford their mortgage payments. As President of the United States, Alan, I would order the Secretary of the Treasury to immediately buy up the bad home loan mortgages in America and renegotiate at the new value of those homes, at the diminished value of those homes, and let people be able to make those payments and stay in their homes. Is it expensive? Yes. But we all know, my friends, until we stabilize home values in America, we're never going to start turning around and creating jobs and fixing our economy. And we've got to give some trust and confidence back to America. I know how to do that, my friends, and it's my proposal. It's not Senator Obama's proposal. It's not President Bush's proposal. But I know how to get America working again, restore our economy, and take care of working Americans. Thank you.
Senator, we have 1 minute for a discussion here. Obviously, the powers of the Treasury Secretary have been greatly expanded. The most powerful officer in the cabinet now. Hank Paulson says he won't stay on. Who do you have in mind to appoint to that very important post? Senator McCain?
Not you, Tom.
No, with good reason.
You know, that's a tough question, and there's a lot of qualified Americans. But I think the first criteria, Tom, would have to be somebody who immediately Americans identify with. Immediately say, we can trust that individual. Supporter of Senator Obama's is Warren Buffett. He's already weighed in and helped stabilize some of the difficulties in the markets and with companies and corporations, institutions today. I like Meg Whitman. She knows what it's like to be out there in the marketplace. She knows how to create jobs. Meg Whitman was the CEO of a company that started with 12 people and is now 1.3 million people in America make their living off eBay.
What company?
Maybe somebody
eBay.
here has done a little
Great.
business with them. But the point is, it's going to have to be somebody who who inspires trust and confidence. Because the problem in America today, to a large extent, Tom, is that we don't have trust and confidence in our institutions because of the corruption on Wall Street and the greed and excess and the cronyism in Washington, D.C.
Yep, and it's too late now. I'm a communist. Sorry.
Senator McCain, Senator Obama, who do you have in mind for Treasury Secretary?
Well, Warren would be a pretty good choice, Warren Buffett, and I'm
No.
pleased to have his support.
No, you were just talking to you just said in the other debate. They're like, we need to make them pay their fair share. So you trust the guy who you want to tax more is not going to try to influence you to not tax more? Come on,
There
give me a
are
break.
other folks out there. The key is making sure that the next
Me and my
Treasury
homie,
Secretary understands
Warren
that
Buffett.
it's not enough just to help
My
those
guy,
at the top.
Warren Buffett.
Prosperity is not just going to trickle down. We've got to help the middle class. And we've
Yeah, so
you
we
know,
need to talk
Senator
to
McCain
Warren
and I
Buffett,
have
what
some
he
fundamental
thinks we should
disagreements
do
on the
about the middle
economy,
class.
starting with Senator McCain's statement earlier that he thought the fundamentals of the economy were sound. Part of the problem here is that for many of you, wages and incomes have flatlined. For many of you, it is getting harder and harder to save, harder and harder to retire. And that's why, for example, on tax policy, what I want to do is provide a middle-class tax cut to 95% of working Americans, those who are working 2 jobs, people who are not spending enough time with their kids because they are struggling to make ends meet. Senator McCain is right that we've got to stabilize housing prices, but underlying that is loss of jobs and loss of income. That's something that the next Treasury Secretary is going to have to work on.
Senator Obama, thank you very much. May I remind both of you, if I can, that we're operating under rules that you signed off on, and when we have a discussion, it really is to be confined within about a minute or so. We're going to go now, Senator McCain, to the next question for you from the hall here, and it comes from Oliver Clark, who is over here in Section F. Oliver?
Well, Senators, through this economic crisis, most of the people that I know have had a difficult time. And through this bailout package, I was wondering what it is that's going to actually help those people out.
Well, thank you, Oliver, and that's an excellent question because, as you just described it, bailout, when I believe that it's rescue. Because of the greed and excess in Washington and Wall Street, Main Street was paying a very heavy price, and we know that. I left my campaign and suspended it to go back to Washington to make sure that there were additional protections for the taxpayer, in the form of good oversight, in the form of taxpayers being the first to be paid back when our economy recovers, and it will recover, and a number of other measures. But you know, one of the real catalysts, really the match that lit this fire, was Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. I'll bet you may never even have heard of them before this crisis. Nope. But you know, they're the ones that, with the encouragement of Senator Obama and his cronies and his friends in Washington, that went out
He's saying Obama's a crony.
and made all these risky loans, gave them to people that couldn't never afford to pay back. And you know, there were some of us that stood up 2 years ago and said, we've got to enact legislation to fix this. We've got to stop this greed and excess. Meanwhile, the Democrats in the Senate and some members of Congress defended what Fannie and Freddie were doing. They resisted any change.
Fannie and Freddie.
Meanwhile, they were getting all kinds of money in campaign contributions. Senator Obama was the second highest recipient of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac money in history. So this rescue package means that we will stabilize markets. We will shore up these institutions, but it's not enough. That's why we're going to have to go out into the housing market, and we're going to have to buy up these bad loans, and we're going to have to stabilize home values. And that way Americans can, like Alan, can realize the American dream and stay in their home. But Fannie and Freddie were the catalyst, the match that started this forest fire. There were some of us that stood up against it. There was others who took a hike.
Senator Obama.
Well, Oliver, first let me tell you what's in the rescue package for you. Right now, the credit markets are frozen up. And what that means as a practical matter is that small businesses and some large businesses just can't get loans. If they can't get a loan, that means that they can't make payroll. If they can't make payroll, then they may end up having to shut their doors and lay people off. And if you imagine just one company trying to deal with that, now imagine 1 million companies all across the country. So it could end up having an adverse effect on everybody. And that's why we had to take action, but we shouldn't have been there in the first place. Now, I've got to correct a little bit of Senator McCain's history, not surprisingly.
Damn.
Let's first of all understand that the biggest problem in this whole process was the deregulation of the financial system. Senator McCain, as recently as March, bragged about the fact that he is a deregulator. On the other hand, 2 years ago, I said that we've got a subprime lending crisis that has to be dealt with. I wrote to Secretary Paulson. I wrote to Federal Reserve Chairman Bernanke and told them this is something we have to deal with, and nobody did anything about it. A year ago, I went to Wall Street and said we've got to re-regulate, and nothing happened. And Senator McCain, during that period, said that we should keep on deregulating because that's how the free enterprise system works. Now, with respect to Fannie Mae, what Senator McCain didn't mention is the fact that this bill that he talked about wasn't his own bill. He jumped on it a year after it had been introduced, and it never got passed. And I never promoted Fannie Mae. In fact, Senator McCain's campaign chairman's firm was a lobbyist on behalf of Fannie Mae, not me. So, but look, you're not interested in hearing politicians pointing fingers. What you're interested in is trying to figure out how is this going to impact you. This is not the end of the process. This is the beginning of the process. And that's why it's going to be so important for us to work with homeowners to make sure that they can stay in their homes. The Secretary already has the power to do that in the rescue package, but it hasn't been exercised yet. And the next president has to make sure that the next Treasury Secretary is thinking about how to strengthen you as a home buyer, you as a homeowner, and not simply think about bailing out banks on Wall Street.
Senator Obama, time for discussion. I'm going to begin with you. Are you saying to Mr. Clark and to the other members of the American television audience that the American economy is going to get much worse before it gets better, and they ought to be prepared for that?
No. I am confident about the American economy, but we are going to have some leadership from Washington that not only sets out much better regulations for the financial system. The problem is we still have a archaic 20th century regulatory system for 21st century financial markets. We're going to have to coordinate with other countries to make sure that whatever actions we take work. But most importantly, we're going to have to help ordinary families be able to stay in their homes, make sure that they can pay their bills, deal with critical issues like health care and energy. And we're going to have to change the culture in Washington so that lobbyists and special interests aren't driving the process and your voices aren't being drowned out.
Senator McCain, in all candor, do you think the economy is going to get worse before it gets better?
I think it depends on what we do. I think if we act effectively, if we stabilize the housing market, which I believe we can, if we go out and buy up these bad loans so that people can have a new mortgage at
I wish the government would
home,
buy up my loans,
if we get
my
rid
student
of
loans.
cronyism and special interests,
Those are some bad
influence in
loans, let me tell
Washington,
you.
so we can act more effectively. My friend, I'd like you to see the letter that a group of senators and I wrote warning exactly of this crisis. Senator Obama's name was not on that letter. The point is that we can fix our economy. Americans, workers, are the best in the world. They're the fundamental aspect of America's economy. They're the most innovative. They're the best. We're the best exporters. We're the best importers. They're most effective. They're
We're the most productive, but we're most underpaid.
We got to give them a chance. We got to
Not the
give
most
them a
underpaid,
chance to
but
do
definitely
their best again. And
the
they are the
productivity
innocent
to
bystanders
pay
here
gap
in what
is pretty
the biggest financial
significant.
crisis and challenge of our time. We can do it.
Thank you, Senator McCain. We're going to continue over in Section F, as it turns out. Senator Obama, this is a question from you, from Teresa Finch. Teresa?
How can we trust either of you with our money when both parties got us into this global economic crisis?
Good question. Good question.
Look,
roast them.
I understand your frustration and your cynicism because while you've been carrying out your responsibilities, most of the people here, you've got a family budget. If less money's coming in, you end up making cuts. Maybe you don't go out to dinner as much. Maybe you put off buying a new car. That's not what happens in Washington. And you're right, there's a lot of blame to go around. But I think it's important just to remember a little bit of history. When George Bush came into office, we had surpluses. And now we have a $500 billion deficit annually. When George Bush came into office, our debt, national debt, was around $5 trillion. It's now over $10 trillion. We've almost doubled it. And so, while it's true that nobody's completely innocent here, we have had, over the last 8 years, the biggest increases in deficit spending and national debt in our history. And Senator McCain voted for 4 out of 5 of those George Bush budgets. So here's what I would do. I'm going to spend some money on the key issues that we've got to work on. You may have seen your health care premiums go up. We've got to reform health care to help you and your budget. We are going to have to deal with energy because we can't keep on borrowing from the Chinese and sending money to Saudi Arabia. We are mortgaging our children's future. We've got to have a different energy plan. We've got to invest in college affordability. So we're going to have to make some investments, but we've also got to make spending cuts. And what I've proposed, you'll hear Senator McCain say, well, he's proposing a whole bunch of new spending, but actually I am cutting more than I'm spending so that it will be a net spending cut. The key is whether or not we've got priorities that are working for you as opposed to those who've been dictating policy in Washington lately, and that's mostly lobbyists and special interests. We've got to put an end to that.
Senator McCain. If anything, it's worse now.
Well, Teresa, thank you. And I can see why you feel that cynicism and mistrust, because the system in Washington is broken. And I have been a consistent reformer. I have advocated and taken on the special interest, whether they be the big money people by reaching across the aisle and working with Senator Feingold on campaign finance reform, whether it being a variety of other issues, working with Senator Lieberman on trying to address climate change. I have a clear record of bipartisanship. The situation today cries out for bipartisanship.
I feel like there's more conversation about
Senator
climate
Obama
change. I wouldn't say conversation. At least
climate
climate change was mentioned more times in this than in the 2004
one.
one.
So let's look at our records as well as our rhetoric. That's really part of your mistrust here. And now I suggest that maybe you go to some of these organizations that are the watchdogs of what we do, like the Citizens Against Government Waste or the National Taxpayers Union or these other organizations that watch us all the time. I don't expect you to watch every vote. And you know what you'll find? This is the most liberal big spending record in the United States Senate. I have fought against excessive spending and outrageous. I have fought to reduce the earmarks and eliminate them. Do you know that Senator Obama has voted for, is proposing $860 billion of new spending now? New spending. Do you know that he voted for every increase in spending that I saw come across the floor of the United States Senate while we were working to eliminate these pork barrel earmarks? He voted for nearly $1 billion in pork barrel earmark projects, including, by the way, $3 million for an overhead projector at a planetarium in Chicago, Illinois. My friends, do we need to spend that kind of money? I think you have to look at my record and you have to look at his. Then you have to look at our proposals for our economy. Not $860 billion in new spending, but for the kinds of reforms that keep people in their jobs, get middle-income Americans working again, and getting our economy moving again. You're going to be examining our proposals tonight and in the future, and energy independence is a way to do that, is one of them, and drilling offshore and nuclear power are two vital elements of that, and I've been supporting those, and I know how to fix this economy and eliminate our dependence on foreign oil and stop sending $700 billion a year overseas.
Well, we've run out of time. We have this one-minute discussion period going on here. There are new economic realities out there that everyone in this hall and across this country understands that there are going to have to be some choices made. Health policies, energy policies, and entitlement reform. What are going to be your priorities in what order? Which of those will be your highest priority
I
your
liked
first year
that
in office, and which will follow in sequence?
Yeah, I don't think both their answers are great. Because the question really was, like, why should we trust either of you or your parties to fix this when you're the ones that caused it? like she asked a good question, and it's like they answered it with like fiscal responsibility, which isn't, you know, I mean, the real question you can stem from that is like, you know, both parties have been in power since the forever, and we always have these ups and downs, you know, like, I don't know, when do you start critiquing capitalism? That's my thing. If I'm them who asked that question, I wish we'd take the next step and be like, okay, what if this keeps happening and both parties can't be trusted? Gotta start looking outside the box a little bit.
The free health care.
But yeah, they both just answered kind of the same way. It's just like, I'm not like the rest of my party. I did this. I fought against, you know, lobbying and blah, blah, blah. And maybe that's true. Maybe that's not. It doesn't matter because they're not talking about changing the system dramatically too much. McCain's talking about reforms. When is capitalism on the ballot? I mean, it's always on the ballot.
Energy and entitlement reform.
All the party members are usually, you know, there's just way of like how we doing capitalism. This is
Security, Medicare.
That's where policies
In
are.
what order would you put them in terms of priorities?
Economic policies are just how are we doing the capitalism?
Tom, I think
how we
it's
keep
very
it going.
That we reform our entitlement programs. My friends, we are not going
That's all I was
to be
trying to
able
say,
to
yeah.
provide the same benefit for present-day workers that we are.
Because their question really is like, okay, well, we're in a recession and it's both your party's fault. Why should we trust you to get out of it? Well, it's just like, I want them to ask the next question, which is like, every so often we get a recession, every so often we get this, and it's always because we didn't do enough taxes or we didn't balance the budget. It's always all these money things. It's like, when will we start asking the question of like, is the system even correct? Is the system even, you know, is it just working as it's supposed to?
Are going that present-day retirees have today. We're going to have to sit down across the table, Republican and Democrat.
There needs to be a recession.
Between Ronald
there
Reagan
needs to be
and
poverty.
Tip O'Neill. I know how to do that. I have a clear record of reaching across the aisle, whether it be Joe Lieberman or Russ Feingold or Ted Kennedy or others. That's my clear record. We can work on nuclear power plants, build a whole bunch of them, create millions of new jobs. We have to have all of the above. Alternative fuels, wind, tide, solar, natural gas, clean coal technology. All of these things we can do as Americans, and we can take on this mission, and we can overcome it. My friends, some of this $700 billion ends up in the hands of terrorist organizations. As far as health care is concerned, obviously everyone is struggling to make sure that they can afford their premiums and that they can have affordable and available health care. That's the next issue. But we can do them all at once. And we have to do them all at once. All three you mentioned are compelling national security requirements.
I'm trying to play by the rules that you all established. 1 minute for discussion. Senator Obama, if you would give us your list of priorities. There are some real questions about whether everything can be done at once.
We're going to have to prioritize, just like a family has to prioritize. Now, I've listed the things that I think have to be at the top
government
of the list.
is like a family.
Energy, we have to deal with today because you're paying
with
$380
missiles and
for gasoline.
Family of like 200 people.
And it's a strain on your family budget, but it's also bad for our national security because countries like Russia and Venezuela and, you know, in some cases, countries like Iran are benefiting from higher oil prices. So we've got to deal with that right away. That's why I've called for an investment of $15 billion a year over 10 years. Our goal should be, in 10 years' time, we are free of dependence on Middle Eastern oil. And we can do it. And when JFK said, we're going to the moon in 10 years, nobody was sure how to do it, but we understood that if the American people make a decision to do something, it gets done. So that would be priority number one. Healthcare is priority number two.
Liberals love JFK, so it's always good to cite him in some capacity.
Not only for families, but it's
during
making
your
our
campaign
businesses less competitive. And number three, we've got to deal with education so that our young people are competitive in a global economy. But just one point I want to make, Tom. Senator McCain mentioned looking at our records. We do need to look at our records. Senator McCain likes to talk about earmarks a lot, and that's important. I want to go line by line through every item in the federal budget and eliminate programs that don't work and make sure that those that do work better and cheaper. But understand this, we also have to look at where some of our tax revenues are going. So when Senator McCain proposes a $300 billion tax cut, a continuation not only of the Bush tax cuts, but an additional $200 billion that he's going to give to big corporations, including big oil companies, $4 billion worth, that's money out of the system. And so we've got to prioritize both our spending side and our tax policies to make sure that they're working for you. That's what I'm going to do as President of the United States.
All right, gentlemen, I want to just remind you one more time, about time. We're going to have a larger deficit than the federal government does if we don't get this under control here before too long. Senator McCain, for you, we have our first question from the internet tonight. A child of the Depression, 78-year-old Fiora from Chicago. Since World War II, we have never been asked to sacrifice anything to help our country except the blood of our heroic men and women. As president, what sacrifices will you ask every American to make to help restore the American dream and to get out of the economic morass that we're now in?
Why do we have to make sacrifices? She literally said, like, we've had sacrifices, people, you know, going to war and stuff, and it's like, no, it should be like, the president should work 7 days a week and 15 hours a day. That's sacrifices that the president should be making, in my book. There shouldn't be any sacrifices for the average American. Like the average American is the one that keeps all the companies afloat. They're the ones that keep going to work every day, you know? And especially during this time where, like, they're working maybe 2 jobs. They already are sacrificing.
Well, Fiora, I'm going to ask the American people to understand that there are some programs that we may have to eliminate. I first proposed a long time ago that we would have to examine every agency and every bureaucracy of government, and we're going to have to eliminate those that aren't working. I know a lot of them that aren't working. One of them is in defense spending, because I've taken on some of the defense contractors. I saved the taxpayers $6.8 billion in a deal for an Air Force tanker that was done in a corrupt fashion. I believe that we have to eliminate the earmarks, and sometimes those projects.
Joseph
not
Robinette
the
Biden.
overhead projector that Senator Obama.
Yeah, McCain
asked
really
for,
is just kind of like
some
Biden,
of them that are
basically.
really good projects will have to be eliminated as well, and they'll have to undergo the same scrutiny that all projects should, in
at least in
competition
rhetoric,
with others. So we're going to have to tell the American people that spending is going to have to be cut in America. And I recommend a spending freeze that, except for defense, Veterans Affairs, and some other vital programs, we'll just have to have across-the-board freeze. And some of those programs may not grow as much as we would like for them to. But we can establish priorities with full transparency, with full knowledge of the American people, and full consultation. Not done behind closed doors and shoving earmarks in the middle of the night into programs that sometimes we don't even know about until months later. And by the way, I want to go back a second. Look, we can attack healthcare and energy at the same time. We're not rifle shots here. We are Americans. We can, with the participation of all Americans, work together and solve these problems together. Frankly, I'm not going to tell that person without health insurance that I'm sorry, you'll have to wait. I'm going to tell you Americans, we'll get to work right away, and we'll get to work together, and we can get them all done, because that's what America's been doing.
Senator McCain, thank you very much. Senator Obama.
You know, a lot of you remember the tragedy of 9/11 and where you were on that day.
The tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
How all of the country
or whatever.
was ready to come together.
Darth Plagueis the Wise?
And
Darth Plagueis?
Enormous changes to make us not only safer, but to make us a better country and a more unified country. And President Bush did some smart things at the outset, but one of the opportunities that was missed was when he spoke to the American people, he said, go out and shop. That wasn't the kind of call to service that I think the American people
Go buy
will
yourself a new mattress. That's
and
what.
so it's important
To remember
understand that I
9/11,
think
make
the
sure to
American
go
people are
buy
hungry
a new
for,
mattress.
the kind of leadership that is going to tackle these problems, not just in government, but outside of government. And let's take the example of energy, which we already spoke about. There is going to be the need for each and every one of us to start thinking about how we use energy. I believe in the need for increased oil production. We're going to have to explore new ways to get more oil, and that includes offshore drilling. It includes telling the oil companies that currently have 68 million acres that they're not using, that either you
Yeah, it was
use
Darth
them or you lose
Plagueis
them.
the Wise.
We're going to
I
have to
think it
develop
was the
clean
name
coal technology
from
and
Revenge of the Sith.
safe ways to store nuclear energy. But each and every one of us can start thinking about how can we save energy in our homes, in our buildings. And one of the things I want to do is make sure that we're providing incentives so that you can buy a fuel-efficient car that's made right here in the United States of America, not in Japan or South Korea. Making sure that you are able to weatherize your home or make your business more fuel efficient. And that's going to
Obama
require
doesn't
effort
count.
from each and every
Did
one
I
of
buy
us.
an American
And
car
last
if I
point
bought
just
a
wanna make,
Kia
I
that
think
was
the young people of
constructed
America
in
are especially interested
Georgia?
in how they can
Does
serve.
that count?
That's one of the reasons why I'm interested in
As
doubling the
American
Peace
made?
Corps, making sure that we are creating a volunteer corps all across this country that can be involved in their community, involved in military service, so that military families and our troops are not the only ones bearing the burden of renewing America. That's something that all of us have to be involved with, and that requires some leadership from Washington.
Senator Obama, as we begin very quickly our discussion period,
We get it.
President Bush, you'll remember.
We get it. They need to move quicker.
last summer said
It's
that
fine.
Wall
The
Street
pacing's
got
good.
drunk. A lot of people now look back and think the federal government got drunk, and in fact, the American consumers got drunk. How would you, as president, try to break those bad habits of too much debt and too much easy credit, specifically across the board for this country, not just at the federal level, but as a model for the rest of the country as well?
Well, I think it starts with Washington. We've got to show that we've got good habits, because if we're running up trillion-dollar debts that we're passing on to the next generation, then a lot of people are going to think, well, you know what, there's easy money out there. It means, and I have to, again, repeat this, it means not just looking at the spending side, but also at the revenue side. I mean, Senator McCain has been talking tough about earmarks, and that's good. But earmarks account for about $18 billion of our budget. Now, when Senator McCain is proposing tax cuts that would give the average Fortune 500 CEO an additional $700,000 in tax cuts, that's not sharing a burden. And so part of the problem, I think, for a lot of people who are listening here tonight is they don't feel as if they are sharing the burden with other folks. I mean, it's tough to ask a teacher who's making $30,000 or $35,000 a year to tighten her belt when people who are making much more than her are living pretty high on the hog. And that's why I think it's important for the president to set a tone that says all of us are going to contribute, all of us are going to make sacrifices, and it means that yes, we may have to cut some spending, although I disagree with Senator McCain about an across-the-board freeze. That's an example of an unfair burden sharing. That's using a hatchet to cut the federal budget. I want to use a scalpel so that people who need help are getting help, and those of us like myself and Senator McCain who don't need help
scalpel
aren't getting
analogy.
it. That's how we make sure that everybody is willing to make a few sacrifices.
Senator McCain.
Well, nailing down Senator Obama's various tax proposals is like nailing Jell-O to the wall. There's been 5 or 6 of them, and if you wait long enough, there'll probably be another one. But he wants to raise
Nailing
taxes.
Jell-O to the wall?
The last president to raise taxes during tough economic times was Herbert Hoover, and he practiced protectionism as well, which I'm sure we'll get to.
I kind of want to try that.
Try
Try nailing Jell-O to a wall.
You know, last year,
I feel like maybe
up to
it could
this
work.
time, we've lost 700,000 jobs in
like,
America. The only
if you ever
bright
made Jell-O
spot
before,
is that
sometimes it won't come out of the
over
container if you flip it
300,000
upside
jobs have
down.
been created by small businesses. Senator
if I had enough
Obama's secret
nails,
that you don't know is that his tax
stick that Jell-O to the
increases
wall.
will increase taxes on 50% of small business revenue. Small businesses across America will have to cut jobs. And will have
Because,
their
you know, like,
taxes
I could hang it
increase
like
and
a
won't
painting.
be able to hire because of Senator Obama's
know?
tax policies. You know, he said some time ago, he said he would forgo his tax increases if the economy was bad. I got some news, Senator Obama. The news is bad. So let's not raise anybody's taxes, my friends, and make it be very clear to you, I am not in favor of tax cuts for the wealthy. I am in favor of leaving the tax rates alone and reducing the tax burden on middle-income Americans by doubling your tax exemption for every child from $3,500 to $7,000, to giving every American a $5,000 refundable tax credit and go out and get the health insurance you want, rather than mandates and fines for small businesses.
Jello makes you horny? What?
As Senator Obama's plan calls for. And let's create
You're
jobs, and
unhinged.
let's get our economy going again, and let's not raise anybody's taxes.
Senator Obama, we have another question from the internet.
Tom, can I respond to this briefly?
Well, look, guys, the rules were established by the two campaigns. We worked very hard on this.
Right.
This will address, I think, the next question.
The tax issue, because I think it's very important. Go ahead.
There are lots of issues that we're going to be dealing with here tonight. And we have a question from Langdon in Ballston Spa, New York, and that's about huge unfunded obligations for Social Security, Medicare, and other entitlement programs that will soon eat up all the revenue that's in place and then go into a deficit position. Since the rules are pretty loose here, I'm going to add my own to this one. Instead of having a discussion, let me just ask you as a coda to that. Would you give Congress a date certain to reform Social Security and Medicare within 2 years after you take office?
How long have we been hearing this
Because
question?
in a bipartisan way, everyone agrees that's a big ticking time bomb that will eat us up, maybe even more than the mortgage crisis.
Well, Tom, we're going to have to take on entitlements, and I think we've got to do it quickly. We're going to have a lot of work to
It's okay,
do, so I
Firewolf.
can't guarantee that we're
Your
going to do it
secret is
in the next
safe
2
with
years,
me,
but I'd
that
like to
you're
do
into
it in my
Jell-O.
first
It's
term
okay.
as president. But I think it's important to understand we're not going to solve Social Security and Medicare.
We all have our fetishes.
Unless
you know?
we understand the rest of our tax policies. And, Senator McCain, I think, the straight talk expressed lost a wheel on that one. So let's be clear about
let us be
my
clear.
tax plan and Senator McCain's, because we're not going to be able to deal with entitlements unless we understand the revenues coming in. I want to provide a tax cut for 95% of Americans. 95%. If you make less than $250,000 a year, you will not see a single dime of your taxes go up. If you make $200,000 a year or less, your taxes will go down. Now, Senator McCain talks about small businesses. Only a few percent of small businesses make more than $250,000 a year. So the vast majority of small businesses would get a tax cut under my plan. And we provide a 50% tax credit so that they can buy health insurance for their workers, because there are an awful lot of small businesses that I meet all across America that want to do right by their workers, but they just can't afford it. Some small business owners, a lot of them, can't even afford health insurance for themselves. Now, in contrast, Senator McCain wants to give a $300 billion tax cut, to 200 of it to the largest corporations, and 100,000 of it, 100 billion of it, going to people like CEOs on Wall Street. He wants to give the average Fortune 500 CEO an additional $700,000 in tax cuts. That is not fair, and it doesn't work. Now, if we get our tax policies right so that they're good for the middle class, if we reverse the policies of the last 8 years that got us into this fix in the first place and that Senator McCain supported, then we are going to be in a position to deal with Social Security and deal with Medicare, because we will have a health care plan that actually works for you, reduces spending and costs over the long term, and Social Security that is stable and solvent for all Americans and not just some.
Senator McCain, 2 years for reform.
That was a good answer for Obama. He broke it down, made it easy to understand.
Look, it's not that hard to fix Social
It
Security,
sounds
Tom.
pretty
It's
good.
just
And
tough
Medicare.
decisions. I want to get to Medicare in a second. Social Security's not that tough.
mean,
know
pretty
what the
good
problems are, my friends. And we
considering
know
where
what
we're
the
at now,
fixes are.
but-
We got to sit down together across the table. It's been done before.
I would like to pay even less
I saw
taxes,
it done
you know.
with our
Here in Colorado,
wonderful
taxes aren't
Ronald
terrible
Reagan,
here.
Conservative from California.
I'll give them credit for
and
that,
liberal
but
Democrat
housing's
Tip
stupid
O'Neill from
expensive, so
Massachusetts. That's what we need more of, and that's what I've done in Washington.
You're just getting
Obama's
charged in
never
a different
taken
way.
on his party leaders on a single major issue. I've taken them on. I'm not too popular sometimes with my own party.
Because Colorado has a
much less
flat
his.
tax.
So Medicare is going to be
So no matter how much you make, I think it's 8%.
because we're talking about very complex and difficult issues. My
Something
friends,
like
what
that.
we have to do with Medicare is have a commission, have the smartest people in America come together, come up with recommendations, and then like the base closing commission idea we had, then we should have Congress vote up or down. Let's not let them fool with it anymore. There's too much special interest and too many lobbyists working there. So let's have the American people say, fix it.
Yeah,
for
which
us.
Rice would
Not
give me
just
like
back on
a
this-
give
on
me
this
like
tax.
3% of
You know,
the
again,
the
it's
net
back
worth
to our
of
first
the
question
Broncos.
here
I'd take
about
that.
Rhetoric and record. Senator Obama has voted 94 times to either increase your taxes or against tax cuts. That's his record. When he ran for the United States Senate from Illinois, he said he would have a middle-income tax cut. You know, he came to the Senate and never once proposed legislation to do that. So let's look at our record. I've fought higher taxes. I have fought excess spending. I have fought to reform government.
You NFL?
Let's look at our record.
I mean, I'm a Ravens fan.
And then listen
I'm
to
a big
my
football
vision
fan.
for the future of America. And we'll get our economy going again.
I like
And our
sports.
best days
I'm one of
are
the few
ahead of us.
radical, I feel
Senator
like,
McCain, thank you very much. I'm gonna
leftists
stick by
and, or
my
whatever you
part
want
of
to
the
call
pack
us,
and not ask a
who
follow-up here. The next question does come
who
from
likes
the hall
sports.
for Senator McCain. It comes from
I mean, I
Section
think,
C
you know,
over here.
if capitalism
and
didn't
it's from
exist, I would
Ingrid
hope that
Jackson.
sports teams were like
Ingrid?
publicly owned, or I don't know. There'd be a whole new
Senator
system
McCain, I
that
want to know,
that'd be
we
cool.
saw that Congress moved pretty fast in the face of an economic
But I know a lot of
crisis.
people critique,
I want to know
obviously,
what you would
sports
do within the first 2
it's
years to make sure that Congress
consumerism,
moves fast
but-
as far as environmental issues like climate change and green jobs.
yes,
Well,
green
thank you.
jobs.
Look, we are in tough economic times.
Oh my gosh, that kid looked like
We all know
had a
that.
Justin Bieber
And
cut.
let's
That
keep-
was me.
Never forget the struggle
That was me in
Americans are
8th grade.
today. But when we have an issue that we may hand our children and our grandchildren.
Why
a
do poli sci
damaged
nerds
planet.
hate sports?
I have
Because
disagreed
politics
strongly
is their
with the
sport.
Bush administration on this issue. I
That's
traveled
why.
all over the world looking at the effects of greenhouse gas emissions. Joe Lieberman and I introduced the first legislation, and we forced votes on it. That's the good news, my friends. Bad news is we lost. But we kept the debate going, and we kept this issue to posing to Americans the danger that climate change opposes. Now, what's the best way of fixing it? Nuclear power. Senator Obama says that it has to be safe or disposable or something like that. Look, I was on Navy ships that had nuclear power plants. Nuclear power is safe and it's clean, and it creates hundreds of thousands of jobs. And I know that we can reprocess the spent nuclear fuel. The Japanese, the British, and the French do it. And we can do it too. Senator Obama has opposed that. We can move forward and clean up our climate and develop green technologies and alternative energies for hybrid, for hydrogen, for battery-powered cars, so that we can clean up our environment and at the same time get our economy going by creating.
And there is hybrid
millions of
cars now,
jobs.
but
We
they're
can do
very
that.
limited and
We
they're
as
super
Americans,
expensive.
because we're the best innovators.
I tried to get a
the
hybrid
best producers, and 95% of the
of the
people
current
who are
car I
on the
had,
market
but I had to
live
wait
outside
7
the
months to
United
get it,
States
and
of
I'm like, I can't do that.
Senator Obama?
This is one of the biggest challenges of our times.
I kind of wish I
and
waited though,
It is absolutely critical
because
that we understand this is
the
not
main
just a
reason I
challenge,
got
it's an opportunity.
the
Because
car I got,
if
I still had to wait a month to
we
get it, but the reason I
create
got
a
an
new
SUV
energy
was because
economy, we can create
of all the
5 million new
snow
jobs
that we usually get, and
easily.
we did get a lot of snow, but it
Here
was
in the
so
United
bad that
States,
it's like
it can be an engine that drives us into the future.
I never had
the
to go
same
into
way the
work,
computer
so it was kind of
was
like,
the
well,
engine for economic
but
growth
it's still
over
good
the
to
last
have in
couple
case of
decades.
emergency.
And we can.
But man, I'm
do
I
it,
wish I
but
had
we're
that
gonna have
hybrid
to
though.
make an investment. The same way the computer was originally invented by a bunch of government scientists who are trying to figure out, for defense purposes, how to communicate. We've got to understand this is a national security issue as well. And that's why we've got to make some investments. And I've called for investments in solar, wind, geothermal. Contrary to what Senator McCain keeps on saying, I favor nuclear power as one component of our overall energy mix. But this is another example where I think it is important to look at the record. Senator McCain and I actually agree on something. He said a while back that the big problem with energy is that for 30 years, politicians in Washington haven't done anything. What Senator McCain doesn't mention is he's been there 26 of them. And during that time,
You run the
voted
plows up in
23
Toronto? That's cool. That's cool.
against alternative fuels. 23 times.
Someone's got to do it, so I
So
respect it.
It's easy to talk about this stuff during a campaign, but it's important for us to understand that it requires a sustained effort
Ooh,
from
diesel
the next
too?
president.
Oof.
One last point I want to make on energy. Senator McCain talks a lot about drilling, and that's important. But we
No, it's
have
not.
3%
We don't need to drill. No
of
more
the
drilling.
world's oil reserves, and we use 25% of the world's oil. So what that means is that we can't simply drill our way out of the problem. And we're not going to be able to deal with the climate crisis if our only solution is to use more fossil fuels that create global warming. We're going to have to come up with alternatives, and that means that the United States government is working with the private sector to fund the kind of innovation that we can then export to countries like China that also need energy and are setting up one coal-powered plant a week. We've got to make sure that we're giving them the energy that they need or helping them to create the energy that they need.
Gentlemen, you may not have noticed, but we have lights around here. And they have red and green and yellow, and they are a signal
Tell you
to
what,
where we
I'm
are.
just trying to keep up with John.
Tell you
Right,
what.
okay,
You know?
here,
Tell you
John.
what, Tom, wave like that, and I'll look at you.
All right, so
Okay.
here's a follow-up to that 1-minute discussion. It's a simple question.
Sure.
Should we fund a Manhattan-like project that develops a nuclear bomb to deal with global energy and alternative energy, or should we fund 100,000 garages across America, the kind of industry and innovation that developed Silicon Valley?
Well, there's this great guy
Pure
called
research and
Elon
development
Musk that I
investment
think we
on
should
part
hire.
of the United States government is certainly appropriate.
He wants to make all the electric
I think once it
garages. He
gets
wants to
into
make tunnels.
productive, stages that we ought
They only
to
go one way.
Obviously, turn it over to the private sector. By the way, my friends, I know you grow a little weary of this back and forth. It was an energy bill on the floor of the Senate, loaded down with goodies, billions for the oil companies.
Goodies, little
And it
candies.
was sponsored by Bush and Cheney. You know who voted for it? You might never know. That one. You know who voted against it? Me. I have fought time after time against these pork barrel, these bills that come to the floor, and they have all kinds of goodies and all kinds of things.
Says
in them for
goodies, like
everybody,
they're
and
little
they buy off the
candies.
votes. I vote against them, my friends. I vote against them. But the point is also on oil drilling offshore now is vital so that we can bridge the gap. We can bridge the gap.
Musk is not the
between
answer.
Imported oil.
But I would
which
love
is-
if somehow
which is a
DeSantis
national
wins
security issue
and
as
Musk
well
becomes
as
the
any
VP,
other. And it
because that's
will
been kind of
reduce
like the
price
joking
of a barrel of
rumor.
oil, because when people know there's a greater supply, then the cost of that will go down. That's fundamental economics.
Give me the
We've got
goodies.
to drill
Give me the
offshore, my
candies.
friends, and we've got to do it now. And we can do it. And as far as nuclear
We
power
got
is
caramel,
concerned,
we got-
again, look at the record. Senator Obama
We got
has
chocolate.
approved storage and reprocessing of spent nuclear fuel. And I'll stop, Tommy, and you didn't even weigh it.
We have those Twizzlers,
Thank
you know.
you very much, Senator. Next question for you, Senator
Swedish
Obama.
fish.
And it
Got all the
comes
goodies.
from the E section over here, and it's from Lindsay Trella. Lindsay?
Senator, selling health care coverage in America as a marketable commodity has become a very profitable industry. Do you believe health care should be treated as a commodity?
No.
Well,
No.
you know, as I
Easy
travel
answer.
around the country, this is
It's a human
one
right.
of the single most frequently asked issues that I get is the issue of health care. It is breaking family budgets. I can't tell you how many people
Human
I meet
right.
who don't
Simple.
have health
Next.
insurance.
Yeah.
If
Thank you.
you've got health insurance, most of you have seen your premiums double over the last 8 years.
Easy answer.
And your co-payments and deductibles have gone up 30% just in the last year alone. And if you're a small business, it's a crushing burden. So one of the things that I have said from the start of this campaign is that we have a moral commitment as well as an economic imperative to do something about the health care crisis that so many families are facing. So here's what I would do. If you've got health care already, and probably the majority of you do, then you can keep your plan. If you are satisfied with it, you can keep your choice of doctor. We're going to work with your employer to lower the cost of your premiums by up to $2,500 a year. And we're going to do it by investing in prevention. We're going to do it by making sure that we use information technology so that medical records are actually on computers. Instead of you filling forms out in triplicate when you go to the hospital, that'll reduce medical errors and reduce costs. If you don't have health insurance, you're going to be able to buy the same kind of insurance that Senator McCain and I enjoy as federal employees, because there's a huge pool. We can drop the costs, and nobody will be excluded for pre-existing conditions, which is a huge problem. Now, Senator McCain has a different kind of approach. He says that he's going to give you a $5,000 tax credit. What he doesn't tell you is that he is going to tax your employer-based health care benefits for the first time ever. So what one hand giveth, the other hand taketh away. He would also strip away the ability of states to provide some of the regulations on insurance companies to make sure that you're not excluded for pre-existing conditions, or your mammograms are covered, or your maternity is covered. And that is fundamentally the wrong way to go. In fact, just today, business organizations like the United States Chamber of Commerce, which generally are pretty supportive of Republicans, said that this would lead to the unraveling of the employer-based health care system. That, I don't think, is the kind of change that we need. We've got to have somebody who's fighting for patients and making sure that you get decent, affordable health care, and that's something that I'm committed to doing as president.
Senator McCain.
Well, thank you for the question. You really identify one of the really major challenges that America faces. Co-payments go up, costs go up, skyrocketing costs, which make people less and less able to afford health insurance in America. And we need to do all
this
of
actually
the
reminds
things
me
that
of
are necessary to make it more efficient. Let's put health records online. That'll reduce medical.
Where was it
errors,
on Twitter?
As they call them. Let's have community health centers. Let's have
Actually, I'll pull it
walk-in
up, make
clinics.
sure
Let's
it's-
do a lot of things to impose efficiencies. But what is at stake here in this healthcare issue is the fundamental difference between myself and Senator Obama. As you notice, he starts talking about government. He starts talking, government will do this, and government will do that. And
Where
then
was it?
government will, and he'll impose mandates. If you're a
Oh,
small
right here.
business person and you don't insure your employees, Senator Obama will fine you. Will fine you. That's remarkable.
Speaking of
If you're
healthcare being a
parent
human right,
and you're struggling
and
to get
Elon
health
Musk, they were
insurance
talking about
for your
earlier.
children, Senator Obama will fine you. I want to give every American a $5,000.
Have you seen Threads yet? Yeah, I'm
refundable
on.
tax
I'm on
credit.
Threads.
They can take
Unfortunately,
anywhere,
'cause
across
I do
state
social
lines.
media for my
Why
job,
not?
so I have to
Don't we
always
go
be aware
across
of
state
everything.
lines when we purchase other things in America?
But yeah, I saw this popped up the other day. Biden tweeted on my watch, healthcare is a right, not a privilege in this country, like a human right. And then they added the context. It says Joe Biden has never publicly supported universal healthcare, Medicare for all, and has suggested he would veto bills that implement such a system. His stated policy goal is affordable healthcare achieved by expanding existing programs like the ACA Medicare. Just thought it was funny to remind me of that. But yeah, you do get not fined, but you get you have to pay on your taxes if you don't have any health insurance under Obama. That's the one.
Of course, it's okay.
One really negative thing of Obamacare, and Obamacare isn't even that good. I know
We'll go
folks who've
across
had
state
it,
lines
and
because
it's
in
not
Arizona,
great. What's up,
they
Ryra?
may offer a better plan that suits you best than it does here in Tennessee.
Yeah, I have a
And-
Twitter and a and Discord. My Twitter is @CursonaFun. It's the same as my Twitch. And then this is John McCain. Yes, rest in peace. Rest in piss, whatever. And Discord, we have a Discord. Right there.
And if you do the math, those people who have employer-based health benefits, if you put the tax on it and you have what's left over and you add $5,000 that you're going to get as a refundable tax credit, do the math. 95% of the American people will have increased funds to go out and buy the insurance of their choice and to shop around and to get. All those people will be covered except for those who have these
It is
gold-plated Cadillac.
There's something really
kinds
funny
of
about
policies,
that.
like hair transplants.
Do the math.
I might need one of those.
I've done it.
myself. But the point is,
I've done the
that
math.
we have got to give people choice in America and not mandate things on them and give them the ability. Every parent I know would
Do the math.
acquire
Medicare
health
for all would have
insurance for
saved
their
you a lot more
children if
money.
they could.
Do the math.
Obviously, small business people want to.
Still crazy. Maybe people are like, no, we can't do Medicare for all.
Health insurance.
I don't want to pay
Of
more
course they all wanna
taxes.
do
It's
that.
like
we've got to give them
you already
the
pay
wherewithal to do it.
a
We can do
deductible
it
and all
by
that.
giving them, as a start,
Do the math.
a $5,000 refundable tax credit to go around and get the health insurance policy of their choice.
Quick discussion. Is health care in America a privilege, a right, or a responsibility, Senator McCain?
Oh,
I think it's a responsibility in this
Oh, my
respect,
God.
in that we should
It's
have
not hard.
available and affordable
It's a human right.
health care to every American citizen, to every family member, and with the plan that
it's
I
a
have,
responsibility
that will
of
do that.
if I have terminal
What
cancer
government
that I
mandates,
need to get
I'm
health
always
care
a little nervous about.
and pay
But
for it. Like, what
it
is?
certainly my responsibility to certainly small business people and others. And they understand
Like, I don't
that
get what-
responsibility. American citizens understand that. Employers
I don't understand it.
that. But they certainly are a little nervous when Senator Obama says if you don't get
What is health
the
care cover? Depends on your
care
insurance provider.
policy that I think you should have, that you're going to get fined.
Depends on your insurance
And by the
provider
way,
what it
Senator
covers.
Obama's never mentioned how much that fine might
Usually,
be.
at least
Perhaps
it
you
covers
might find
like
that out
an
tonight.
annual
Well,
doctor visit.
Let's talk about this, Tom, because
Then you have a
there's just a
deductible.
lot of stuff out there. that
Privilege,
I think-
right, and responsibility.
Well,
Start with that.
I think it should be a right for every American. In a country as wealthy as ours,
Then why did you do it? You had a supermajority, Obama.
for us to have people who are going bankrupt because they can't pay.
Well, the idea of healthcare being a right is being that you should never be denied care, and in my book, how I categorize it is it should be free. If I get terminal cancer, I shouldn't be having to go bankrupt to go get help for that because it's out of my control. I got cancer, or if you get in an accident or something. You fall down the stairs, crack your fucking head open. You know, it's the idea that like you should never deny care, because there's to this day, where let's say you go to a hospital or something, they can deny you care, even if it's life threatening. If you're like you don't have insurance, or maybe the insurance doesn't cover that area. Here, I'll speak from a personal example. My brother cut his hand open with a knife, right? He was cleaning his he's a chef, so he was cleaning his knives, and he cut his hand with it, right? And so I had to bring him to the doctor, and like he was bleeding a bit. Like it could have been a lot worse, but enough to where I was like, okay, we have to like make a decision here. Are we going to the hospital? What are we doing? And I had to call my mom because he didn't know what insurance he had or whatever, how that worked because he was under hers. So I had to call my mom and ask, where can I take him? Can he be taken anywhere? What are we supposed to do? And basically we had to bring him to our family doctor and not the hospital to go get a couple stitches. And and this was at a time when my mom lived right across the street from a hospital, like right across the street from one. I could have drove right there, and we were like, nope, we got to go down 15 minutes south, and we need to go to our family doctor, and hopefully they have availability. All because of insurance. And he cut his hand open. You know what I mean? Like it could have been a lot worse. I'm glad it wasn't. But yeah, it's malpractice, really. Yeah, and if you believe in like the Constitution and all that, like yeah, I would argue it infringes on life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? Emergency care should be at free at least. Well, guess what? You usually have to pay for the ambulance. That's why a lot of people don't call ambulances even when they're in a life-threatening situation. They'll drive them to the hospital. Because it'll be like $500,000 for the fucking ambulance. And sometimes it's not covered, depending on your insurance.
Their medical bills. For my mother to die of cancer at the age of 53 and have to spend the last months of her life in a hospital room arguing with insurance companies because they're saying that this may be a pre-existing condition and they don't have to pay her treatment, there's something fundamentally wrong about that.
Right there. Oh, it's that's the other thing. Some insurance companies won't cover things that you have a precondition for.
So let me just talk about this fundamental difference. And Tom, I know that
just frustrates me it's coming from this man.
we're under time constraints, but Senator McCain threw a lot of stuff out there. Number one, let me just repeat. If you've got a health care plan that you like, you can keep it. All I'm going to do is help you to lower the premiums on it. You'll still have choice of doctor. There's no mandate involved. Small businesses are not going to have a mandate. What we're going to give you is a 50% tax credit to help provide health care for those that you need. Now, it's true that I say that you are going to have to make sure that your child has health care because children are relatively cheap to insure, and we don't want them going to the emergency room for treatable illnesses like asthma. And when Senator McCain says that he wants to provide children health care, what he doesn't mention is he voted against the expansion of the children's health insurance program that is responsible for making sure that so many children who didn't have previously health insurance have it now. Now, the final point I'll make is on
this debate
whole
really
issue
is the
of
battle of the
government intrusion
senators,
and mandates.
saying who voted for what.
It is absolutely true that I think it is important for government to crack down on insurance companies that are cheating their customers, that don't give you the fine print, so you end up thinking that you're paying for something, and when you finally get sick and you need it, you're not getting it. And the reason that it's a problem to go shopping state by state, you know what insurance companies will do? They will find a state, maybe Arizona, maybe another state, where there are no requirements for you to get cancer screenings, where there are no requirements for you to have to get pre-existing conditions. And they will all set up shop there. That's how in banking it works. Everybody goes to Delaware because they've got pretty loose laws when it comes to things like credit cards. And in that situation, what happens is that the protections you have, the consumer protections that you need, you're not going to have available to you. That is a fundamental difference that I have with Senator McCain. He believes in deregulation in every circumstance. That's what we've been going through for the last 8 years. It hasn't worked, and we need fundamental change.
Senator, we want to move on now. We come back to the hall here. We're going to shift gears here a little bit, and we're going to go to foreign policy and international matters if we
Before
can.
we leave that, did we hear the size of the fine?
Phil Elliott is over
Obama
here
ain't
in this
laughing. He's
section.
not
Phil
finding that
Elliott
funny.
has a question for Senator McCain. Phil?
Yes, Senator McCain. How will all the recent economic stress affect our nation's ability to act as a peacemaker in the world?
Well, I thank you for that question because there's no doubt that history shows us that nations that are strong militarily over time have to have a strong economy as well. And that is one of the
And
challenges.
sometimes they just completely crumble and, are dissolved. Sometimes. Actually, most of the time. Rome, Ottoman Empire,
that America faces. But having said that, America, and we'll hear a lot of criticism.
USSR.
We've heard a lot of criticism about America and our national security policy and all that, and much of that criticism is
wait, hold up.
The fact is, America is the greatest force for and all that. And
sheesh. This tie goes hard. Got the white on black. Okay, 2008 drip. I respect this a lot. I love this tie.
much of that criticism
Sorry.
is justified. But the fact is, America is the greatest
saw it, I'm
force
like,
for
yes.
good in the history of the world. My friends, we have gone to all four corners of the earth and shed American blood in defense usually of somebody else's freedom and our own. So we are peacemakers, and we're peacekeepers.
They're half
But the
asleep, I know.
challenge
Well, they don't
is to know
understand.
when the United States of America can beneficially affect
They don't
the
understand,
outcome
that they're
of a
witnessing
crisis.
history
When
here,
to go
okay?
in and when not. When American military power is worth the expenditure of our most precious treasure.
I just want to know where all these people are now.
And
That's
that
always my
question
thing.
has
Who they
to
voted
only
for
be
and where are they
answered
now?
with someone with the knowledge and the experience and the judgment.
Like, I want to know where my guy with
when our
with this
national
awesome
security
fit is.
not only at risk, but where the United States of America can make a difference in preventing genocide, in preventing the spread of terrorism, in doing the things that the United States has done. Not always well, but we've done because we're a nation of good.
Some of the outfits are pretty bad, though.
And
in
I
this.
am convinced that my record, going back to my opposition,
Like, it still has
from
kind of like
sending
the
Marines
ugly
to Lebanon,
90s. Not the fun
to
90s, the
supporting
ugly
our efforts
90s in
Kosovo
2007,
and Bosnia
2008.
and the first Gulf War, And my judgment, I think, is something that I'm a record that I'm willing to stand on. Senator Obama was wrong about Iraq and the surge. He was wrong about Russia when they committed aggression against Georgia. And in his short career, he does not understand our national security challenges. We don't have time for on-the-job training, my friend.
Senator Obama, the economic constraints on U.S. military action around the world.
Well, you know, Senator McCain in the last debate and today again suggested that I don't understand.
Yeah, they
it's
did.
True. There's some things I
Did
don't
nothing.
understand. I don't understand how we ended up invading a country that had nothing to do with 9/11, while Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda are setting up base camps and safe havens to train terrorists to attack us. That was Senator McCain's judgment, and it was the wrong judgment. When Senator McCain was cheerleading the president to go into Iraq, he suggested it was going to be quick and easy. We'd be greeted as liberators. That was the wrong judgment, and it's been costly to us. So one of the difficulties with Iraq is that it has put an enormous strain, first of all, on our troops, obviously, and they have performed heroically and honorably, and we owe them an extraordinary debt of gratitude. But it's also put an enormous strain on our budget. We've spent, so far, close to $700 billion, and if we continue on the path that we're on, as Senator McCain is suggesting, it's going to go well over $1 trillion. We're spending $10 billion a month in Iraq at a time when the Iraqis have a $79 billion surplus.
Can someone give me $10 billion a month?
And we need that $10 billion a month here in the United States.
Yeah, give it to
Put
me.
people back to work, to do all these wonderful things that Senator McCain suggested
I will
we
not go
should
to
be
work,
doing,
though.
but has not yet explained how he would pay for. Now, Senator McCain and I do agree.
I'd give
This is the greatest nation on earth. We are a force.
I'd give $500,000 to everyone in chat right now.
There has
That's
never
what I would
been
do.
a nation in the history of the world that saw its economy decline and maintained its military superiority. And the strains that have been placed on our alliances around the world.
What would
the
have happened in
respect
Iraq if U.S.
that's
didn't
been
go to war?
diminished
I don't
Over the
know.
last 8 years has constrained
Honestly,
us
probably
being
would
able
have
to act on something like
been
the
better
genocide
off.
in Darfur because we don't have the resources or the allies to do everything that we
There'd
should
be less people
doing.
dead, probably.
That's going to change when I'm president, but we can't change it unless we fundamentally change,
Especially children.
Senator McCain's and George Bush's foreign policy. It has not worked for America.
Senator Obama, let me ask you, let's see if we can establish tonight the Obama doctrine and the McCain doctrine for the use of United States combat forces in situations where there's a humanitarian crisis, but it does not affect our national security. Take the Congo, where 4.5 million people have died since 1998, or take Rwanda in the earlier and dreadful days, or Somalia. What is the Obama doctrine for use of force that the United States would send when we don't have national security issues at stake?
Drone strike.
We may not always have national security issues at stake, but we have moral issues at stake.
That's the answer.
If we
Just
could
drone strike
have
'em.
intervened effectively in the Holocaust, who among us would say that we had a moral obligation not to go in? If we could have stopped Rwanda.
Except the United States had a pretty good idea that there was genocide happening, and you know, and it was before they were doing it in the war. So, you know, we waited on that one.
Surely, if we had the ability, that would be something that we would have to strongly consider and act. So, you know, when genocide is happening, when ethnic cleansing is happening somewhere around the world, and we stand idly by, that diminishes us. And so I do believe that we have to consider it as part of our interests, our national interests, in intervening where possible. But understand that there's a lot of cruelty around the world. We're not going to be able to be everywhere all the time. That's why it's so important for us to be able to work in concert with our allies. Let's take the example of Darfur just for a moment. Right now, there's a peacekeeping force that has been set up, and we have African Union troops in Darfur to stop a genocide that has killed hundreds of thousands of people. We could be providing logistical support, setting up a no-fly zone at relatively little cost to us, but we can only do it if we can help mobilize the international community and lead. And that's what I intend to do when I'm president.
Senator McCain, the McCain doctrine, if you will.
Well, let me just follow up, my friends. If we had done what Senator Obama wanted done in Iraq, and that was set a date for withdrawal, which General Petraeus, our chairman of our Joint Chiefs of Staff, said would be a very dangerous course to take for America, then we would have had a wider war. We would have been back. Iranian influence would have increased. Al-Qaeda would have reestablished a base. There was a lot at stake there, my friends. And I can tell you right now that Senator Obama would have brought our troops home in defeat. I'll bring them home with victory and with honor.
He's gonna die before we even leave fucking Iraq. That's crazy.
And that is
just
a
realized
fundamental difference.
Victory.
The United States of America, Tom, is the greatest force for good, as I said, and we must do whatever we can.
And I like this idea. Like there's this weird pride thing going on where it's like we shouldn't bring troops home in defeat because what would that mean? That the whole thing was a sham and the whole thing there's blood on my hands, like I don't know. I think that's the real reason. They're like, we can't let them come back because sunk cost fallacy. Exactly.
And to prevent genocide, whatever we can to prevent these terrible calamities that we have said never again. But it also has to be tempered with our ability to beneficially affect the situation. That requires a cool hand at the tiller. This requires
we had cool hands after 9/11.
What the limits of our capability are. We went in to Somalia as a peacemaking organization. We ended up trying to be, as peacekeeping.
It's not like Iraq's going to invade the U.S., right?
We ended up trying to be peacemakers, and we ended up having to withdraw in humility.
Speaking of a sunk cost fallacy, of all the money we invested into like missile defense systems and all that, hey, if Iraq tries to invade us, we get to try those things out. We get to actually use them, instead of just, I don't know, shooting them off once in a while to practice, do some flyovers, whatever. Speaking of a sunk cost fallacy, wasted money. Now I don't even get a chance to use them. No one wants to invade us anymore. Ugh. No one's tried to invade us since 1812. Come on, Canada, do something.
In Lebanon, I stood up to President Reagan, my hero, and said, if we send Marines in there, how can we possibly beneficially affect this situation? And said we shouldn't. Unfortunately, almost 300 brave young Marines were killed. So you have to temper your decisions with the ability to beneficially affect the situation and realize you're sending America's most precious asset, American blood, into harm's way. And again, I know those situations. I've been in them all my life. And I can tell you right now, the security of your young men and women who are serving in the military are my first priority right after our nation's security. And I may have to make those tough decisions, but I won't take them lightly. And I understand that we have to say never again to a Holocaust and never again to Rwanda. But we also better be darn sure we don't leave and make the situation.
How about Palestine, though? How about that, McCain? You were talking about that last debate. Never again, right?
Situation worse, thereby exacerbating.
Right, that's right. They're there's certain people that deserve to be killed, right?
Our reputation and our ability to address crises in other parts of the world.
Senator McCain, thank you very much. Next question for Senator Obama. It comes from the F section, and it's from Katie Ham. Katie?
Should the United States respect Pakistani sovereignty and not pursue al-Qaeda terrorists who maintain bases there? Or should we ignore their borders and pursue our enemies like we did in Cambodia during the Vietnam War?
Katie, it's a
fuck them
terrific
borders.
Question. And we have a difficult situation in Pakistan.
Great question, Katie.
I believe that
we're going to drone strike their ass.
Situation is
That's what we're gonna
because
do.
we made a bad judgment going into Iraq in the first place when we hadn't finished the job of hunting down bin Laden and crushing al-Qaeda.
Yeah, I don't think China's going to invade
we
Taiwan.
Got distracted, we diverted resources, and ultimately bin Laden escaped, set up base camps in the mountains of Pakistan. In
I think it's
northwest
a lot of
provinces there.
just
They are now
American
raiding
propaganda
our
shit.
troops in Afghanistan, destabilizing.
Not saying
the situation.
China's,
They're
you know,
stronger
a
now
saint,
than
but
any
you know what
time
I mean.
Since 2001, and that's why I think it's so important for us to reverse course.
Like they're not.
Because that's
We try
the
to put them in the
central
same
front on
like bucket
They're
as
plotting to
like
kill
Russia,
Americans
and it's
right
just
now.
not the
As
same.
Secretary Gates, the defense secretary, said, the war against terrorism began in that region, and that's where it will end. So part of the reason I think it's so important for us to end the war in Iraq is to be able to get more troops into Afghanistan, put more pressure on the Afghan government to do what it needs to do.
One of the few promises
eliminate some of the drug trafficking
Obama
that's
did,
funding
yes.
terrorism. But I do believe that we have to change our policies with Pakistan. We can't coddle, as we did, a dictator, give him billions of dollars, and then he's making peace treaties with the Taliban and militants. What I've said is we're going to encourage democracy in Pakistan, expand our non-military aid to Pakistan so that they have more of a stake in working with us, but insisting that they go after these militants. And if we have Osama bin Laden in our sights and the Pakistani government is unable or unwilling to take them out, then I think that we have to act, and we will take them out. We will kill bin Laden. We will crush al-Qaeda. That has to be our biggest national security priority.
Senator McCain?
Is this the first? Is this the first debate where a candidate has said that they will kill somebody? Just thinking about it. Is this the first debate that we've had where they explicitly are like, "We will kill Osama bin Laden"? I don't know. It's kind of crazy when you think about it.
You know, my hero is a guy named Teddy Roosevelt. Teddy Roosevelt used to say, walk softly, talk softly, but carry a big stick. Senator Obama
and a big dick. What?
Likes to talk loudly.
What?
In fact, he said he wants to announce that he's going to attack Pakistan. Remarkable. You know, if you are a country and you're trying to gain the support of another country, then you want to do everything you can.
Listen, we can't do emotes for every president, okay?
When you announce that you're going to launch an attack into another country, it's pretty obvious that you have the effect that it had in Pakistan. It turns public opinion against us. Now, let me just go back with you very briefly. We drove the Russians out.
I only have so many emote slots, okay, and I can't give them
the Russians out
45
of
presidents,
okay?
I can't get them all.
Mistake.
I picked a personal favorite, my guy George W. Bush, because he was my childhood president, okay?
Then had the situation that required us to conduct the Afghan war.
We'll kill bin Laden until he is
Pakistan
dead.
Are critical
Right.
because the border areas are being used as safe havens
for
by
presidents
the
I want
Taliban
to emote for.
and Al-Qaeda and other
Obama
extremist
would be the only one.
And we have to get their support. Now, General Petraeus had a strategy.
Could put his head on like a
strategy,
drone.
very different.
Put his head on a drone or
because of
something.
The conditions and the situation, but the same fundamental strategy that succeeded in Iraq, and that is to get the support of the people. We need to help the Pakistani government.
I don't think Twitch would let me do an Osama bin Laden emote. There's no way.
And get the
They'd be like,
support of the people.
I'd be
and get them
flagged.
to work
The
with
feds
us
would be
and turn
knocking on my
against
door.
The cruel Taliban and others. And by working and coordinating our
No
efforts
shot.
together, not threatening to attack them, but working with them, and where necessary, use force.
Are you kidding me? If I try, I
talk softly.
At the very least, Twitch would have a. I think I'd get an email from Twitch.
Just a quick.
If it's just
follow-up
Osama
on
bin
this, I
Laden,
think
just
If
straight.
we're going to have follow-ups, then I will want follow-ups.
No, I know.
as well.
So I think we'll
They'll-
get
they'll
that
have
if I
so
can
many
with this
questions.
question.
Let's have one.
All right, let's have a follow-up.
Be fine with me.
Just a quick follow-up.
Oh,
because I think
speaking of Osama bin Laden, I just remembered. This is really. I'll show you for the folks maybe who aren't in America, or maybe didn't live during the Bush era. But I just remembered something. This is how crazy and bloodthirsty we were. So I did an archery class. Okay, I did an archery class. An archery range, obviously. Did it like once a week for like 6 months. And at the end, we had like a special thing where once in a while they bring in like the fake animals, and we'd shoot at those, right? Like the fake deer, bear, or whatever. But one time we did posters of Osama bin Laden that we shot at. And I remember I got to bring it home. I remember now. This is all coming back to me. So I had like an Osama bin Laden poster in my fucking room that had holes in it. I'm not fucking with you. I'm not. I know it sounds like I just made this up. Oh yeah, I did play that mini clip game. Yes, I did. I was on like addictinggames.com or something back in the day. I'm not fucking with you if that happened. I'm telling you, they were talking about indoctrinating children, okay? They had me shooting Osama bin Laden's head.
This is important.
I'm
on
just
a target.
hired helper, so I mean...
You're doing a great job, Tom. Look, I want to be very clear about what I said. Nobody called for the invasion of Pakistan. Senator McCain continues to repeat this. What I said
Sure, you
was
found
the
Warlight?
same thing that
I found
the
Warlight
audience
through Google
here today
Hangouts of
heard
all
me say,
places.
which is if Pakistan
Ethan,
is
David, and I
unable
played it
or unwilling
because they had a bunch of
to
little
hunt down
games like
bin Laden
in the app.
and take him out, then we should. Now, that I think has to be our policy because they are threatening to kill more Americans. Now, Senator McCain suggests that somehow, I'm green behind the ears and, I'm just spouting off and he's somber and responsible.
Thank you very much.
Senator McCain, this is the guy who sang Bomb, Bomb, Bomb Iran, who called for the annihilation of North Korea. That I don't think is an example of speaking.
You were on the road to radicalization, yeah, and not in a cool radicalized way, in a much like conservative. Yeah, I mean, I grew up in upstate New York, and I didn't realize how conservative upstate New York was until I left. And I remember, like realizing, like, oh, everyone here voted for Romney, everyone here voted for McCain, everyone here voted for Bush. I let down MAGA. I know. You let us down, Devin. You could have been the one to help us. You could have been indicted just like me.
Speaking softly. This is the person who, after
I could have came on your Twitch
we hadn't even
channel,
finished
twitch.tv/CursonaFun.
Next up, Baghdad. So I agree that we have to speak responsibly, and we have to act responsibly. And the reason Pakistan, the popular,
like I said, I loved Obama.
of America had
like
diminished in
even like when
Pakistan
Trump got elected, I did a
was because
freaking
we were
Facebook
supporting
post
a
on how much I was
dictator
gonna miss
Musharraf had given him
Miss
$10
Obama.
billion over 7 years. And he had suspended civil liberties. We were not promoting democracy. This is the kind of policies that ultimately end up undermining our ability to fight the war on terrorism, and it will change.
Recently, a
when I'm
Muslim
president.
extremist who was
And Tom,
responsible
if
for
we're gonna
bomb
go
blasts
back
in
and
India
forth,
was
then
praised by
I'd like
American
to have
media as an
equal time to
Islamic
go
scholar.
to respond.
Yeah, you get to last
that.
word here. And
I
then
don't
we
know,
have to
kind of
move
not
on.
surprising.
Not true. I have obviously supported
I didn't see
those
that, but
efforts that the
I'll
United
take your
States
word
had
for
to
it.
go in militarily, and I have opposed those that
Yeah, I think the
didn't
Kerry
so.
emote might
I
actually be better than
understand
the
what it's
Bush
like to
emote.
send young Americans in harm's way.
I think I cropped
was
it
joking
perfectly.
with a veteran. I hate to even go into this. I was joking with an old veteran friend who joked with me about Iran. But the point is that I know how to handle these crises. And Senator Obama, by saying that he would attack Pakistan, look at the context of his words. I'll get Osama bin Laden, my friends. I'll get him. I know how to get him. I'll get him no matter what. And I know how to do it. But I'm not going to telegraph my punches, which is what Senator Obama did. And I'm going to act
You take away the Kerry
responsibly
emote
as
and I'm
I've
out?
acted
Okay,
responsibly
word.
throughout my military career and throughout my career in the United States Senate. And we have fundamental disagreements about the use of military power and how you do it. And you just saw it in response to previous questions.
Can I get a quick response from the two of you about developments in Afghanistan this week? The senior British military commander, who is now leaving after a second tour, and their senior diplomatic presence there, Sherrod Cooper-Coles, who is well known as an expert in the area, both have said that
Kerry
we're
emote
failing
right
in
there.
Afghanistan.
Then we have
The
Bush as
commander
well.
said we cannot win there. We've got to get it down to a low-level insurgency.
I
Let
want
the
W
Afghans
so
take it
bad.
over. Cooper-Coles
Gotta pay
said,
for it.
What we need is an acceptable dictator.
Well, you
If
can
either
unlock
of
it with
you
channel
becomes
points, can't you?
president, as one of you will, how do you reorganize Afghanistan?
Yeah, you can choose an
strategy,
emote.
or do you? Briefly, if you can.
For a day, you get it.
We
Wish
are going
anonymous
to have
gifter
to
was around. I know.
make
Someone dropped the 10.
Iraqi government start taking
It's crazy.
more
Someone spent
responsibility,
$50 on this. It's
withdraw
crazy.
our troops in a responsible way over time, because we're going to have to put some additional troops in Afghanistan.
Maybe it was
General
W.
McCain,
Maybe it was W. Bush who gifted 10. Who
commander
knows?
in Afghanistan right now is desperate.
Now that I think about
for
it,
more
could
help
have been Bush.
because our bases and outposts are
He probably had
now
the stream on
targets
when he was
for
painting, you know?
more aggressive Afghan or Taliban offensives. We're also going to have to work with the Karzai government, and when I met with President Karzai, I was very clear that you are
There he
going to
is.
have to do better by your people in order for us to gain the popular support that's necessary. I don't think he has to be a dictator. We want a democracy in Afghanistan, but we have to have a government that is responsive to the Afghan people, and frankly, it's just not responsive right now.
Senator McCain, briefly.
General Petraeus has just taken over a position of responsibility where he has the command and will really set the tone for the strategy and tactics that are using. I've had conversations.
You're out of
with him.
points?
It is the same.
You'll get them back
overall
quick. 480
strategy.
is
of
like
course,
nothing.
we have to do some things tactically, some of which Senator Obama is
You can
correct.
get that in like 30
We have
minutes.
to double the size of the Afghan army. We have to have a streamlined NATO command structure. We have to do a lot of things. We have to work much more closely with the Pakistanis. But most importantly, we have to have the same strategy which Senator Obama said wouldn't work, couldn't work, still fails to admit that he was wrong about Iraq. He will still not admit that he was wrong about the strategy of the surge in Iraq. And that's the same kind of strategy of go out and secure and hold and allow people to live normal lives. And once they feel secure, then they lead normal social, economic,
Days are
political
long, years are
lives.
short, or
The
something
same
maybe
thing
like
that's
that,
happening
BCZ? I don't
in
know.
Iraq today. So I have confidence that General Petraeus, working with the Pakistanis, working with the
Hey, not
Afghans,
everyone watches
doing
all the
same
presidential
job that he
debates,
did
okay?
in Iraq,
You know?
we will succeed, and we will bring our troops home with honor and victory.
This is educational.
and
That's
not
what I
in
said.
defeat.
We're learning that we
Senator
haven't
McCain,
done
this question
shit.
is for you from the internet. Is from Alden in Hewitt, Texas.
We've been discussing
How
the
can we
same
apply
shit.
pressure to Russia for humanitarian issues in an effective manner without starting another Cold War?
First of all, I say I don't think we're not going to have another Cold War with Russia, but have no doubt that
It's going to be a hot one, baby.
Is certainly outside
Just give it like,
the norm.
just wait like 10, 15 more years. 15 more years. Trust me. We're going to give somebody a bunch of missiles that can blow up into other missiles, and they mostly hit civilians. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be a hot war. Okay? A hot one.
Terms of
Red
behavior
hot.
that we would expect for nations which are very wealthy, as Russia has become because of their petrodollars. Now, long ago, I warned about Vladimir Putin. I said I looked into his eyes and saw three letters, a K.
You're holding
a G,
out for
and a
Pete
B.
Buttigieg, right?
He has
BCZ?
surrounded himself with former KGB apparatchiks. He has gradually repressed most of the liberties that we would expect for nations to observe. And he has exhibited most aggressive behavior, obviously in Georgia. Said before, watch
he's not.
Ukraine. Ukraine right
I'm
now
memeing, I'm
is in
memeing.
the sights of Vladimir Putin. Those that want to reassemble.
Yeah, no
the old
lukewarm
Soviet
war,
Union.
please.
We've got to show moral support for Georgia. We've got to show
Yeah,
moral
we're memeing, we're
support for
memeing.
Ukraine. We've got to advocate for their membership in NATO. We have to make the Russians understand that there are penalties for this kind of behavior, this kind of naked aggression into Georgia, a tiny country and a tiny democracy. And so, of course, we want to bring international pressures to
It's good.
bear
Sarcasm can be
on
hard to
Russia
pick
in
up
hopes
sometimes.
that will modify
And I know I'm a little
eventually change their
monotone,
behavior.
so.
Now, the G8 is one of those, but there are many others. But the Russians must understand.
So like I said earlier when I said
These
George
kinds
W. Bush
of
is my childhood
actions and
president. He's one of my
activities are not
favorites.
acceptable,
I'm
and
obviously
hopefully
joking.
We will use the leverage, economic, diplomatic, and others, united with our allies and friends in Europe who are equally disturbed as we are about their recent behavior.
Brazil can go to Bolsonaro to
Not
Lulu.
be a
Why can't we?
readmission of the Cold War.
Because South America is a lot more based than the United States. South America has always had pretty progressive politics. If anything, even further than progressive in the past. We just, United States has just stopped it a lot. You know, helped do some coups here and there. So that's my thing, is that no one, we don't have as big of a movement here. At most we have like populism, and it's more of a conservative outlook than a even liberal outlook.
But Russia is a challenge.
We love capitalism too
We're
much
winding
here.
down, so if we can keep track of the time.
Well,
yes,
the
we can.
resurgence
Yeah.
of Russia is one of the
that was
central
one of
issues that
was
we're
that
gonna have to
Obama's
deal with,
slogan or just one of his phrases?
In the next presidency.
Because I remember the Hope
And
poster.
For the most part, I agree with Senator McCain on many
You got
of the
Bush,
steps that
there you
have
go.
to be taken, but we can't just provide moral support. We've got to provide moral support to the Poles and Estonia and Latvia and all the nations that were former Soviet satellites, but we've also got to provide them with financial and concrete assistance to help rebuild their economies. Georgia, in particular, is now on the brink of enormous economic challenges, and some say that that's what Putin intended in the first place.
More
the
like
other thing we have to do, though, is
Putin.
we've got to see around the corners. We've got to anticipate some of these problems ahead of time. Back in April, I put out a statement saying that the situation in Georgia was unsustainable because you had Russian peacekeepers in these territories that were under dispute. And you knew that if the Russians themselves were trying to obtain some of these territories or push back against Georgia, that was not a stable situation. So part of the job of the next commander-in-chief in keeping all of you safe is making sure that we can see some of the 21st century challenges and anticipate them before they happen. We haven't been doing enough of that. We tend to be reactive. That's what we've been doing over the last 8 years, and that has actually made us more safe. That's part of what happened in Afghanistan, where we rushed into Iraq, and Senator McCain and President Bush suggested that it wasn't that important to catch bin Laden right now and that we could muddle through, and that has cost us dearly. We've got to be much more strategic if we're going to be able to deal with...
All right, folks, I have to ask a question. If I somehow got one of these town halls, you know I have to write a question ahead of time? Do I change the question and take one for the team? When they like, oh, Devin has a question, I'd write the question that they want. I would hopefully get picked, but then I ask them a different question. What would that question be, you know? Do I take one for the team and be like, do you actually give a shit about climate change? Like, I feel like that's always my go-to. It's like, because my friend, one friend I have in Maryland, he went to like this thing where it was like a movie premiere at the White House, and he actually got to meet Biden. He was joking with me, obviously, saying, "Oh, I could set up a dinner between you two," and I'm like, I don't know what I would say to him that wouldn't get me like in trouble. Will you commit right now to taking on oil and gas? Yeah,
With all the challenges that we face out there,
I'll be like, have you seen the movie How to Blow Up a Pipeline, and do you think they were right? I would ask him like a really like big moral question like that. Be like, do you think it's self-defense if we blow up oil pipelines? Just hypothetically.
and one last point I want to make about Russia, energy is going to be
Obviously,
key
don't
in
do
dealing
that,
with
you know.
Russia. If we can reduce our energy
illegal.
consumption, that reduces the amount of petrodollars that they have to make mischief around the world. That will strengthen us.
Or I just ask him like a really like, be like, do you think God is dead? Just kidding.
And weaken them.
Just be like
when it
really
comes to
like
issues like Georgia.
This requires only a yes or a no. Ronald Reagan famously said that the Soviet Union was the evil empire. Do you think that Russia, under Vladimir Putin, is an evil empire?
I think they've engaged in
Evil
behavior,
comes in twos.
And I think that it is important that we understand they're not the old Soviet Union, but they still have nationalist.
Do you care about the children?
impulses
Just
that I
so
think
like
are very
vague.
dangerous.
Do you care about
Senator
the
McCain.
children?
Maybe.
Depends on how we respond to Russia, and depends on a lot of things. If I say...
Or ask him like, if you could go back in time and kill Hitler, would you? And be like, the obvious question would be yes. But like, just to see if they would somehow do like just a weird answer to that, just to really throw them off. Like an obvious yes, but just to see if that would like make them uncomfortable. You know? Or we'd ask him about, hey, a couple debate streams ago, we talked about frozen babies. I'd ask him about that. Be like, or like I'd ask if one of them is like pro-life. I'd be like, when are you going to talk about the frozen babies? There's babies, there's unborn babies frozen right now in labs, and no one wants to free them.
If I say no, it ignores their behavior.
Can you commit on day one of your
energy is going to be
administration,
a big factor.
You will release the frozen
and Ukraine
babies?
Are both major gateways of energy into Europe, and that's one of the reasons why it's in our interest. But the Russians, I think we can deal with them, but they got to understand that they're facing a very firm and determined United States of America that will defend our interests and that of other countries in the world.
I would have picked, I don't know if it was sort of stopped colonization, but I would have picked Christopher Columbus. That's who I'd pick.
All right, we're going to try to get in 2 more questions if we can, so we have to move along.
Because Christopher Columbus, just directly brought in just mass genocide. So part of me is saying, kill him. Yeah, 10%. Like, if we kill him, could we maybe change something?
Over in Section A, Terry Sherry. Do I have that right, Terry?
Terry Sherry.
Senator, as a retired Navy chief, my thoughts are often with those who serve our country. I know both candidates, both of you expressed support for Israel. If despite your best diplomatic efforts, Iran attacks Israel, would you be willing to commit U.S. troops in support and defense of Israel, or would you wait on approval from the UN Security Council?
Well, thank you, Terry, and thank you for your service to the country. I want to say everything I ever learned about leadership, I learned from a chief petty officer, and I thank you. And I thank you, my friend. Thanks for serving.
Yeah, it does definitely sound like genocide. Yeah. If you say kill any country in any context.
We obviously would not wait for the United Nations Security Council.
I know you were memeing, though, but yeah, just be careful.
Russia and China would probably pose significant obstacles. And
this is random, but I saw like he has a little waters under his desk. I want to get one of those, the little, what's it called? The squirt, the flavor squirts. I just want to fill them up. I don't know why. That's what I would do. If I was McCain, first thing I'd show everyone be like, yep, I don't drink plain water. I drink.
Our challenge right now is,
I can't think of any of the brands that make that.
Continue on the path to
Mio?
acquiring nuclear weapons.
I think that's one of them.
And
Put a little
it's
Mio
great
in
threat.
it.
It's not just a threat to the state of Israel. It's a threat to the stability of the entire Middle East. If Iran acquires nuclear weapons, all the other countries will acquire them too. The tensions will be ratcheted up. What would you do if you were the Israelis and the president of a country says that they are determined to wipe you off the map?
Like, give me one of these.
Stinking corpse. Now, Senator Obama, without precondition, wants to sit down and negotiate with them without preconditions. That's what he stated. Again, a matter of record.
Just want to drop it in his water. Go. Bloop,
I
bloop,
want to
bloop,
make
bloop.
sure that the Iranians we put enough pressure on the Iranians by joining with our allies, imposing significant, tough sanctions to modify their behavior. I think we can do that. I think joining with our allies and friends in a league of democracies, that we can effectively abridge their behavior, and hopefully they would abandon this quest that they are on for nuclear weapons. But at the end of the day, my friend, I have to tell you again, and you know what it's like to serve, and you know what it's like to sacrifice, but we can never allow a second Holocaust to take place.
Senator Obama.
Well, Terry, first of all, we honor your service, and we're grateful for it. We cannot allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon. It would be a game changer in the region. Not only would it threaten Israel, our strongest ally in the region and one of our strongest allies in the world. But it would also create a possibility of nuclear weapons falling into the hands of terrorists. So it's unacceptable. And I will do everything that's required to prevent it. And we will never take military options off the table. And it is important that we don't provide veto power to the United Nations or anyone else in acting in our interests. It is important, though, for us to use all the tools at our disposal to prevent the scenario where we've got to make those kinds of choices. And that's why I have consistently said that if we can work more effectively with other countries, diplomatically, to tighten sanctions on Iran, if we can reduce our energy consumption through alternative energy so that Iran has less money, if we can impose the kinds of sanctions that say, for example, Iran right now imports gasoline even though it's an oil producer because its oil infrastructure has broken down, if we can prevent them from importing the gasoline that they need and the refined petroleum products, that starts changing their cost-benefit analysis. That starts putting the squeeze on them. Now, it is true, though, that I believe that we should have direct talks, not just with our friends, but also with our enemies, to deliver a tough, direct message to Iran that if you don't change your behavior, then there will be dire consequences.
Talking to Iran like a parent.
If you do change your behavior, then it is possible for you to
You will sit in
rejoin the
timeout.
community of nations. Now, it may not work, but one of the things we've learned is that when we take that approach, whether it's in North Korea or in Iran, then we have a better chance at better outcomes. When President Bush decided we're not going to talk to Iran, we're not going to talk to North Korea, you know what happened? Iran went from 0 centrifuges to develop nuclear weapons to 4,000. North Korea quadrupled its nuclear capability. We've got to try.
I put my son in timeout. I put him in his room for a day, and he came out the next day with weapons of mass destruction. That's what happened.
To have talks, understanding that we're not taking military options off
All
the
right,
table.
gentlemen, we've come to the last question, and you'll both be interested to know. This comes from the internet, and it's from a state that you're strongly contesting, both of you. It's from Peggy in Amherst, New Hampshire. It has a certain Zen-like quality. I'll give you a fair warning. She says, "What don't you know, and how will you learn it?" Senator Obama, you get first crack at that.
My wife, Michelle, is there, and she could give you a much longer list than I do.
Yeah, I mean, it all stems
most
back
of the time
like
I learned it by asking her.
the United States did fund Saddam Hussein. Like the CIA helps.
But look,
him get to power.
The nature of the challenges that we're going to face are immense. And one of the things that we know about the presidency is that it's never the challenges that you expect. It's the challenges that you don't, that end up consuming most of your time. But here's what I do know. I know that I wouldn't be standing here if it
Damn,
weren't for the
my
fact
Baltimore
that this
Orioles are
country
crushing the Twins right now.
gave
14
me
to 1.
opportunity.
Keep getting alerts on my phone.
Now, I came from very modest means. I had a single mom, and my grandparents raised me, and it was because of the help of scholarships and my grandmother scrimping on things that she might have wanted to purchase, and my mom at one point getting food stamps in order for us to put food on the table. Despite all that, I was able to go to the best schools on earth. I was able to succeed in a way that I
He's
could
just
not
like
have
me for
succeeded
real.
anywhere else in this country. The same is true for Michelle, and I'm sure the same is true for a lot of you. And the question in this election is, are we going to pass on that same American dream to the next generation? Over the last 8 years, we've seen that dream diminish. Wages and incomes have gone down. People have lost their health care or are going bankrupt because they get sick.
Minimum wage is still
young people who've
$7.25,
got the
baby.
grades and the will and the drive to go to college, but they just don't have the money. And we can't expect that if we do the same things that we've been doing over the last 8 years, that somehow we are going to have a different outcome. We need fundamental change. That's what's at stake in this election. That's the reason.
Ending capitalism. You're right, Obama.
I
So
decided
true.
to run for president.
Yeah.
And I'm hopeful that all of you are prepared to continue this extraordinary journey that we call America, but we're going to have the courage and the sacrifice, the nerve to move in a new direction. Thank you.
Senator McCain, you get the last word. Senator Obama had the opening.
So maybe it was like a town hall with just McCain, but McCain, we'll have to see if we can find that clip of McCain
thank you, Tom,
telling the one
and,
person
I think what I don't
to like
know
respect
is
Obama
what
or whatever.
all of us don't know. And that's what's going to
I
happen.
thought it was at this, but
both here at home and abroad. The challenges that we face are unprecedented. Americans are hurting tonight in a way they have not in our generation. There are challenges around the world.
whose shoes looked fine?
That are
I
new
missed
and
them.
different. And there will be different. We will be talking about countries sometime in the future that we hardly know where they are on the map, some Americans. So
Did you watch Obama's horses and bayonet part? I haven't heard that one yet. No.
what I don't
That sounds
know
familiar though.
is what
But I don't
the
think
unexpected will be.
I don't think he said it in
But
this
I
one.
have spent my whole life serving this country. I grew up in a family where my father was gone most of the time because he was at sea
Is that against
doing
Romney?
our country's business. My mother basically raised our family. I know what it's like.
Yeah,
in
okay.
dark
That's probably why.
times.
It sounds familiar.
I know what it's like to have to fight to keep one's hope going through difficult times. I know what it's like to rely on others for support and courage and love in tough times. I know what it's like to have your comrades reach out to you and your neighbors and your fellow citizens and pick you up and put you back in the fight. That's what America's all about. I
don't want to
in this
fight
country.
anybody though.
I believe
you know?
in its future. I believe in its greatness. It's been my great honor to serve it for many, many years. And I'm asking the American people to give me another opportunity. And I'll rest on my record, but I'll also tell you,
No, it was
times are
McCain.
tough.
I think that's what I'm
We
thinking
need
of. I
steady-handed
thought it was in
artillery.
this debate, but I think it's a
The
town
great honor
hall.
of my life was to always put my country first. Thank you, Tom.
We'll look it
Thank
up
you
after
very much,
this.
Senator McCain.
Minute left here.
That concludes tonight's debate from here in Nashville. We want to thank our hosts here at
Nashville.
Belmont University in Nashville and the Commission on Presidential Debates. And you're in my way of my script there, if you will move.
This happened last time,
In
too.
addition to everything else, there is one more presidential debate on Wednesday, October 15th at Hofstra University in New York, moderated by my friend Bob Schieffer of CBS News. Thank you, Senator McCain. Thank you, Senator Obama. Good night, everyone from Nashville.
So yeah, this next one is them sitting at a table. I don't know how I feel about it. They keep getting more and more casual. Yeah, let me look up the McCain defends Barack Obama. Look at the top thing.
We're scared. We're scared of an Obama presidency, and I'll tell you why. I'm concerned about someone that cohorts with domestic terrorists such as Ayers.
I have to tell you, he is a decent person and a person that you do not have to be scared as President of the United States. Now, look,
I got to ask you a question. I do not believe in, I can't trust Obama. I have read about him, and he's an Arab. He is not. No?
No, wait, what? This, I'm telling you, it started, because this was the whole, yeah, like, it's the, what's it called? I said birther movement earlier. I think that's from something else, and apologies if so. I don't even know what to look up for this. If someone can look it up for me, because I want to keep going, because I'm a little bit on a time crunch. Where it, like, I know Trump was part of the reason too of it, where like he was trying to say that Obama wasn't even from America, he was from Kenya. Yeah. Was it him? I know he was part of it, but I don't know if he was the one that started it, but he was definitely part of it. And you see it here, even back then.
no, ma'am. He's a decent family man, citizen that I just happen to have disagreements with on fundamental issues, and that's what this campaign is all about. He's not. Thank you. Thank you.
You gotta give respect to McCain here, at the very least. I know you know, both war criminals and all that shit, but at least McCain tried to stop the racism for the most with his fan base. And then there's people like Trump who just kept egging it on. So, all right, last one, folks. We have to power through this one because I gotta get off at, what time is it? It's 2:00 my time. I gotta get off by 4:30. So we should have just enough time.
Good evening and welcome to the third and last presidential debate of 2008, sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. I'm Bob Schieffer of CBS News. The rules tonight are simple. The subject is domestic policy. I will divide the next hour and a half into 9-minute segments.
Thank God, no more. I don't need to hear more about
each segment. Each candidate will
Iran.
then have 2 minutes to respond, and then we'll have a discussion.
In Russia.
I'll encourage them to ask follow-up questions of each other. If they do not, I will. The audience behind me has promised to be quiet, except at this moment when we welcome Barack Obama and John McCain.
It's Senator Obama and Senator McCain. Have some fucking respect.
Thank you so much.
What's going on, son of a bitch?
Gentlemen, welcome.
Those
By
chairs do
now,
look kind of
we've heard
comfy,
all
though.
the talking points. So let's try to tell the people tonight some things that they haven't heard. Let's get to it. Another very bad day on Wall Street, as both of you know.
Oh no.
Both of you.
Not Wall Street. God damn.
You propose new plans.
Gotta
this
think
week
about Wall
to
Street,
address
y'all.
The economic crisis. Senator McCain, you proposed a $52 billion plan that includes new tax cuts on capital gains, tax breaks for seniors.
Yeah, this is the format that Ethan said was like reminds him of like a date.
stock losses, among other things. Senator Obama.
It's very intimate.
You proposed $60 billion in tax cuts for middle-income and lower-income people, more tax breaks to create jobs, new spending for public works projects to create jobs. I will ask both of you, why is your plan better than his? Senator McCain, you go first.
Well, let me say, Bob, thank you, and thanks to Hofstra. And by the way, our beloved Nancy Reagan is in the hospital tonight. Our thoughts and prayers are going with you. It's good to see you again.
Oh no, poor Nancy.
Senator Obama, Americans are hurting right now, and they're angry. They're hurting and they're angry. They're innocent victims of greed and excess on Wall Street, and as well as Washington, D.C. And they're angry, and they have every reason to be angry. And they want this country to go in a new direction. And there are elements of my proposal that you just outlined, which I won't repeat. But we also have to have a short-term fix, in my view, and long-term fixes. Let me just talk to you about one of the short-term fixes. The catalyst for this housing crisis was the Fannie and Freddie Mae that caused the subprime lending situation that now caused the housing market in America to collapse. I am convinced that until we reverse this continued decline in home ownership and put a floor under it, and so that people have not only the hope and belief they can stay in their homes and realize the American dream, but that value will
And
come.
now you can't even buy a home.
We have allocated $750 billion. Let's take 300 of that billion and go in and buy
Colorado,
those
like,
home
housing
loan
is so
mortgages
crazy, dude.
and negotiate with those people in their homes.
There was
11 million
a,
homes or more,
I forgot what the exact
so that
report
they
said, but it was
can
just like
afford to
talking
pay
about
the
how
mortgage, stay in their home.
housing in
criticism
Colorado
of this,
like
but what about
increases like
the
significantly
citizen
every
that
year. Like it's
stayed
like
in their homes, that
I think it was like double digits or something like
paid their
that.
mortgage payments.
So depressing.
It doesn't help that person in their home if the next door neighbor's
It's like we
house
moved
is
out here and
abandoned.
it's like
And so we've got to reverse this. We ought to put
I'm
the
scared to leave our
homeowners first,
apartment
and
because
I am
I'm afraid it's
disappointed
gonna.
that
The next
Secretary
spot we move
Paulson
to
and
will
others
be
have not made that their first
like
priority.
$3,000.
Senator Obama.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Hofstra University and the people of New York for hosting us tonight, and it's wonderful to join Senator McCain again, and thank you, Bob. I think everybody understands at this point
Why is it
that
so quiet?
we are experiencing the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression. And the financial rescue plan that Senator McCain and I supported is an important first step. And I pushed for some core principles, making sure the taxpayers can get their money back if they're putting money up, making sure that CEOs are not enriching themselves through this process. And I think that it's going to take some time to work itself out. But what we haven't yet seen is a rescue package for the middle class, because the fundamentals of the economy were weak even before this latest crisis. So I've proposed 4 specific things that I think can help. Number 1, let's focus on jobs. I want to end the tax breaks for companies that are shipping jobs overseas and provide a tax credit for every company that's creating a job right here in America. Number 2, let's help families right away by providing them a tax cut, a middle-class tax cut for people making less than $200,000, and let's allow them to access their IRA accounts without penalty if they're experiencing a crisis. Now, Senator McCain, I agree with your idea that we've got to help homeowners. That's why we included in the financial package a proposal to get homeowners in a position where they can renegotiate their mortgages. I disagree with Senator McCain in how to do it, because the way Senator McCain has designed his plan, it could be a giveaway to banks if we're buying full price for mortgages that now are worth a lot less, and we don't want to waste taxpayer money. And we've got to get the financial package working much quicker than it's been working. Last point I want to make, though, we've got some long-term challenges in this economy that have to be dealt with. We've got to fix our energy policy that's giving our wealth away. We've got to fix our health.
I mean, at this time, like the housing was, there was the bubble popped like a year prior to this, where like people who took out loans on their houses, they were like really bad loans or whatnot. Long story short, basically, like if you bought a house, let's say in 2000 for $200,000, in 2007 the market crashed so much that it would have been maybe you got $50,000. So people were forced to either stay at their homes or they couldn't sell their homes and make their money. They lost a lot of money. And then also on top of that, there was high interest rates for those loans. Like I know actually for like we built a house in 2000, and I think my mom said they had to refinance their loan, if I remember correctly, during this time. Yeah, he'll remove tax cuts and companies that were outsourcing. I don't know if Obama did that. I don't remember specifically. But that policy's been talked about for quite a while. In other debates, we've heard that talking point as well. Specifically on companies that are outsourcing. It's basically, it's like a reward for investing in the United States is you get a tax break. But the thing is, a lot of these companies that outsource already do get tax breaks. There's like plenty of manufacturing companies that have loopholes and whatnot where they don't have to pay because they have cheap labor in China. A lot of like clothing companies, for example, get a lot of stuff made overseas.
Healthcare system, and we've got to invest in our education system for every young person to be able to learn.
All right. Would you like to ask him a question?
No. I would like to mention that a couple of days ago, Senator Obama was out in Ohio, and he had an encounter with a guy who's a plumber. His name is Joe Wurzelberger. Joe wants to buy the business that he's been in for all these years. Worked 10, 12 hours a day. And he wanted to buy the business, but he looked at your tax plan, and he saw that he was going to pay much higher taxes. You were going to put him in a higher tax bracket, which was going to increase his taxes, which was going to cause him not to be able to employ people, which Joe was trying to realize the American dream. Now, Senator Obama talks about
the American dream of being a capitalist,
Joe,
baby.
I want to tell you,
I want to be a billionaire.
That you buy that business that you worked your whole life for, and I'll keep your taxes low, and I'll provide available and affordable health care for you and your employees, and I will not stand for a tax increase on the small business income. 50% of small business income taxes are paid by small businesses. That's 16 million jobs in America. And what you want to do to Joe the plumber. And me and
Firewolf,
people
just
like
chill
him
with those
is
kind of
have their
jokes,
taxes
please.
Increased. and
Because like
not be able
I
to
might
realize
understand the
American
context, but
dream
someone in chat
of
might not
owning their own
understand
business.
that.
That's
You might
what
be
Joe believes.
seeming like you actually are
He's been
calling
watching
him
some ads of
an Arab.
Senator McCain's. Let me tell you what I'm actually going to do.
It's getting so fucking hot in here. I'm
I
sweating.
think tax policy is a major difference between Senator McCain and myself.
Ryro, for India, are you saying like they outsource a lot, or that
Senator McCain, the centerpiece of his economic
or that like
plan
America has
is to provide
what you call it,
$200 billion in additional tax breaks to some of the wealthiest corporations in America.
like
ExxonMobil
America
and other
like
oil companies, for example, would get an additional
has
$4
like
billion in
American
tax
companies
breaks.
like use
What I've said is I want to
like
provide
clothing,
a
let's say
tax
manufacturers
for
have like
95%
jobs in
of
India.
working Americans. 95%. If you make more, if you
My
make
company's
less than
founders are U.S.
$250,000
citizens.
a year,
Gotcha.
then you will not see
Gotcha.
your income tax go up, your capital gains tax go up, your payroll tax, not one dime. And 95% of working families, 95% of you out there, will get a tax cut. In fact, independent studies have looked at our respective plans and have concluded that I provide 3 times the amount of tax relief to middle-class families than Senator McCain does. Now, the conversation I had with Joe the plumber,
Did
what I essentially
Obama's-
said to him was, 5 years ago, when you weren't in a position to buy your business, you needed a tax cut then. And what I want to do is to make sure that the plumber, the nurse, the firefighter, the teacher, the young entrepreneur who doesn't yet have money, I want to give them a tax break now. And that requires us to make some important choices. Last point I'll make about small businesses, not only do 98% of small businesses make less than $250,000, but I also want to give them additional tax breaks because they are the drivers of the economy. They produce the most jobs.
You know what Senator Obama ended up his conversation with Joe the plumber? We need to spread the wealth around. In other words, we're going to take Joe's money, give it to Senator Obama, and
I just wanted to see like
him
to what
spread
effect
the
did
wealth
this
around.
actually happen,
I want
like
Joe
specifically the
plumber to spread that wealth
95% tax
around.
cut.
You told him you wanted to spread the wealth around. The whole premise behind
What cat?
Senator Obama's plans are class warfare. Let's spread the wealth around.
Class warfare,
I want
hell
small
yeah.
Businesses, and by the way, the small businesses that we're talking about that would receive an increase in their taxes right now. Why would you want to increase anybody's taxes right now? Why would you want to do that? Anyone in America. When we have such a tough time, when these small business people like Joe the plumber are going to create
They
jobs.
keep talking about Joe
unless
the
you
plumber
take
now.
that money from him and spread the wealth around. I'm not going to.
Sure.
We're not going to do that in my administration.
If I can answer the question. Number one, I want to cut taxes for 95% of Americans. Now, it is true that my friend and supporter Warren Buffett, for example, could afford to pay a little more in taxes.
We're talking about Joe the plumber.
in order to give additional tax cuts to Joe the plumber before he was at the point where he could make $250,000. I think ExxonMobil, which made $12 billion record profits over the last several quarters, they can afford to pay a little more so that ordinary families who are hurting out there, they're trying to figure out how they're going to afford food, how they're going to save for their kids' college education, they need a break. So
What's up, usernames?
Nobody likes
hello,
taxes.
hello.
I would prefer that none of us had to pay taxes, including myself. But ultimately, we've got
How
to
goes
pay
it across the pond?
for investments that make this economy strong.
Well, for me,
and
it's like-
somebody's
Nobody
gotta
likes
do it.
taxes. Let's not raise anybody's taxes.
It's it's more for me like land than ocean,
Businesses
but
in America today
across the pond
are
is
paying
we
the
say.
second highest tax rate of anywhere in the world. Our tax rates for business in America is 35%. Ireland, it's 11%. Where are companies going to go where they can create jobs and where they can do best in business? We need to cut the business tax rate in America. We need to encourage business now. Of all times in America, we need to cut people's taxes. We need to encourage business, create jobs, not spread the wealth around.
All right, let's go to another topic. It's related.
What a weird hill to die on. I don't know. I get it's 2008, but imagine someone saying that now. Like, we don't need to spread the wealth. we need more hoarding, if anything. Come on now. Warren Buffett needs all the money because, you know, we never know. He can go, you know, go bankrupt and he might need a couple extra billion, you know?
So if you have other things you want to say, you can get back to that. This question goes to you first, Senator Obama. We found out yesterday that this year's deficit will reach an astounding record high $455 billion. Some experts say it could go to $1 trillion next year. Both of you have said you want to reduce the deficit, but the nonpartisan Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget ran the numbers on both of your proposals, and they say the cost of your proposals, even with the savings you claim can be made, each will add more than $200 billion to the deficit. Aren't you both ignoring reality? Won't some of the programs you're proposing have to be trimmed, postponed, even eliminated?
I want to see this by a year.
Specifics on what you're going to cut back, Senator Obama.
Well, first of all, I think it's important for the American public to understand that the $750 billion rescue
fucking
package,
COVID,
if it's structured properly, and as president, I will make sure it's structured properly, means that ultimately taxpayers get their money back, and that's important to understand. But there is no doubt that we've been living beyond our means, and we're going to have to make some adjustments. Now, what I've done throughout this campaign is to propose a net spending.
I go back to
about
cut some of these programs, sir.
Absolutely. So let me.
I go back to like I don't care about the deficit. Spend more money.
Though, is that I have
if it means you could help people, spend the money. I mean, the real thing is that you can just cut from the defense budget and probably just give everyone money. That'd probably help. But
we spend $15 billion a year on subsidies to insurance companies. It doesn't under the Medicare plan. It doesn't help seniors get any better. It's not improving our health care system. It's just a giveaway. We need to eliminate a whole host.
Remember when we were supposed to get $2,000 checks from Biden, and we only got what, 600?
Page. Programs that don't work, we should cut. Programs that we need, we should make them work better. Now, what is true is that Senator McCain and I have a difference in terms of the need to invest in America and the American people. I mentioned health care earlier. If we make investments now so that people have coverage, that we are preventing diseases, that will save on Medicare and Medicaid in the future. If we invest in a serious energy policy, that will save in the amount of money we're borrowing from China to send to Saudi Arabia. If we invest now in our young people and their ability to go to college, that will allow them to drive this economy into the 21st century. But what is absolutely true is that once we get through this economic crisis and some of the specific proposals to get us out of this slump, that we're not going to be able to go back to our profligate ways. And we're going to have to embrace a culture and an ethic of responsibility, all of us, corporations, the federal government, and individuals out there who may be living beyond their means.
Senator.
Well, thank you, Bob. I just want to get back to this home ownership. During the Depression era, we had a thing called the Home Ownership Loan Corporation. And they went out and bought up these mortgages, and people were able to stay in their homes. And eventually, the values of those homes went up, and they actually made money.
Not in this debate.
This was a
this debate's all about domestic and economy questions. There was one that was more of a international or questions for abroad foreign policy, I should say. There's no questions about Yemen. I don't know if Yemen really was a topic yet. It might be under Mitt Romney and Obama debates, though.
Proposal made by Senator Clinton.
I don't think they mentioned Yemen at all.
So, obviously, if we can start increasing home values, then there will be creation of wealth.
But the question was, what are you going to cut?
Second of all, energy independent. We have to have nuclear power. We have to stop sending $700 billion a year to countries that don't like us very much. It's wind, tide, solar, natural gas, nuclear, offshore drilling, which Senator Obama has opposed. And the point is that we become energy independent, and we will create millions of jobs in America. Okay, what would I cut? I would have, first of all, across-the-board spending freeze, okay? That some people say that's a hatchet, and then I would get out a scalpel, okay? Because we have presided over the largest increase. We got to have new direction for this country. We have presided over the largest increase in government since the Great Society. Government spending has gone completely out of control. $10 trillion debt we're giving to our kids, $500 billion we owe China. I know how to save billions of dollars in defense spending. I know how to eliminate programs. I have fought against, well, one of them would be the marketing assistance program. Another one would be a number of subsidies for ethanol. I opposed subsidies for ethanol because I thought it distorted the market and created inflation. Senator Obama supported those subsidies. I would eliminate the tariff on imported sugarcane-based ethanol from Brazil. I know how to save billions. I saved the taxpayer $6.8 billion by fighting a deal for a couple of years, as you might recall. There was a sweetheart deal between an aircraft manufacturer, DOD, and people ended up in jail. But I would fight for a line item veto, and I would certainly veto every earmarked pork barrel bill. Senator Obama has asked for nearly $1 billion in pork barrel earmarked projects, including $3 million for an overhead projector in a planetarium in his hometown. That's not the way we cut. We'll cut out all the pork.
Time's up.
Well, look, I think that we do have a disagreement about across-the-board spending freeze. It sounds good. It's proposed periodically. It doesn't happen. And in fact, an across-the-board spending freeze is a hatchet. And we do need a scalpel because there's some programs that don't work at all. There's some programs that are underfunded. And I want to make sure that we are
looking at polling here
programs
just to see where we would be at this point.
Senator McCain talks a lot about earmarks. That's one of the
October
centerpieces of his
15th.
campaign. Earmarks account for 0.5% of the total federal budget. There's no doubt that the system needs reform, and there are a lot of screwy things that we end up spending.
Dude, look at this boost, though. The day before, November 3rd, 51%.
The last thing I think we have to focus on is a little bit of history.
When was the
just so that
first
we
debate?
understand what we're doing going
I think it
forward.
was in October.
When
Because
President
look at
Bush
this
came in
spike.
office, we had a budget
McCain had a
surplus,
randomly got this
national debt was
big bump
a little
here.
over $5 trillion. It has doubled over the last
Then
8
it
years.
switched
And
around
we are now
September.
looking at a deficit of well over $500 billion. So one of the things that I think we have to
I'll have
recognize
to look that
is
up.
pursuing the same kinds of policies.
Maybe there
that
was
we
something, a
pursued over the
gaffe
last
maybe
8
Obama
years
did or
is
something?
not going to bring down the deficit. And frankly, Senator McCain voted for 4 out of 5 of President Bush's budgets. We've got to take this in a new direction. That's what I propose as president.
Do either of you think you can balance the budget in 4 years? You have said previously you thought you could, Senator McCain.
Sure I do.
You
And
can
let me
still
tell you-
do that?
Yeah. Senator Obama, I am not President Bush. If you wanted to run against President Bush, you should have run 4 years ago. I'm going to give a new direction to this economy in this country. Senator Obama talks about voting for budget.
See, that's the thing with always with the third debates is that whoever's losing in the polls, I feel like, starts to be more aggressive than normal. Like McCain hasn't been aggressive, like really at all, and like too often in these debates. And I feel like he's been. That's his first time of him combating the Obama's like critique of him of being like, hey, it would just be Bush again.
Twice for a budget resolution that increases the taxes on individuals making $42,000
I expect McCain to attack
a
more
year.
here.
Of course we can take a hatchet and a scalpel to this budget. It's completely out of control. The mayor of New York, Mayor Bloomberg, just
Bloomberg.
across-the-board spending freeze on New York City. They're doing it all over America because they have to balance their budgets. I will
Bloomberg
balance our
2020,
budgets,
baby.
and I will get them, and I will reduce this. We can do it with this kind of job creation of energy independence. Now, look, Americans are hurting tonight, and they're angry, and I understand that, and they want a new direction. I can bring them in that direction by eliminating spending. Senator Obama talks about the budgets I voted for. He voted for the last 2 budgets that had $24 billion more in spending than the budget that the Bush administration proposed. He voted for the energy bill that was full of goodies for the oil companies that I opposed. So the fact is, let's look at our record, Senator Obama. Let's look at as graded by the National Taxpayers Union and the Citizens Against Government Waste and the other watchdog organizations. I have fought against spending. I have fought against special interest. I have fought for reform. You have to tell me one time when you have stood up with the leaders of your party on one single major issue.
Well, there's a lot of stuff that was put out there, so let me try to address it. First of all, in terms of standing up to the leaders of my party, the first major bill that I voted on in the Senate was in support of tort reform, which wasn't very popular with trial lawyers, a major constituency in the Democratic Party.
An overwhelming vote.
I support charter schools and pay for performance for teachers. Doesn't make me popular with the teachers union. I support clean coal technology. Doesn't make me popular with environmentalists.
Clean coal, come on.
So I've got a history of reaching across the aisle.
Clean
now.
coal.
With respect to a couple of things Senator McCain said, the notion that I voted for a tax increase for people making $42,000 a year has been disputed by everybody who's looked at this claim that Senator McCain keeps on making. Even Fox News disputes it. And that doesn't happen very often when it comes to accusations about me. So the fact of the matter is that if I occasionally mistaken your policies for George Bush's policies, it's because on the core economic issues that matter to the American people, on tax policy, on energy policy, on spending priorities, you have been a vigorous supporter of President Bush. Now, you've shown independence, commendable independence, on some key issues like torture, for example, and I give you enormous credit for that. But when it comes to economic policies, essentially what you are proposing is 8 more years of the same thing, and it hasn't worked. And I think the American people understand it hasn't worked. We need to move in a new direction.
All right.
Let me just say,
I've got about 30
okay,
seconds.
but it's very clear that I have disagreed with the Bush administration. I have disagreed with leaders of my own party. I got the scars to prove it, whether it be bringing climate change to the floor of the Senate for the first time, whether it be opposition to spending and earmarks, whether it be the issue of torture, whether it be the conduct of the war in Iraq, which I vigorously opposed.
I like how he keeps doing the against torture remarks, and it's just like kind of fucked up, being like, yeah, the rest of my party's like pro-torture. Basically, it was controversial.
Whether it be on fighting the pharmaceutical companies, on Medicare prescription drugs importation, whether it be fighting for an HMO patient's Bill of Rights, whether it be the establishment of the 9/11 Commission. I have a long record of reform and fighting through on the floor of the United States Senate.
All right.
Senator Obama, your argument for standing up to the leaders of your party isn't very convincing.
All right. We're going to move to another question, and the topic is leadership in this campaign. Both of you pledged to take the high road in this campaign, yet it has turned very nasty. Senator Obama, your campaign has used words like erratic, out of touch, lie, angry, losing his bearings to describe. McCain, your commercials have included words like disrespectful, dangerous, dishonorable. He lied. Your running mate said he palled around with terrorists. Are each of you tonight?
Oh, gee. Yeah, because Sarah Palin was kind of dabbing her. Like I said, Sarah Palin's part of that early Tea Party movement, which kind of eventually turned into the MAGA under Trump. And yeah, I believe it that Sarah Palin said something like that. She's a little crazy.
Willing to sit at this table and say to each other's face what your campaigns and the people in your campaigns have said about each other? And Senator McCain, you're first.
Well, this has been a tough campaign. It's been a very tough campaign. And I know from my experience in many campaigns that if Senator Obama had responded to my urgent request to sit down and do town hall meetings and come before the American people, we could have done at least 10 of them by now. When Senator Obama was first asked, he said, any place, any time. The way Barry Goldwater and Jack Kennedy agreed to do before the intervention of the tragedy at Dallas. So I think the tone of this campaign could have been very different. And the fact is, it's gotten pretty tough. And I regret some of the negative aspects of both campaigns.
No, you don't. No one does. Come on now. It's part of the course at this point.
But the fact is that it has taken many turns which I think are unacceptable. One of them happened just the other day when a man I admire and respect, I've written about him, Congressman John Lewis, an American hero, made allegations that Sarah Palin and I were somehow associated with the worst chapter in American history. Segregation, deaths of children in church bombings, George Wallace.
Jesus Christ.
That to me was so hurtful. And Senator Obama, you didn't repudiate those remarks. Every time there's been an out of bounds remark made by a Republican no matter where they are.
It's always interesting with these questions. There's always one of these questions for the last like 2 or 3 debates we've had between candidates where it's always like, do you regret how nasty the campaigns have been? It's like, at this point, do you think that they understand it's part of the game? You know? And they're not going to take it personally because they're, end of the day, they both get money. You're both still in power after this. It's not like, you know.
I have repudiated them. I hope that Senator Obama will repudiate those remarks.
Yeah, is it Obama's? He literally said it was a different, it was another senator or whatever. It's not Obama's fault.
By Congressman John Lewis. Very unfair and totally inappropriate. So I want to tell you, we will run a truthful campaign. This is a tough campaign. And it's a matter of fact that Senator Obama has spent more money on negative ads than any political campaign in history. And
because he knows how to win. That's why. That's how you win. It's proven at this point. I know that Clinton, they said during the Clinton thing that Clinton had a bunch of negative ads too.
I can prove it. And Senator Obama, when he said, and he signed a piece of paper that said he would take public financing for his campaign if I did, that was back when he was a long shot candidate, you didn't keep your word. And we looked into the camera and debate with Senator Clinton and said, I will sit down and negotiate with John McCain about public financing before I make a decision. You didn't tell the American people the truth because you didn't. And that's an unfortunate part. Now we have the highest spending by Senator Obama's campaign than any time since Watergate.
All right.
Well, look, I think that we expect presidential campaigns to be tough. I think that if you look at the record and the impressions of the American people,
like, did McCain, I mean, I guess to be fair, he did, we just watched that video of him telling some of his supporters to not call Obama an Arab, and be racist, basically. So I guess McCain was hoping he'd return the favor. I mean, like, I don't know. Obama's, at this time, was facing, I mean, still does to this day, more, probably death threats than McCain has probably ever got in his lifetime. And McCain's had a long Senate career. You know what I mean? Like, Obama is young. Obama has only been in politics for what? Like 10 years or something? Barely, I think less than that before he ran for president. So, like, I can guarantee you Obama's received much more flack. And does that mean McCain has to take responsibility for that? I don't know. I just think it's a weird question.
Network just did a poll showing that 2/3 of the American people think that Senator McCain's running a negative campaign versus 1/3 of mine. And 100%, John, of your ads, 100% of them have been negative.
It's not true.
It absolutely is true. And now.
And what counts as a negative ad? Just being like, this candidate's going to raise your taxes? Like, is that, I guess that'd be a negative ad, right?
People are less interested in
That's my other
our
question.
Feelings during the course of the campaign than addressing the issues that matter to them so deeply. And there is nothing wrong with us having a vigorous debate like we're having tonight about health care, about energy policy, about tax policy. That's the stuff that campaigns should be made of. The notion, though, that because we're not doing town hall meetings, that justifies some of the ads that have been going up, not just from your own campaign directly, John, but 527s and other organizations that make some pretty tough accusations. Well, I don't mind being attacked for the next 3 weeks. What the American people can't afford, though, is 4 more years of failed economic policies. And what they deserve over the next 4 weeks is that we talk about what's most pressing to them, the economic crisis. Senator McCain's own campaign said publicly last week that if we keep on talking about the economic crisis, we lose. So we need to change the subject. And I would love to see the next 3 weeks devoted to talking about the economy, devoted to talking about healthcare, devoted to talking about energy, and
that's a good answer.
American people can send their kids to college.
Obama got him here, big time. Obama got him here because he flipped the question to be like, listen, I'll take all the hate for 3 weeks. I want to focus on the average American. Yeah, that's a good answer.
And that is something that I would welcome. But it requires, I think.
Like McCain went for like, yeah, I wish the campaign was run better. Like, I wish everyone was so hateful. You know, like, he's not. Obama didn't make it about him.
I think a recognition that politics as usual, as has been practiced over the last several years, is not solving the big problems here in America.
Well, if you'll turn on the television, as I watched the Arizona Cardinals defeat the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday.
Congratulations.
Every other ad was an attack ad on my health care
Got him.
And any objective observer has said it's not true. You're
Oh
running
shit!
ads right
This is when the Cardinals actually go to the Super Bowl, or is that the next year? I think it's the next year.
now that say that I oppose federal funding for stem cell research. I don't. You're running ads that misportray completely my position on immigration. So the fact is that Senator Obama is spending unprecedented in the history of American politics, going back to the beginning, amounts of money in negative attack ads on me.
Sounds like
And
Obama
of
knows how to
course
run a
I've
winning
talked about
campaign. Then
Of course, I've talked to people like Joe the plumber and tell him that I'm
Joe
not
the
going to
plumber.
spread his wealth around. I'm going to let him keep his wealth. And of course, we're talking about a positive plan of action to restore this economy and restore jobs in America. That's what my campaign is all about, and that's what it'll continue to be.
oh, you know, this is the season that the Cardinals go to the Super Bowl. Yeah, with Kurt
Again,
Warner.
did
Now I
not hear
remember.
a
Yeah.
repudiation of Congressman
Well,
Lewis's
I mean, if we want to talk about Congressman Lewis, who is an American hero, he, unprompted by my campaign, without my campaign's awareness, made a statement that he was troubled with what he was hearing at some of the rallies that your running mate was holding, in which all the public reports indicated were shouting, when my name came up, things like terrorist and kill him, and that your running mate didn't mention, didn't stop, didn't say, hold on a second.
Friar Wolf, that's a good
And
good edit of the emote.
Congressman Lewis's point was that we have to be careful about how we deal with our supporters.
Good job, Obama, calling this shit out, dude. I'm telling you, Sarah, I mean, we knew that Sarah Palin, like I said, is part of the. She eventually would turn, after losing this election, she would be one of the leaders of the Tea Party, which eventually would turn into MAGA and that whole thing. So it's like, you can see it here. You can see it here. The racism,
Now,
early fascism.
What he said. You've got to read what he said.
Let me complete
Go ahead.
my response. I do think that he inappropriately drew a comparison between what was happening there and what had happened during the civil rights movement. And we immediately put out a statement saying that we don't think that comparison is appropriate. And in fact, afterwards, Congressman Lewis put out a similar statement saying that he had probably gone over the line. The important point here is, though, the American people have become so cynical about our politics because all they see is a tit for tat and back and forth. And what they want is the ability to just focus on some really big challenges that we face right now. And that's what I have been trying to focus on this entire campaign. We can have serious differences about our health care policy, for example, John, because we do have a difference on health care policy.
We do, and I hope we talk about it.
Talking about it this evening.
Sure.
But when people suggest that I pal around with terrorists, then we're not talking about issues. What we're talking about are...
Does he
let me just say,
pal around with terrorists?
let me just say categorically, I'm proud of the people that come to our rallies. Whenever you get a large rally of 10, 15, 20,000 people, you're going to have some fringe peoples. You know that, and we've always said that that's not appropriate. But to somehow say that group of
I feel like it only
young women
applies to
who
the Republican Party. What do you mean? Like, there's always some fringe people. I'm like, you know that. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? I feel like that wouldn't really apply to Obama, the Democrat Party. Well, at most people are being like, you know, fuck SCOTUS, maybe. Like, well, I guess that's before, you know, the last couple of years, but I don't know. I just don't get where. Oh, that's a weird. Once again, does McCain not know his base? Yeah. I don't know. I think he believes that most of his base is, just like him, And maybe that was true at the time, but it's kind of a weird thing to be like, yeah, we have our weirdos at our campaign rallies. And it's like, I wonder who that could be related to. Like, I don't know, maybe it's my vice president candidate?
Military wives from McCain are somehow saying anything derogatory about you, or anything. And those veterans that wear those hats that say World War II, Vietnam, Korea, Iraq, that I'm not going to stand for people saying that the people that come to my rallies are anything but the most dedicated, patriotic.
What's up, Brent? I can hear myself in the other room.
In this nation, and they're great citizens. And I'm not going to stand for somebody saying that because someone yelled something at a rally. There's a lot of things that have been yelled at your rallies, Senator Obama, that I'm not happy about either. In fact, some T-shirts that are very unacceptable. So the point is,
we got into a good question here, Brent, about he asked them about like the ads and stuff, the negative ads, why they're so negative, and Obama basically just has been just wrecking McCain right now.
Every time someone's been out of line, whether they've been part of my campaign or not. And I will continue to do that.
Yeah, they say the Orioles are crushing the Twins right now. Yeah.
We need to absolutely not stand for the kind of things that have been going on. I haven't.
Well, look, Bob, as I said.
I mean, do you take issue with that?
Here's what I would say. I mean, we can have a debate back and forth about the merits of each other's campaigns. I suspect we won't agree here tonight. What I think is most important is that we recognize that to solve the key problems that we're facing, if we're going to solve two wars, the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression, if we're going to focus on lifting wages that have declined over the last 8 years and create jobs here in America, then Democrats, independents, and Republicans, we're going to have to be able to work together. And what is important is making sure that we disagree without being disagreeable. And it means that we can have tough, vigorous debates around issues. What we can't do, I think, is
Tea Party was properly launched following February 19th, 2009.
And
by Rick Santelli on the floor of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange for a Tea Party.
That's been taking place for too long. And I think,
well, Bob,
John,
you asked me a direct question about, real quick, Mr. Ayers, I don't care about an old washed-up terrorist, but as Senator Clinton
David
said,
Cook there.
With you, we need to know the full extent of that relationship. We need to know the full extent of Senator Obama's relationship with Acorn, who is now on the verge of maybe perpetrating one of the greatest.
Politico noted that the Tea Party movement was essentially completely dead in 2016, but some of its ideas have been absorbed by the mainstream Republican Party. It's basically like the Squad. Eventually turned into like the Squad of the Republican Party, but
$1,000 for quote,
political efforts are illegal in this country.
So
in the UK, I don't believe that. Really?
Of course.
I'm going to.
There's definitely like been smear campaigns from
I'll respond to these two.
What's his name there?
Allegations that Senator McCain's made.
Oh my God, what's his name?
Gotten a lot of attention. In fact, Mr. Ayers has become
see
the
Russia from my
centerpiece of
house.
Senator
Yeah.
McCain's campaign over the last 2 or 3 weeks. This has been their primary focus. So let's get the record straight. Bill Ayers is a professor of education in Chicago. 40 years ago, when I was 8 years old, he engaged in despicable acts with a radical domestic group. I have roundly condemned those acts. 10 years ago, he served and I served on a school reform board that was funded by one of Ronald Reagan's former ambassadors and close friends, Mr. Annenberg. Other members on that board were the presidents of the University of Illinois, the president of Northwestern University, who happens to be a Republican, the president of the Chicago Tribune.
Donald Trump praised the Tea Party movement during the 2016 election.
Mr. Ayers is not involved in my campaign.
He held a Tea Party gathering in Nashville.
Been involved in this campaign.
The Tea Party people are incredible people.
He will not advise me in the White House. So that's Mr. Ayers. Now, with respect
yeah, Sarah
to
Palin
Acorn,
was there. Yeah.
Acorn is a community organization Apparently what they've done is they were paying people to go out and register.
Oh, she
votes.
ran for a congressional seat and
Apparently,
lost?
some of the people who were out there didn't really register people. They just filled out a bunch of names. Had nothing to do with
She also
us.
resigned, I see, and
We were not
I
involved.
didn't remember
The
that.
only involvement I've had with Acorn was I represented them alongside the U.S. Justice Department.
Not Boris
in
Johnson.
making Illinois implement a motor voter
What's his name?
that
I
helped
can't remember his name.
people
And
get register at DMVs. Now, the
he
reason
got
I think
smeared.
it's
He was like
important to
called
just
like
get these
a
facts out
that he was anti-Semitic
is
and stuff.
because, the
Oh my
allegation
God.
that Senator McCain's continually made
People
is that
look like
somehow
connected
my
him with Bernie,
association
like he
with
was
Trump. Let me tell you
the
who
British
I
Bernie or
associate
whatever.
with. On economic policy, I associate
Jeremy
with Warren
Corbyn.
Buffett,
Yeah.
former Fed
I knew there was a
chairman,
bunch of smear
Paul
campaigns
Volcker.
against him.
If I'm interested in figuring out my foreign policy, I associate myself with my running mate Joe Biden or with Dick Lugar, the Republican ranking member on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, or General Jim Jones, the former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO. Those are the people, Democrats and Republicans, who have shaped my ideas and who will be surrounding me in the White House. And I think the fact that this has become such an important part of your campaign, Senator McCain, says more about your campaign than it says about me.
Well, again, while you were on the board of the Woods Foundation, you and Mr. Ayers together, you sent $230,000 to Acorn. So, and you launched your political campaign in Mr. Ayers' living room.
That's absolutely not true.
And the facts are facts and records are
And
records.
that's not the
and
fact.
it's not the fact that Senator Obama chose to associate with a guy who in 2001 said that he wished he'd bombed more, and he had a long association with him. It's the fact that all of the details need to be known about Senator Obama's relationship.
All right, hold up. We're just gonna quickly look at Sarah Palin because we did it at the top. What's up? Big boys. Oh my God, Big Boy Sim. Can't fucking read. Just turned up. What are your political beliefs? I'm anti-capitalist. Mostly I'm into like anarchism, communism. Watching these debates mostly for, I don't know. I'm a sicko for electoral politics, even though I don't think electoral politics can fundamentally change our world. But we're chill here. We make fun of each candidate, and but I think we learn a lot from this. Actually, I think we can see how a lot of stuff hasn't really changed too much. Yeah, stay for the Kerry memes. But I don't know. I'm really interested in this kind of stuff, even though politically maybe it, I don't think is the strategy that I'm into, if that makes sense. But
With them and with Acorn and the American
But we've been watching all these
people make
debates,
a
been marathoning them.
My
We're hoping to go into the Republican primaries when the debates start there and maybe watch those. That's kind of my loose goal with this.
campaign is about getting this economy back on track, about creating jobs, about a brighter future for
You're an
America.
anarcho-communist? Okay,
That's
cool,
what
cool,
my
cool.
campaign
Yeah.
is about, and I'm not going to raise
Yeah, it's probably
taxes
the. I'm not a big label person. I try not to be too labely, but that's probably where I'm at too.
All right, let's go to
No, I
the
think it's a
next
fair
topic,
question,
and
BCZ. I think.
we want to get back into some of this during
I don't know.
this
I've seen
next
some crazy people tag,
I wanna ask
or
both of you
I shouldn't
about
say
the
crazy,
people that
but
you're gonna bring into
some
the
Twitch streamers just use whatever
And
tags
our
to
best
get people to
insight
click.
yet is who
I
you
don't
picked
try to
as
lie
your
with my
running
tags.
mates. So I'll begin by asking both of you this question, and I'll ask you to answer first, Senator Obama. Why would the country be better off if your running mate became president rather than his running mate?
Because Sarah Palin's wild. That's why. Sarah Palin would be a menace in the White House. Could you imagine Sarah Palin in the freaking White? Oh my God. Once I was reading here, like how she got picked. So basically, it was a bunch of party people telling McCain to pick Palin because they thought it would help with the religious right wing of the Republican Party. But while her status as an unknown of the national scene would be a positive factor. August 4th, 2008, among a few other McCain campaign advisors discussed potential vice presidential picks with a consensus settling around Palin. The following day, the strategists advised McCain of their conclusions. McCain personally called Palin, who was at the Alaska State Fair. In retrospect, Schmidt acknowledged her selection was an immense mistake. I mean, I really do think Sarah Palin cost McCain a lot because of the crazy shit she said. Like Obama mentioned in this debate that like at a rally she did, they are talking about killing Obama.
Joe Biden, I think, is one of the finest public servants that has served in this country. It's not just that he has some of the best foreign policy.
That's cool, big boys.
And
Keep reading it as big boys, big boy, big boy Sib.
His expertise there. But it's also that his entire life, he has never forgotten where he came from. Coming from Scranton, fighting on behalf of working families, remembering what it's like to see his father lose his
Yeah, didn't
job,
she call herself a
go
bimbo
through
or
a
something? I don't
downward
remember
spiral
that.
economically. And as a consequence,
I think she,
his
I don't know.
consistent
She
pattern throughout his career
was
is
an
to
interesting
fight for the
character.
little guy. That's what he's done when it
But honestly,
comes
I'd
to
rather have her
economic
than
policies
like,
that will help working families.
you know, half the
get a leg
MAGA
up.
heads that we have in
That's what he's done
Congress
when it comes
now.
to, for example, passing the landmark 1994 crime bill, the Violence Against Women's Act. Joe has always made sure that he is fighting on behalf of working families. And I think he shares my core values and my sense of where the country needs to go. Because after 8
Biden
years
also
of
thinks that he is like, I wouldn't say the level of like Jesus, but the reason he ran in 2016 or 2020 was because he believed he could heal the nation. That he's like, only I can do that. So he's full of himself is another thing you should have mentioned, Obama.
failed policies. He and I both agree that what we're going to have to do
Human
is
together
to
strong.
reprioritize.
Thanks for the follow.
Make
Appreciate
sure
it.
that we're investing in the American people.
Yeah, the Russia from
Give
my
tax
house thing. I
cuts
remember that
not
when I was
to
younger.
the wealthiest
I remember that being like a joke.
corporations, But give them to small businesses and give them to individuals who are struggling right now. Make sure that we finally get
If we ever do
serious
the
about
VP
energy
debates,
independence.
probably the most
Something
interesting
that
one would be
has
the Palin
been
versus
languishing in
Biden.
Washington for
Because like I said
30 years.
earlier, it either could be
Make
really
sure that
boring,
our kids get a
or
great
it'd be the
education
opposite,
and
where it'd be
afford to
the
go
most
to college.
entertaining thing ever.
So,
I feel like it would be
on
nowhere in
the key
between.
issues that are of importance to
It has the most
American families, Joe
potential.
Biden's
If
already
we ever
always
did
been on the
VP
right side, and I think
debates,
he will make an outstanding
marathon.
president.
I don't know if I want
God
to,
forbid something
but
happen to me.
Senator.
Well, Americans have gotten to know Sarah Palin. They know that she's a role model to women and other reformers all over America. She's a reformer. She took on a governor who was a member of her own party when she ran for governor. When she was ahead of their Energy and Natural Resources Board, she saw corruption, she resigned. And said, this can't go on. She's given money back to the taxpayers. She's cut the size of government. She negotiated with the oil companies and faced them down a $40 billion pipeline of natural gas that's going to relieve the energy needs of the of what they call the lower 48. She's a reformer through and through. And it's time we had that breath of fresh air coming into our nation's capital and sweep out the old boy neck.
well, she would help lead a lot of people into the nation's capital. I mean, in 2020, she wasn't there, but she helped influenced those folks to bring a fresh air into the Capitol building for sure, McCain.
Work and the cronyism that's been so much a part of it that I've fought against for all these years. She'll be my partner. She understands reform. And by the way, she also understands special needs families. She understands that autism is on the rise. That we got to find out what's causing it. And we've got to reach out to these families and help them.
Wait, is this like
give them the help they need.
Is this like a vaccines cause autism thing? Was she on that? I could totally see her being in that.
As they raise these very special needs children. She understands that better than almost any American.
Or am I misinterpreting that? I might have misheard.
And she has ignited our party and people all over America that have never been involved in the political process. And I can't tell you how proud I am of her and her family. Her husband's a pretty tough guy, by the way, too.
Do you think she's qualified to be president?
You know, I think that's going to be up to the American people. I think that obviously she's a capable politician who has, I think, excited a base in the Republican Party. And I think it's very commendable, the work she's done on behalf of special needs. I agree.
Okay, so she's done work.
I do
Okay,
want to
that's
just
cool.
point out that autism, for example, or other special needs, will require some additional funding if we're going to get serious.
I thought he was saying that like she's diving into like the causes of autism. And I thought it was a weird like dog whistle for like vaccine,
we're not going to be able to do it.
anti-vaccine.
That's an example of, I think, the kind of
because I know the
use of the
anti-vaccine
scalpel that we
movement
want to
started,
make sure that we're funding
I think, a little bit later.
Do you think Senator Biden is qualified?
Well, I think that Joe Biden is qualified in many respects, but I do point out that he's been wrong on many foreign policy and national security issues, which is supposed to be his strength. He voted against the first Gulf War. He voted against it, and obviously we had to
Biden.
take Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait, or it would have threatened the Middle Eastern world supply. In Iraq, he had this cockamamie idea about dividing Iraq into 3 countries. We're seeing Iraq united as Iraqis. It's tough, hard, but we're seeing them. We're now about to have an agreement for status of forces in Iraq coming up. There are several issues in which, frankly, Joe Biden and I openly and honestly disagreed on national security policy, and he's been wrong on a number of the major ones. But again, I want to come back to, notice every time Senator Obama says, we need to spend more. We need to spend more. That's the answer. Why do we always have to spend more? Why can't we have transparency, accountability, reform?
Oh, I could see that because like Tylenol
Maybe that's why he's asked
your,
for 860, sought and proposed $860
your
billion
heart.
worth of new
Right, I
spending,
think.
and wants to raise people's taxes.
Like, it helps reduce
in a
swelling and
time
stuff like
of
that, so
incredible
I think it affects
challenge
your
and
heart.
difficulty and heartache.
So if you're
for the
pregnant, I
American
can see
people.
that obviously being
Let's go to a new topic here. We're running a little behind. Let's talk about energy and climate control. Every president since Nixon has
Wait,
said...
climate control? You mean climate change? Climate control. What are we talking about? Like climate control AC, In your car, you got climate control?
What both of you
Climate
have
change.
said, climate change, yes.
Good. McCain, I'll give you that. Correct him. Climate control.
Has said what both of you have said, and that is we must reduce our dependence on foreign oil. When Nixon said it, we imported from 17 to 34% of our foreign oil. Now we're importing more than 60%. Would each of you give us a number, a specific number of how much you believe we can reduce our foreign oil imports during your first term? And I believe the first question goes to you, Senator McCain.
I believe we can, for all intents and purposes, eliminate our dependence on Middle Eastern oil and Venezuelan oil. Canadian oil is fine. By the way, when Senator Obama said he would unilaterally renegotiate the North American Free Trade Agreement, the Canadians said, yeah, and we'll sell our oil to China. You don't tell countries you're going to unilaterally renegotiate agreements with them. We can eliminate our dependence on foreign oil by building 45 new nuclear power plants right away. We can store and we can reprocess. Senator Obama will tell you, as the extreme environmentalists do, it has to be safe. Look, we've sailed Navy ships around the world for 60 years with nuclear power plants on them. We can store and reprocess the spent nuclear fuel, Senator Obama, no problem. So the point is, with nuclear power, with wind, tide, solar, natural gas, with development of flex fuel, hybrid, clean coal technology.
Stop with the clean coal. How are we still doing this? God damn, I'm going to hear it with Trump too. Fucking clean coal. And we know it started all the way back and President Ford talked about clean coal. In freaking 76 or whatever.
Clean coal technology
What is that?
key in the
No
heartland
such thing as
of
clean
America
coal.
that's hurting rather badly. So I think we can easily, within 7, 8, 10 years, if we put our minds to it, we can eliminate our dependence on the places in the world that harm our national security if we don't achieve our independence from.
All right. Can we reduce...
He only looks at climate change from the lens of like getting oil from like the Middle East in places where we have to fight wars. Like, yes, that's good, but like I feel like it should be more like, hey, we need to do this because of we need to like switch to renewable energy because of the environment. It won't matter if where we get it from in the end. If we we keep up with like fossil fuels and oil, it won't matter whether we get it here or somewhere else. The world is heating up.
Our dependence on foreign oil, and by how much in the first term, in 4 years?
I think that in 10 years, we can reduce our dependence so that we no longer have to import oil from the Middle East or Venezuela. I think that's about a realistic time frame. And this is the most important issue that our future economy is going to face. Obviously, we've got an immediate crisis right now, but nothing's more important than us no longer borrowing $700 billion or more from China. And
do you notice the racism there where he said Canadian oil is good, but Venezuela and Middle East oil is bad? I don't know if it's necessarily racist. I mean, I don't know if the intent is there. I could see it maybe being construed as that, but I don't think he's saying it like it's dirty oil or something like that, or like it's tainted or something like that. I think McCain's argument is that if we stop relying on oil in countries where we're constantly in war or in quote unquote, I guess the racism would be more of like it's dangerous there, right? He wants it from Canada mostly because it's our neighbors. So yeah, it's like more of a stable oil stable oil resource. Canada's a stable partner. We're not at war with Canada. That's what he's trying to say. And that's what I'm saying. My argument is it's like that's cool and all, but we should be trying to get rid of oil completely. I mean, they should have been doing that back in 1976, but
sending it to Saudi Arabia. It's mortgaging our children's future. Now, from the start of this campaign, I've identified this as one of my top priorities, and here's what I think we have to do. Number one, we do need to expand domestic production. And that means, for example, telling the oil companies the 68 million acres that they currently have leased that they're not drilling, use them or lose them. And I think that we should look at offshore drilling and implement it in a way that allows us to get.
And then we had the BP oil spill.
But understand, we only have 3 to 4% of the world's oil reserves, and we use 25% of the world's oil, which means that we can't drill our way out of the problem. And that's why I focused on putting
2010
resources into solar, wind, biodiesel, geothermal. These have been priorities of mine since I got to the Senate, and it is absolutely critical that we develop a high fuel-efficient car that's built not in Japan and not in South Korea, but built here in the United States of America. We invented the auto industry, and the fact that we have fallen so far behind is something that we have to work on. Now, I just want to make one last point because Senator McCain mentioned NAFTA and the issue of trade, and that actually bears on this issue.
Looks like 10 years ago, like they're still studying whether or not it affects like dolphins and stuff in the area.
But I also believe that for far too long, certainly during the course of the Bush administration, with the support of Senator McCain.
I didn't even know the oil spill killed 10 people.
The attitude's been that any trade agreement is a good trade agreement. And NAFTA did not have enforceable labor agreements and environmental agreements. And what I said was we should include those and make them enforceable. In the same way that we should enforce rules against China manipulating its currency to make our exports more expensive and their exports to us cheaper. And when it comes to South Korea, we've got a trade agreement up right now. They are sending hundreds of thousands of South Korean cars into the United States. That's all good. We can only get 4,000 to 5,000 into South Korea. That is not free trade. We've got to have a president who's going to be advocating on behalf of American businesses and American workers, and I make no apology for that.
Senator.
Well, you know, I admire so much Senator Obama's eloquence, and you really have to pay attention to words. He said, we will look at offshore drilling. Do you get that? Look at. We can offshore drill now. We've got to do it now. We will reduce the cost of a barrel of oil because
it was workers. It was workers that I guess were on the, because I think it exploded if I remember correctly. Yeah, well, blue wild under a BP platform. Yeah. I think they exploded if I remember correctly.
World that we have a supply of our own. It's doable. The technology is there, and we have to drill now. Now, on the subject of free trade agreements, I am a free trader.
Yeah, it was 2010.
We need to have
13 years ago.
education and training programs for displaced workers that work, going to our community colleges. But let me give you another example of free trade agreement that Senator Obama opposes. Right now, because of previous agreements, some made by President Clinton, the goods and products that we send to Colombia, which is our largest agricultural importer of our products, there's $1 billion that our businesses have paid so far in order to get our goods in there. Because of previous agreements, their goods and products come into our country for free. So Senator Obama, who has never traveled south of our border, opposes the Colombia Free Trade Agreement, the same country that's helping us try to stop the flow of drugs into our country that's killing young Americans, and also the country that just freed 3 Americans, that will help us create jobs in America because they will be a market for our goods and products without us having to pay the $1 billion and more that we've already paid. Free trade with Colombia is something that's a no-brainer. But maybe you ought to travel down there and visit them, and maybe you could understand it a lot better.
Let me respond. Actually, I understand it pretty well. The history in Colombia right now is that labor leaders have been targeted for assassination on a fairly consistent basis, and there have not been prosecutions. And what I have said, because the free trade, the trade agreement itself does have labor and environmental protections, but we have to stand for human rights, and we have to make sure that violence isn't being perpetrated against workers who are just trying to organize for their rights.
Okay, Obama. I'll give him credit for that one. Okay. Pro-labor union, at least in South America, Obama.
Which is why, for example, I supported the Peruvian Free Trade Agreement, which was a well-structured agreement. But I think that the important point is we've got to have a president who understands the benefits of free trade, but also is going to enforce unfair trade agreements and is going to stand up to other countries. And the last point I'll make, because we started on energy, when I talked about the automakers, they are obviously getting hammered right now. They were already having a tough time because of high gas prices, and now with the financial crisis, car dealerships are closing and people can't get car loans. That's why I think it's important for us to get loan guarantees to the automakers, but
I mean, the term woke comes from not from Obama. No, it was a term used in black communities to talk about, like systemic racism and whatnot, being aware of that, and now it's been used as a way to describe something you don't like. Especially if you're a conservative, be like, "Oh, Bud Light is woke," or "This guy is woke."
we do have to hold them responsible as well to start producing the highly fuel-efficient cars of the future. And Detroit had dragged its feet too long in terms of getting that done. It's going to be one of my highest priorities because transportation accounts for about 30% of our total energy.
I want to know what happened in
If
September
we can
here.
get that right, then
Where
we
McCain
can
got a bump in
move
the polls,
direction
like a
not
big
only
bump.
of energy independence, but we can create
Guess it's
5
early
million
September
new
2nd.
jobs all across America, including in the heartland, where we can retool some of these plants to make these highly fuel-efficient cars, and also to make wind turbines and solar panels, the kinds of clean energy approaches that should be the driver of our economy for the next century.
Well, let me just say that this is.
Oh, this was after the Palin
Senator
announcement.
Obama doesn't want
Okay.
a free trade agreement with our best ally.
Sarah
in the
Palin was
region,
announced here
but wants to sit
September
down
2nd,
across
so that's
the
why there was
table
that big
without
bump.
precondition
That makes sense.
with Hugo Chavez, the guy who has been helping FARC, the terrorist organization. Free trade between ourselves and Colombia. I just recited to you the benefits of concluding that agreement.
Unable to gain
Billion
traction
dollars
against
of American
Obama in the
dollars
presidential debates, final stages of
creating jobs
campaign
and
saw
businesses in
McCain
the
criticizing
United States,
Obama for being a
opening up those markets.
redistributionist and
So,
adopting symbols such as Joe the
I
Plumber.
don't think there's any doubt that Senator Obama wants to restrict trade and he wants to raise taxes. And the last president of the United States that tried that was Herbert Hoover. and we went from a deep recession into a depression. We're not going to follow that path when I'm president of the United States.
All right, let's go
What
to
the
a
hell
new
is that? Is
topic,
that a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle butt
Given the
usernames? The
current
fuck?
economic situation, would either of you now favor controlling health care costs over expanding health care coverage? The question is first, Senator Obama.
We've got to do both, and that's exactly what my plan does. Look, as I travel around the country, this is the issue that...
So the guy, the Joe the plumber
will break
guy,
your heart
wound up
over and
becoming
over.
like a
Just,
kind of like a celebrity.
Yesterday, I was in Toledo, shaking
He
some
took a
hands
job
with
at the
my
Jeep
two
plant,
women, both
which
of
required him
them
to be a member of the United
probably
Auto
in
Workers. He
mid-to-late
complained that his
50s,
colleagues
had
called
just
him a
been laid off from
teabagger.
Neither of them have health insurance. And
He voted for Trump.
they were
Wow,
desperate
shocking.
for some way of getting coverage because, understandably, they're worried that if they get sick, they could go bankrupt. So here's what my plan does. If you have health insurance, then you don't have to do anything. If you've got health insurance through your employer, you can keep your health insurance, keep your choice of doctor, keep your plan. The only thing we're going to try to do is lower costs so that those cost savings are passed on to you. And we estimate we can cut average family's premium by about $2,500 per year. If you don't have health insurance, then what we're going to do is to provide you the option of buying into the same kind of federal pool that both Senator McCain and I enjoy as federal employees, which will give you high-quality care, choice of doctors, at lower cost because so many people are part of this insured group. We're going to make sure that insurance companies can't discriminate on the basis of pre-existing conditions. We'll negotiate with the drug companies for the cheapest available price on drugs. We are going to invest in information technology to eliminate bureaucracy and make the system more efficient. And we are going to make sure that we manage chronic illnesses like diabetes and heart disease that cost a huge amount but could be prevented. We've got to put more money into preventive care. This will cost some money on the front end, but over the long term, this is the only way that not only are we going to make families healthy, but it's also how we're going to save the federal budget because we can't afford these escalating costs.
All right, Senator McCain.
Well, it is a terribly painful situation for Americans. They're seeing their premiums, their co-pays go up. 47 million Americans are without health insurance in America today. And it really is the cost, the escalating costs of health care that are inflicting such pain on working families and people across this country. And I am convinced we need to do a lot of things. We need to put health care records online. The VA does that. That'll reduce costs. We need to have more community health centers. We need to have walk-in clinics. The rise of obesity amongst young Americans is one of the most alarming statistics that there is. We should have physical fitness programs and nutrition programs in schools. Every parent should know what's going on there. We need to have employers reward employees who join health clubs and practice wellness and fitness. But I want to give everyone.
Well, Michelle Obama actually would wind up doing a lot of that kind of stuff
refundable
with
tax
the
credit.
health
Take
and
it,
fitness.
Get anywhere in America the health.
All right, see you, username. Thanks for
Now,
popping
my
in.
old buddy Joe the plumber's out there. Now, Joe,
Oh my God.
Senator Obama's plan, if you're a small business and you're able, and the guy that sells to you will not have a capital gains tax increase, which Senator Obama
Joe
wants.
the plumber.
If you're out there, my friend, and you've got employees and you've got kids, if you don't adopt the health care plan that Senator Obama mandates, he's going to fine you. Now, Senator Obama, I'd still like to know what that fine's going to be. And I don't think that Joe right now wants to pay a fine when he is seeing such difficult times in America's economy. Senator Obama wants to set up healthcare bureaucracies, take over the healthcare plan of America through, as he said, his object is a single-payer system. If you like that, you'll love Canada and England. So
is
the
that
point
your
is,
objective?
It is not, and I just
well,
described.
stated it.
I just described what my plan is, and I'm happy to talk to you, Joe, too, if you're out there. Here's your fine: $0. You won't pay a fine because as I said in our last debate, and I'll repeat, John, I exempt small businesses from the requirement for large businesses that can afford to provide health care to their employees but are not doing it. I exempt small businesses from having to pay into a kitty But large businesses that can afford it, we've got a choice. Either they provide health insurance to their employees, or somebody has to. Right now what happens is those employees get dumped into either the Medicaid system, which taxpayers pick up, or they're going to the emergency room for uncompensated care, which everybody picks up in their premiums. The average family is paying an additional $900 a year in higher premiums because of the uninsured. So here's what we do.
All right, if I don't pause it,
exempt small businesses.
I'll
In fact,
make my
what
deadline.
Joe, if you want to do the right thing
I gotta
with
get
your
off at like
employees and you want to provide them health
4:15 the
insurance, we'll
latest.
give you a 50%
Keep looking at the clock.
so that you will actually be able to afford it.
And I thought I started early too, but
You don't have health insurance, or you want to buy into a group plan, you will be
I
able
feel like
to
I
buy
never
into the
pause
plan
it too, which
that
is
I just
crazy.
described. Now,
I feel like I'm
what we
always
haven't talked about is
an
Senator
extra like
McCain's plan.
hour and a half. I don't know where
He
it
says
comes
he's
from.
going to give you all a $5,000 tax credit. That sounds pretty good. And you can go out and buy your own insurance. Here's the problem, that for about 20 million people, you may find yourselves no longer having employer-based health insurance. This is because younger people might be able to get health insurance for $5,000, young and healthy folks. Older folks, less healthy folks, what's going to end up happening is that you're going to be the only ones left in your employer-based system. Your employers won't be able to afford it. And once you're out on your own with this $5,000 credit, Senator McCain, for the first time, is going to be taxing the health care benefits that you have from your employer. And this is your plan, John. For the first time in history, you will be taxing people's health care benefits. By the way, the average policy costs about $12,000. So if you got $5,000 and it's going to cost you $12,000, that's a loss for you. Last point about Senator McCain's plan is that insurers right now, the main restrictions on what they do is primarily state law. And under Senator McCain's plan, those rules would be stripped away, and you would start seeing a lot more insurance companies cherry-picking and excluding people from coverage. That, I think, is a mistake, and I think that this is a fundamental difference in our campaign and how we would approach health care.
What about that?
Hey, Joe, you're rich. Congratulations. Because what Joe wanted to do was buy the business that he's been working for 10, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. And you said that you wanted to spread the wealth. In other words, take Joe's money and then you decide what to do with it. Now, Joe, you're rich. Congratulations. And you will then fall into the category where you'll have to pay a fine if you don't provide health insurance that Senator Obama mandates, not the kind that you think is best for your family, your children, your employees, but the kind that he mandates for you. That's big government at its best. Now, 95% of the people in America will receive more money under my plan because they will receive not only their present benefits, which may be taxed, which will be taxed, but then you add $5,000 onto it, except for those people that have the gold-plated Cadillac insurance policies that have to do with cosmetic surgery and transplants and all of those kinds of things. And the good thing about this is they'll be able to go across America. The average cost of a health care insurance plan in America today is $5,800. I'm going to give them $5,000 to take with them wherever they want to go. And this will give them affordability. This will give them availability. This will give them a chance to choose their own futures, not have Senator Obama and government decide that for them. This really gets down to the fundamental difference in our philosophies. If you notice that in all of his proposals, Senator Obama wants government to do the job. Senator Obama wants government to do the job. I want, Joe, you to do the job. I want to leave money in your pocket. I want you to be able to choose the health care for you
Work
and your
more.
family. That's what I'm all about. And we've got
If
too
you
much
mishear it, it's like
government
you're
and too
like,
much
I want you to
spending.
have
And
another
the
job.
government is, the size of government has grown by 40% in the last 8 years. We can't afford that in the next 8 years. And Senator Obama's, with the Democrats in charge of Congress, things have gotten worse. If you notice, they've been in charge the last 2 years.
All right, a short response.
Very briefly, you all just heard my plan. If you've got an employer-based health care plan, you keep it. Now, under Senator McCain's plan, there is a strong risk that people would lose their employer-based health care. That's the choice you'll have, is having your employer no longer provide you health care. And don't take my word for it. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce, which generally doesn't support a lot of Democrats, said that this plan could lead to the unraveling of the employer-based health care system. All I want to do if you've already got health care is lower your costs. That includes you, Joe. Right.
Like I said, all the stuff he says here will be kind of watered down under Obamacare, but like, if one day we don't have to rely on employer-based healthcare, that'd be just very nice. I mean, I want universal healthcare, obviously, but I hope so.
Let's stop there and go to another question. And this one goes to Senator McCain. Senator McCain, you believe Roe v. Wade should be overturned. Senator
Here we go.
Obama, you believe it shouldn't.
I was waiting for this
Could
question.
either of you ever nominate someone to the Supreme Court who disagrees with you on this issue? Senator McCain.
I would never, and have never in all the years I've been there, imposed a litmus test on any nominee to the court. That's not appropriate to do.
You do
I think
want
it was
Roe
a
v.
bad
Wade
decision.
to be
I thought
overturned.
I thought it was a bad decision. I think there was a lot of decisions that were bad. I think that the decision should rest in the hands of the states. I'm a federalist, and I believe strongly that we should have nominees to the United States Supreme Court based on their qualifications rather than any litmus test. Now, let me say that there was a time a few years ago when the United States Senate was about to blow up. Republicans wanted to have just a majority vote to confirm a judge, and the Democrats were blocking in an unprecedented fashion. We got together, 7 Republicans, 7 Democrats. You were offered a chance to join. You chose not to because you were afraid of the appointment of, quote, conservative judges. I voted for Justice Breyer and Justice Ginsburg, not because I agreed with their ideology, but because I thought they were qualified and that elections have consequences when presidents nominate. This is a very important issue we're talking about.
It's funny to hear. That's used by the right all the time, too, now.
Talking about. Senator Obama voted against Justice Breyer and Justice Roberts on the grounds that they didn't meet his ideological standards. That's not the way we should judge these nominees. Elections have consequences. They should be judged on their qualifications. And so that's what I will do. I will find the best people in the world, in the United States of America, who have a history of strict adherence to the Constitution and
But
not
even if it was
legislating
someone,
from the bench.
even someone who had a history of being for abortion rights, you would consider them?
I would consider anyone in their qualifications. I do not believe that someone who has supported Roe v. Wade that would be a part of those qualifications. But I certainly would not impose any litmus test.
All right.
Such a weird.
I think it's true that we shouldn't apply a strict litmus test, and the most important thing in any.
But it's so clear what you're
is
both saying.
their
Like, come on now.
capacity to provide fairness and justice to the American people, and it is true that this is going to be, I think, one of the most consequential decisions of the next president. It is very likely that one of us will be making at least one, and probably more than one, appointments, and Roe versus Wade probably hangs in the balance. Now, I would not provide a litmus test, but I am somebody who believes that.
And then Ruth Bader Ginsburg could have retired, and she didn't. They could have codified Roe v. Wade. They didn't. They could have expanded the court. They didn't.
That Roe versus Wade was rightly decided. I think that abortion is a very difficult issue, and it is a moral issue, and one that I think good people on both sides can disagree on. But what ultimately I believe is that women, in consultation with their families, their doctors, their religious advisors, are in the best position to make this decision. And I think that the Constitution has a right to privacy in it that shouldn't be subject to state referendum any more than our First Amendment rights are subject to state referendum, any more than many of the other rights that we have should be subject to popular vote. So this is going to be an important issue. I will look for those judges who have an outstanding judicial record, who have the intellect.
Yeah, I had to look it up just to triple check. But yeah, then Obama could have filled a third. He filled 2 in the early part of his terms because 2 people retired. He had opportunity to fill a third following the February 13th, 2016 death of Associate Justice Antonin Scalia. So February 13th. And that's a whole year till the next president would come into power. On March 16, 2016, he nominated Merrick Garland to the court, right? Then, however, Republican leaders of the Senate announced that they planned to withhold voting on any potential nominee until a new president was elected. Senate Democrats found that they were sufficient time to vote on a nominee before the election. Consequently, no action was taken on the nomination, which expired in January of 2017. During most of Obama's presidency, there has been speculation about the potential retirement of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who was diagnosed with colon cancer and pancreatic cancer in 2013. Ginsburg died in 2020 under Donald Trump's presidency, who was replaced by Amy Coney Barrett. But yeah, like the Democrat, I mean, you could blame Obama. I blame Obama, but I also blame the Democrats for like not just pushing forward with a vote, anyways. With a year, they had a whole year to do it, and they said the Republicans would withhold voting, but I don't know. It goes back to just like there's no push for it, and Ruth Bader Ginsburg also could retire. They had the opportunity to do a majority, and they didn't.
A sense of what.
And then then of course Trump getting in power was bad, and then he putting in replacing Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and also what's his name there? He also did another one. Was it
World folks
Kavanaugh or whatever?
I'll just give you one quick example. Senator McCain and I disagreed recently when the Supreme Court made it more difficult for a woman named Lilly Ledbetter to press her claim for pay discrimination. For years, she had been getting paid less than a man had been paid for doing the exact same job. And when she brought a suit saying equal pay for equal work, the judges said, well, it's taken you too long to bring this lawsuit, even though she didn't know about it until fairly recently. We tried to overturn it in the Senate. I supported that effort to provide better guidance to the courts. John McCain opposed it. I think that it's important for judges to understand that if a woman is out there trying to raise a family, trying to support her family, and is being treated unfairly, then the court has to stand up if nobody else will. And that's the kind of judge that I want.
Time's up.
Obviously, that law waived this statute of limitations, which you could have gone back 20 or 30 years. It was a tri-lawyer's dream. Let me talk to you about an important aspect of this issue. We have to change the culture of America. Those of us who are proudly pro-life understand that. And it's got to be courage and compassion that we show to a young woman who's facing this terribly difficult decision. Senator Obama, as a member of the Illinois State Senate, voted in the Judiciary Committee against a law that would provide immediate medical attention to a child born as a failed abortion. He voted against that. And then on the floor of the state Senate, as he did 130 times as a state senator, he voted present. Then there was another bill before the Senate Judiciary Committee in the state of Illinois, not that long ago, where he voted against a ban on partial birth abortion, one of the late-term abortion, really one of the bad procedures, terrible. And then on the floor of the Illinois State Senate, he voted present. I don't know how you vote present on something like that. I don't know how you align yourself with the extreme aspect of the pro-abortion movement in America.
I just read more into like why, just read more why into the, what was the Republicans' argument of like why they shouldn't vote? Like obviously they said it was too close to the election, but I guess they cited Joe Biden actually from 1992 Senate floor speech when there was no high court vacancies to fill, that once the political season is underway, and it is, action on a Supreme Court nomination must be put off until the election campaign is over. Just reading more. Like, I just want to know, like, because I'm trying to remember too. I wasn't as wasn't paying attention as much back then to politics. Yes, basically they just never allowed a vote to happen, but whoops. Even if you ignore the Garland thing, I just go back to Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She could have retired.
Roe v. Wade about the Illinois State Senate. There was
And then Roe v. Wade wouldn't have been overturned.
clear-cut votes that Senator Obama voted.
Or the
I
last
think,
two that were
direct contradiction
last
to
week.
feelings and views of mainstream America.
Response?
Let me respond to this. If it sounds incredible that I would vote to withhold life-saving treatment from
I'm gonna stop pausing it. I just said I wouldn't pause it anymore.
Because it's not true. All
right, 15 minutes though.
Here are the facts.
Give or take.
There was a bill that was put forward before the Illinois Senate that said you have to provide life-saving treatment, and that would have helped to undermine Roe versus Wade. The fact is that there was already a law on the books in Illinois that required providing life-saving treatment, which is why not only myself, but pro-choice Republicans and Democrats voted against it, and the Illinois Medical Society, the organization of doctors in Illinois, voted against it. Their Hippocratic oath would have required them to provide care, and there was already a law in the books. With respect
Someone
to
in
partial
chat
birth
mentioned that
abortion,
earlier with the
am
oath that doctors
completely
take.
supportive of a ban on late-term abortions, partial birth or otherwise, as long as there's an exception for the mother's health and life. And this did not contain that exception, and I attempted, as many have in the past, of including that so that it is constitutional. And that was rejected, and that's why I voted present, because I'm willing to support a ban on late-term abortions as long as we have that exception. Last point I want to make on the issue of abortion. This is an issue that, look, it divides us, and in some ways it may be difficult to reconcile the two views. But there surely is some common ground when both those who believe in choice and those who are opposed to abortion can come together and say we should try to prevent unintended pregnancies by providing appropriate education to our youth, communicating that sexuality is sacred and that they should not be engaged in cavalier activity, and providing options for adoption,
Cavalier
helping
activity.
single mothers if they want to choose to keep the baby. Those are all things that we put in the Democratic
Weird way of
platform
saying
for
it.
the first time this year, and I think that's where we can find some common ground, because nobody's pro-abortion. I think it's always a tragic situation. We should try to reduce these circumstances.
Let's give Senator McCain a
Just
short
again,
response.
just
and
again,
then-
the example of the eloquence of Senator Obama. He's health of the mother. You know, that's been stretched by the pro-abortion movement in America to mean almost anything. That's the extreme pro-abortion position, quote, health. But look, Cindy and I are adopted parents. We know what a treasure and joy it is to have an adopted child in our lives. We'll do everything we can to approve adoption in this country. But that does not mean
Did you adopt,
we
McCain?
cease to protect the rights of the unborn. Of course, we have to come together. Of course, we have to work together. And of course, it's vital that we do so and help these young women who are facing such a difficult decision with a compassion that will help them with the adoptive services, but the courage to bring that child into this world, and we'll help take care of it.
Let's stop there because I want to get in a question on education, and I'm afraid this is going to have to be our last question, gentlemen. The question is this: the U.S. spends more per capita than any other country on education, yet by every international measurement in math and science competence from kindergarten through the 12th grade, we trail most of the countries of the world. The implications of this are clearly obvious. Some even say it poses a threat to our national security. Do you feel that way, and what do you intend to do about it? The question to Senator Obama first.
This probably has more to do with our economic future than anything. And that means it also has a national security implication, because there's never been a nation on earth that saw its economy decline and continued to maintain its primacy as a military power. So we've got to get our education system right. Now, typically what's happened is that there's been a debate between more money or reform. And I think we need both. In some cases, we are going to have to invest. Early childhood education, which closes the achievement gap, so that every child is prepared for school. Every dollar we invest in that, we end up getting huge benefits with improved reading scores, reduced dropout rates, reduced delinquency rates. I think it's going to be critically important for us to recruit a generation of new teachers, an army of new teachers, especially in math and science. Give them higher pay, give them more professional development and support in exchange for higher standards and accountability. And I think it's important for us to make college affordable. Right now, I meet young people all across the country who either have decided not to go to college, or if they're going to college, they are taking on $20,000, $30,000, $50,000, $60,000 worth of debt. And it's very difficult for them.
I know people who are taking hundreds of thousands.
Fields, like basic research and science, for example, thinking to themselves that they're going to have a mortgage before they even buy a house. And that's why I've proposed a $4,000 tuition credit every student every year in exchange for some form of community service, whether it's military service, whether it's Peace Corps, whether it's working in a community. If we do those things, then I believe that we can create a better school system. But there's one last ingredient that I just want to mention, and that's parents. We can't do it just in the schools. Parents are going to have to show more responsibility. They've got to turn off the TV set, put away the video games, and finally start instilling that thirst for knowledge that our students need.
Senator
Obama's telling us to turn off the video games. He's anti-gamer. He is anti-gamer, folks. What have we done? What have we done?
McCain.
It's funny that this was my mom's attitude. My mom was pretty strict on my video game usage, especially in high school. I was only allowed to play on the weekends for a couple hours, at best. Maybe she listened to Obama. I blame Obama.
Well, it's a civil rights issue of the 21st century. There's no doubt that we have achieved equal access to schools in America after a long and difficult and terrible struggle. But what is the advantage in a low-income area of sending a child to a failed school, and that being your only choice? So choice and competition amongst schools is one of the key elements that's already been proven in places like New Orleans and New York City and other places, where we have charter schools, where we take good teachers and we reward them and promote them. And we find bad teachers another line of work. And we have to be able to give parents the same choice, frankly, that Senator Obama and Mrs. Obama had, and Cindy and I had, to send our kids to the school, their kids to the school of their choice. Charter schools aren't the only answer, but they're providing competition. They are providing the kind of competitions that have upgraded both schools, types of schools. Now, throwing money at the problem is not the answer. You will find that some of the worst school systems in America get the most money per student. So I believe that we need to reward these good teachers. We need to encourage programs such as Teach for America and Troops to Teachers, where people, after having served in the military, can go right to teaching and not have to take these examinations or have the certification that some are required in some state. Look.
Wait, what? You want, so like they shouldn't, you can just have someone go from the military straight to teaching without any certifications? That's a little crazy, I think.
We must improve education in this country. As far as college education is concerned, we need to make those student loans available. We need to give them a repayment schedule that they can meet. We need to have full student loan program for in-state tuition, and we certainly need to adjust the student loan eligibility to inflation.
Do you think the federal government should play a larger role in the schools? Well, and I mean more federal money.
Well, we have a tradition of local control of the schools, and that's a tradition that has served us well. But I do think that it is important for the federal government to step up and help local school districts do some of the things they need to do. Now, we tried to do this under President Bush. He put forward No Child Left Behind. Unfortunately, they left the money behind for No Child Left Behind. And local school districts end up having more of a burden, a bunch of unfunded mandates, the same kind of thing that happened with special education, where we did the right thing by saying every school should provide education to kids with special needs, but we never followed through on the promise of funding, and that left local school districts very cash-strapped. So what I want to do is focus on early childhood education, providing teachers higher salaries in exchange for more support. Senator McCain and I actually agree on two things that he just mentioned. Charter schools. I doubled the number of charter schools in Illinois. Despite some reservations from teachers' unions, I think it is important for us to foster competition inside the public schools. And we also agree on the need for making sure that if we have bad teachers, that they are swiftly, after given an opportunity to prove themselves, that they can't hack it, then we need to move on because our kids have to have their best future. Where we disagree is on the idea that we can somehow give our vouchers, as a way of curing the problems in our education system. And I also have to disagree on Senator McCain's record when it comes to college accessibility and affordability. I mean, recently, his key economic advisor was asked about why he didn't seem to have some specific programs to help young people go to college. And the response was, well, you know, we can't give money to every interest group that comes along. I don't think America's youth are interest groups. I think they're our future. And this is an example of where we are going to have to prioritize. We can't say we're going to do things and then not explain in concrete terms how we're going to pay for it. And if we're going to do some of the things you mentioned, like lowering loan rates or what have you, somebody's got to pay for it. It's not going to happen on its own.
What about that, Senator?
Well, sure. I'm sure you are aware, Senator Obama, of the program in the Washington, D.C. school system where vouchers are provided, and there's a certain number, I think it's 1,000 and some 9,000 parents asked to be eligible for that because they wanted to have the same choice that you and I and Cindy and your wife have had, and that is because they wanted to choose the school that they thought was best for their children. And we all know the state of the Washington, D.C. school system. That was vouchers. That was vouchers, Senator Obama, and I'm frankly surprised you didn't pay more attention to that example. Now, as far as the No Child Left Behind is concerned, it was a great first beginning in my view. It had its flaws, it had its problems. The first time we had looked at the issue of education in America from a nationwide perspective. And we need to fix a lot of the problems. We need to sit down and reauthorize it. But again, spending more money isn't always the answer. I think the Head Start program is a great program. A lot of people, including me, said, look, it's
I wonder
not
where the
doing what
IB
it should
program
do.
came
By the
from.
third grade, many times
Because that was like a
children
big
who are in
thing
Head
in
Start program
my high
aren't
school.
any better off than the others. Let's
We were like
reform
one of
it.
the first
Let's reform it and fund
IB
it.
schools
That
or whatever
was,
in
of course,
the
out of
county
bounds
or
by,
state. I
by
don't
the
remember
Democrats.
what.
We need
but
to reform these programs. We need to have
the International
transparency.
Baccalaureate
We
or
need to
whatever
have
it's called.
rewards. It's a system that cries out for accountability and transparency and the adequate funding.
I don't know where
I
that
just
came
said to
from.
you
It just
earlier,
all of a sudden
town
was
hall
like, hey,
meeting
we're
after
doing
town
this.
hall meeting. Parents come with kids, children,
It was like
precious
the
children
last
who have
2 or
autism.
3 years of high
Sarah
school.
Palin knows about that better than most. And we'll find, and we'll spend the money of research to find the cause of autism. And we'll care for these young children. And all Americans will open their wallets and their hearts to do so. But to have a situation, as you mentioned in our earlier comments, that the most expensive education in the world is in the United States of America also means that it cries out for reform as well. And I will support those reforms, and I will fund the ones that are reform, but I'm not going to continue to throw money at a problem. And I've got to tell you that vouchers, where they are requested and where they are agreed to, are a good and workable system, and it's been proven.
I'll just make a quick comment about vouchers in D.C. Senator McCain's absolutely right. The D.C. school system is in terrible shape, and it has been for a very long time. We've got a wonderful new superintendent there who's working very hard with the young mayor there to try to
who supports
initiate,
vouchers.
who actually supports charters.
She supports vouchers also.
But here's the thing, is that even if Senator McCain were to say that vouchers were the way to go. I disagree with him on this because the data doesn't show that it actually solves the problem. The centerpiece of Senator McCain's education policy is to increase the voucher program in D.C. by 2,000 slots. That leaves all of you who live in the other 50 states without an education reform policy from Senator McCain. So if we are going to be serious about this issue, we've got to have a president who is going to tackle it head on, and that's what I intend to do as president.
All right.
Because there's not enough vouchers, therefore we shouldn't do it, even though it's working. I got it.
All right. Well, gentlemen, we have come to the close. Before I ask both of you for your closing statements tonight, I'd like to invite our viewers and listeners to go to mydebates.org.
I'll go to it.
Where you will find this evening's debates and the three that preceded tonight's debate. Now for the final statements by a coin toss, Senator McCain.
No.
Well, thank you again, Bob, and thanks to Hofstra, and it's great to be with you again.
All these websites are dead.
We've had a
I
very
want one of them to
discussion.
work.
My friends, as
It was
I
debates.org
said in
was the
my
one that did
opening
work, right?
remarks, these are very difficult times and challenges for
Oh, it doesn't exist. We need to buy all these websites and have them just link to my Twitch.
today.
I think that'd be funny. Like johnkerry.com. No one has claimed that. He let that one expire.
I have a record of reform and taking on my party, the other party, the special interests, whether it be on HMO Patients' Bill of Rights or trying to clean up the campaign finance system in this country, or whether it be establishing.
I think Obama got better every debate.
I have a long record of it, and I've been a careful steward.
McCain is just, yeah.
We have to make health care affordable and
it was hard for him to
we
like
have to make a quality education
differentiate himself
fair
from the
for all
Bush,
of our citizens, not just
you know,
a privileged
conservative
few. We have to
world.
stop the spending. We have to stop
Obama had all the
spending
energy
that's
behind him, and it
mortgaged
shows.
children's futures. All of these things. and
Obama
all
was
the
really good at
promises
explaining
and
his
commitments
policies.
that Senator Obama and I made to you tonight will be based on whether you can trust us or not, to be careful stewards of your tax dollar, to make sure America is safe and secure and prosperous, to make sure we reform the institutions of government. That's why I've asked you to not only to examine my record, but my proposals for the future of this country. I've spent my entire life in the service of this nation and putting my country first. There's a long line of McCains that has served our country for a long time in war and in peace. It's been the great honor of my life, and I've been proud to serve, and I hope you'll give me an opportunity to serve again. I'd be honored and humbled.
Senator.
Well, I want to thank Senator McCain and Bob for moderating. I think we all know America's going through tough times right now. The policies of the last 8 years and Washington's unwillingness to tackle the tough problems for decades has left us in the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression.
See, and I like that he says decades here. It just sucks that he didn't. Obama just gave us watered down versions of the thing he said.
The biggest risk we could take
He could have done so much more.
is to adopt the same failed policies and the same failed politics that we've seen over the last 8 years.
What's
and
my
somehow
night
expect
looking
a
like?
different result. We need fundamental change in this country.
I'm
That's
part of like
what I'd like to do.
a study circle,
over the
so I'm
last
doing
20
that,
months,
and I'm probably just
you've
gonna
invited me
keep it chill
into your
going
homes, you've
into
shared your stories
the
with
work
me,
week tomorrow.
and you've confirmed once again the fundamental decency and generosity.
But we usually meet at like
of the American
4:30, so
people.
it's
And
4:05.
that's why I'm sure that our brighter days are still ahead. But we're going to have to invest in the American people again, in tax cuts for the middle class, in health care for all Americans and college for every young person who wants to go, in businesses that can create the new energy economy of the future, in policies that will lift wages and will grow our middle class. These are the policies I've fought for my entire career. And these are the policies I want to bring to the White House. But it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be quick. It's going to be requiring all of us, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, to come together and to renew a spirit of sacrifice and service and responsibility. I'm absolutely convinced we can do it. I would ask for your vote, and I promise you that if you give me the extraordinary honor of serving as your president, I will work every single day tirelessly on your behalf and on the behalf of the future of our children. Thank you very much.
Senator Obama, Senator McCain, thank you very much. This concludes the final debate. I'm Bob Schieffer of CBS News, and I will leave you tonight with what my mother always said. Go vote now. It'll make you feel big and strong. Good night, everyone.
Go vote now.
Good job. Good job.
As
Good
always.
job.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Well, that happened, and then let's look at how the Electoral College fell. If I remember correctly, it had a pretty good not polling. Let me see the election. Had a pretty good turnout. Yeah, Obama got 69 million. Nice. Let's compare it to the last year. Yeah, I mean, look at that. 69 million. Bush's second term there, 62 million was the most in a while. And Obama had 69 million there. Almost 10 million more than McCain. Yeah, McCain got crushed. But as you can see, Obama did very well in Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, crushed it in North Carolina and Virginia. Those are two big ones. Once you win in Florida and Cali, though, usually it's GG. Okay, I was going to say, did McCain won Arizona? I forgot where Arizona was. Colorado went blue. Finally. I think would stay that way. Wyoming. Yeah, he just crushed it. I mean, like I said, you win Florida and California and Pennsylvania, you're in good shape, especially if you're a Democrat. Let's see here. It was held on November 4th, 2008. Obama became the first African American to be elected president. He would be the only third sitting United States senator elected president, joining Warren G. Harding and John F. Kennedy. Biden became the first senator running mate of a senator elected president since Lyndon B. Johnson, who was Kennedy's running mate in 1960 election. Actually, Clinton victory in the New Hampshire primary made her the first woman to win a major party's presidential primary. Did not know that. Actually, Obama winning the nomination was the first election since 1952 where neither the incumbent president nor the incumbent vice president were nominees. I mean, we saw it too with all the debates. We're always like, man, this guy was the vice president of this guy, or he ran this time. And it's like, yeah, fucking 1952. Someone wasn't either a vice president before or a president before that. Crazy. Obama won North Carolina, which hasn't voted Democrat since 1976. In 1964 for Indiana, Virginia, and Nebraska. Yeah, historical shift. Obama received the largest share of the popular vote since Lyndon B. Johnson in 1964. Yeah, he was a big deal. Like I said, when I remember, like when we were younger, like I said, it was in 8th grade when Obama was elected. There was an energy about it. It felt historical. It really did feel like there was change and hope coming. Obama flipped 9 states that voted Republican in 2004: Colorado, Florida, Indiana, Iowa, Nevada, New Mexico, North Carolina, Ohio, and Virginia, as well as Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. There's Biden. Some people thought Al Gore was going to be vice president, or John Kerry, runner-up in 2004. John Edwards, Kerry's running mate in 2004. Or Joe Biden, Bill Richardson. Yeah, so a whole bunch of options. Oh, no, never mind. Those are people who are going to run. Never mind. Clinton announced the running back in January 20th, 2007. Obama announced his in February 10th. Obama's movement was fueled mostly by the first-time caucus goers and independents and showed voters viewed him as a candidate of change. Yeah, back and forth between Clinton and Obama. I'll wait until May. She won in Indiana, which barely kept her campaign alive. Then we never really read about the primaries for McCain, did we? Yeah, no, we did, because Rudy Giuliani, yeah, and then John McCain were really the only two. McCain was endorsed by Arnold Schwarzenegger. Ralph Nader, yeah. What a battle, though. Yeah. I mean, it was tight races for... Obama really did, like, run the table. He did, like... It's like winning a Super Bowl for him. Because he was... Like I said, he was... The only reason people knew about him was from... He was the... In 2004, at the Democratic Party convention there, he did that speech, and I think that's what really kind of first put him on the map. I'm just curious why he ran. Like, usually senators are senators for quite a while before they run. It's pretty crazy that he ran. Like, I want to see, like, was there a main reason? Okay, I mean, I guess he was 97, 2004. It's a pretty long time. Yeah, because he won in 96. He ran in 2004. He spoke out against the Iraq War. Won 70% of the vote because Republicans switched people halfway through. Actually, him and John McCain worked together on a bill. That's funny. He resigned his Senate seat in November 16, 2008 to focus his transition period for the presidency. Yep. He actually did he decided to run where Abraham Lincoln did one of his famous speeches. Okay. I mean, yeah, he I guess he wasn't too early, but still considering the other people up until this point. I mean, I guess Clinton was pretty young too when he ran. But yeah, Obama would have a big turnout, 69 million people. Crazy. And like I said, I lived through it, and like I said, did feel like there was change. You know, I wasn't old enough to vote or didn't really pay attention to the debates or whatnot, but everyone was talking about Obama, and like it felt like a new era, right? But yeah, up next will be Mitt Romney and Obama again, which is going to be interesting to revisit because I watched those debates live that's when I really started getting into politics before I dropped off of it. Once I'll talk about it. I think I've mentioned it before, but I kind of like fell off of politics in college because of just wasn't anything in particular. Just kind of fell off of it because I did political science in college my first semester, and I don't know, just kind of wasn't what I was expecting. And I think that kind of just turned me off to politics in general. And it wasn't until like 2018-ish that I started paying attention to politics more, and then with Bernie in 2019, and yeah, now I'm here. But Mitt Romney and Obama were the first ones that I really watched and quote unquote had opinions on. I was really libbed up then, but it'll be interesting to revisit basically 10 years later. Before I get off here, I want to double check. Okay, fucking YouTube sucks, but yeah, don't remind me of the Bin Laden thing. I know. If folks are interested on my YouTube channel, which I don't really push too often, and this video is still, it says it's processed, and it's had music that I forgot to cut out of it, which I tried to use YouTube's thing to cut the music out, and it says it's still processing that, so I think it should still work regardless. There might just be that gap in there, but if you missed like the first couple debates, I'm slowly but surely uploading every debate stream onto YouTube, just condensing it into one video. Here's the first one, and here is the next one. I did do Ford versus Carter as well, so go check those out. I'm going to try to upload all of them as we go. I've exported most of them. It's just uploading them takes like 7 hours because they're long videos. But yeah, they're on YouTube there. I'm slowly adding them, and I've been working on highlighting them on Twitch as well, so they'll both be permanently on here forever, or until YouTube, I don't know, goes away or something. But that's going to be it for me. I have to go. Glad I was able to fit this in on Sunday. We are 9 debates away from finishing this thing. We have 3 chunks left, but there's 9 in total. The Biden and Trump one is only 2. And then we have the set of, what was that? So it's actually less than that? It might be less than that. We're in single digits regardless. I can't do math. I can't believe we gotten this far. I'm seeing the finish line ahead. We're almost there. And we're ahead of schedule. It's only July 9th. I wanted to finish this by the end of July, and I have plenty of time. So